Are you struggling with distractions? This 3-minute ritual will change everything. Deep breathing is your first minute. Close your eyes, inhale to 4, hold to 4, exhale to 6, and then repeat for 60 seconds. Then I want you to pick your top task, divide it into 3 micro steps and write it down. And then afterwards, set a 25-minute timer and start. No phones allowed, just silence. Do this ritual first thing tomorrow, report back what your focus score ended up being, and then hit the follow for daily hacks.
You know, you might be starting your day exactly the wrong way if you're looking at productivity. So let's be honest, most morning routines, quote unquote, are productivity cosplayers. The cold plunge, bulletproof coffee, 90-minute journal entries. You know what? Your real enemy is input overload. You're checking your emails, your notifications, the news, and the first thing that hijacks your attention. You know what? Try this instead. Wake up, hydrate, do 10 minutes of silence and stretching, and then take one task at a time, one that moves alone, that separates high performance from any of the rest of the stuff. Guard your first hour. It will dictate your entire day. If you start to be reactive, you stay reactive. Start with intention instead.
I'm a risk taker, and it's hell. Here's why. Everyone loves a risk taker, right? The founder who goes all in, the adventurer pushing the limits, the artist who just bears their soul. We're supposed to be the heroes of the story, the ones who make life exciting. But what if I told you that for me, it's not a story of heroism. It's a story of being trapped in a living hell. I'm a risk taker, and I feel like I'm drowning in a sea of crippling anxiety and a dopamine cycle that is silently destroying my life from the inside out. This isn't about bragging or looking for pity. This is a confession. And it's a warning, because the same drive that society celebrates is the very thing that has me feeling completely and utterly out of control. Section 1. The glamorous lie. Think about how we talk about risk. The greater the risk, the greater the reward. We tell stories of triumph, of people who bet everything and won. We see the entrepreneur on the cover of a magazine, the extreme athlete with 1 million followers, the day trader who made a fortune overnight. Their lives look like a highlight reel of pure confidence and courage. And for the longest time, I totally bought into it. I built my entire identity on it. I was the guy who would always say yes to the wild idea. Start a business with no safety net? Of course. Move to a new country on a whim? Done. Make a high-stakes investment that everyone else called crazy? That was my specialty. And when those risks paid off, the feeling was unbelievable. It wasn't just about the money or the success. It was about the rush, a powerful, intoxicating surge of validation and excitement. Society eats this up. Friends called me brave. Mentors called me ambitious. I felt like I was living the life everyone else was too scared to even try. Taking risks was my brand, my identity, my proof that I was alive. But the truth is, the bigger the win, the more I was just feeding a monster I didn't even know existed. I was celebrated for my courage, but no one saw what it was costing me when the cameras were off and the applause died down. They didn't see the real price of that rush. Section 2. The hidden hell. The high from a successful risk is potent, but man, it is temporary. And what comes after is this quiet, creeping emptiness, a deep sense of dread. It's the silence after the storm. I'd find myself feeling dead or numb inside when I wasn't chasing the next big thing. Normal life, the simple stuff that's supposed to bring you joy, just felt bland and colorless. That's when the anxiety would kick in. And I'm not talking about a little worry. I mean a deep, gnawing anxiety that something was terribly wrong, a feeling that I was falling behind, that I was failing, that I needed to do something, anything, to feel that rush again. This created a desperate, vicious cycle. The anxiety would build until it was unbearable, and the only way I knew how to shut it up was to find another risk. It became a compulsion. And this isn't just about extreme sports. It can be anything. Reckless financial decisions, picking fights in relationships just to feel something, making impulsive career changes. The risk itself almost didn't matter. as long as it was big enough to promise that surge of adrenaline and dopamine my brain was screaming for. Over time, I needed bigger and bigger risks to get the same hit. What used to be exciting was now just normal. The baseline for what it took to make me feel alive just kept getting higher and higher. This escalation is a classic sign of a behavioral addiction. Whether it's substances or things like gambling, the pattern is the same. I was addicted to the risk itself. I felt trapped by my own brain, a prisoner to this relentless need for the next hit. The very thing that made me feel so powerful was actually the thing controlling me. Section 3. The why. The dopamine anxiety cycle. So what's actually happening in your brain here? This isn't a character flaw or a lack of willpower, it's just neurochemistry. When you take a risk and win, your brain releases a flood of dopamine. Now, dopamine is often called the pleasure molecule, but it's more like the motivation molecule. It's what tells your brain, hey, that was good. Let's do that again. It's the chemical that drives you to seek rewards. The problem is, your brain loves balance. It's called homeostasis. When it gets these huge unnatural spikes of dopamine, it tries to compensate by basically turning down the volume on your dopamine receptors. Think of it like shouting at someone wearing noise-canceling headphones. At first, you talk normally. To get their attention, you have to shout. Then, shout louder. In the same way, your brain becomes less sensitive. This means you need a bigger risk, a bigger shout, to get the same feeling. This is where the anxiety comes from. When you're not getting that huge dopamine hit, your baseline level of dopamine is now lower than it used to be. Things that used to bring you simple joy, a walk, talking with a friend, a good meal, they just don't register anymore. You feel flat, unmotivated, and anxious. This state is so uncomfortable that your brain screams for a solution. And the quickest fix it knows is another big risk. You get trapped in a loop. The risk-taking leads to a dopamine crash. The crash causes intense anxiety, and that anxiety drives you to take another, often bigger, risk for relief. You're not even chasing the high anymore. You're just running from the low. You are no longer in control. Your brain's reward pathway is. If any of this is sounding familiar, if you've ever felt trapped in a cycle like this, whether it's with risk-taking, social media, or anything else, let me know in the comments. It really helps to know you're not the only one. And if you're getting something out of this, think about subscribing. We're going to get into how to actually break this cycle. Section 4, the turning point. For me, the turning point wasn't some big dramatic explosion. It was more like a slow, painful rot. It was the moment I realized I couldn't remember the last time I felt genuinely content without a crisis to solve or a fire to put out. My relationships were strained because I was never present, always chasing the next thing. My finances were a total roller coaster of huge wins followed by even bigger, dumber losses. The real rock bottom came after a particularly risky business venture went bust. It wasn't just the money that hurt. It was the crushing realization that I had made the decision not from a place of strategy or logic, but from pure desperation. I needed the hit. I needed that jolt of being all in. I had ignored every single red flag and listened only to that frantic voice in my head screaming for its fix. Sitting there in the wreckage, I felt nothing. Not sadness, not anger, just a deep, terrifying numbness. The monster had been fed, it hadn't worked, and now there was just silence. And in that silence, I finally saw the pattern for what it was, an addiction. I wasn't a hero or a maverick. I was an addict, and my drug of choice was chaos. My high life was actually making my life miserable. It wasn't freedom, it was a cage. Section 5, the path out, a new strategy. Breaking free from this cycle isn't about suddenly becoming scared of risks. For a lot of us, that's just not how we're wired. Trying to kill that part of yourself just makes it worse. The way out is about awareness, management, and completely redefining what success and fulfillment actually mean. First, the most critical step was admitting I had a problem and getting professional help to figure out what was driving it. Just like any other behavioral addiction, sometimes you need a guide. Next, I had to consciously learn to find joy and stability. This sounds so simple, but it's incredibly hard when your brain is wired for chaos. It meant creating routines. It meant practicing mindfulness and meditation to learn how to just sit with uncomfortable feelings like boredom and anxiety instead of immediately running from them. It meant deliberately doing low dopamine things, reading a book, going for a long walk without my phone, cooking a meal from scratch. At first it was agonizing, but slowly my brain started to recalibrate. The shouting inside my head got a little quieter. I also had to find healthier outlets for that risk-taking part of me. Instead of betting the farm on a business idea, I could take a calculated risk on a small project. Instead of seeking social drama, I could take the emotional risk of having a deep, vulnerable conversation. It's about channeling that energy into things that build my life up, not things that could tear it all down. And finally, it's about the boring stuff. Getting enough sleep, eating well, exercising. These sound like cliches, but they are absolutely fundamental for regulating your brain chemistry and building up your defenses against that dopamine anxiety pull. Conclusion: my journey is nowhere near over. There are still days I feel that old pull, that familiar itch for a bit of chaos, but the difference is, now I see it. I can name it. I can understand it's just my brain looking for a cheap shortcut to feeling good, and I can consciously choose a different path. I'm learning that real strength isn't in the guts to risk everything, but in the discipline to build something that lasts. True freedom isn't being without limits. It's having the power to choose your own. The world will probably always celebrate the risk takers who hit the jackpot. But we need to have a much more honest conversation about the hidden costs. We need to talk about the anxiety, the addiction, and the feeling of being trapped. So, I want to end by asking you a question. What is the biggest risk you've ever taken, and what did it really cost you? Share your story in the comments. Let's create a space where we can talk about this honestly without the pressure of having to be a hero. Thanks for watching. Hey everyone, Brandon here. Welcome back to another video. Are you pouring everything into your business but still not seeing any real growth? You're not alone. Most entrepreneurs hit a wall where progress slows, burnout ends up creeping in, and success feels like it's just out of reach. But here's the thing. It's not always your business model, your product, or even the economy. Most often, it'll end up being your mindset that holds you back. And that's actually good news, because mindset is something that you yourself can change. Stagnation looks like this. Sales will flatline, profits dip, and everything feels like an uphill battle. Yes, outside factors do play a role, but the real culprit is often internal. The beliefs, the fears, the habits that quickly and quietly keep you from adapting and scaling. 3 common mindset traps that cause this is something called a fixed mindset. That's the first one. And this is the belief that your skills or business potential are set in stone, i.e. fate, luck, chance. You avoid risk, you resist feedback, and you cling to how it's always been. It's the nostalgic mindset. Your second one is going to be your fear of delegation. You've built everything yourself, so handing everything off will often feel risky. But without delegation, you become the bottleneck within your own business. You can't scale based on fear of delegation. Then there's also the limiting beliefs. I can't charge more. I can't afford help. I have to do it all. Those beliefs are keeping your business small and your stress high. You hear the stories about small business owners who just stroked out because they were taking all of it on and they could not release control. High blood pressure, stress, it will all come from this system of mindsets. Add in the resistance to change and you've got this perfect recipe of burnout and missed opportunity. Staying stuck isn't just frustrating, it's dangerous. Your burnout becomes real. Your mental health issues are rising among founders, among CEOs, among new entrepreneurs. And while you're spinning your wheels as one of these entrepreneurs, more agile competitors are grabbing your market share for your specific business. Your team, if you actually hired people, starts to lose trust in you. Your business becomes a job, not a path to freedom. You earn less, stress more, and your personal life will suffer too. At the core of all this is this thing called fear. The fear of failure. the fear of change, the fear of letting go. It shows up as a system of perfectionism, control, self-doubt. Maybe it all stems from pride. This fear quietly locks you in place and keeps you from growing. But here's the shift. Moving from fear to growth-oriented action. Instead of seeing change as this risky thing, you see it as essential for you playing with the market. You stop playing defense and start leading like a visionary. So let's break it down into 5 actionable mindset shifts. The first one is building the growth mindset. You view challenges as opportunities. You learn constantly. I'm talking books, mentors, courses. Replace the ideas of I can't with how can I? How can I do this thing? How can I be better at it? And then I want you to start delegating strategically. Don't just hand everything off. Instead, list the things that you yourself as the business owner, that only you can do, that you can't truly delegate. Or if it's a sales pitch, if it's an investor, if it's cash flow management, if it's just vision of product and service, do what you can do versus what others can do for you. And then you're going to hire or outsource where you're weakest. You don't have to be the expert in everything, but you need to be able to recognize where you're weak and hire somebody that's better than you so you can improve the entire system. Empower your team, don't micromanage them. And then you're going to want to simplify to scale. Cut the clutter, focus on what truly works. Set a list of SMART goals. Say no to things that don't align with your vision. It's okay. You can let people go. It's okay. You don't have to do absolutely everything. Be good at one thing. And then I want you to embrace feedback and adapt. Ask for honest feedback, pivot when you need to, reevaluate your offers. Are they actually solving real problems for real customers, or have you inflated this idea on growth and expansion when it doesn't actually apply? Lastly, I want you to protect your energy. Set work boundaries, schedule rest times, build a network that supports you mentally and emotionally. You can't be the end-all be-all, but if you surround yourself with people who expect you to be the end-all be-all, it's a toxifying experience for your business, for you, your family, for your employees. When you make these shifts, everything will change. You're going to stop feeling tired and start leading with clarity. You're going to buy your time back. Your team will grow, your profits will rise. But most of all, you're going to fall back in love with your business, that passion that allowed you to grow it from the ground up. You need that. You built this company that scales and supports your life, not the one that drains it. You are the one in control. Entrepreneurial stagnation isn't going to be a life sentence for you, but it is a signal, a nudge towards a better way of operating if you can fix it. It's not more hustle, it's mindset. So which trap of these hit home for you? What's one action that you're going to take in this week to shift yourself into growth mode? Drop it in the comments. Hit like if this helped you, and subscribe for more content. Ring the bell. Don't miss what's next. And cheers to breaking free and building something bigger. I'll see you in the next one. Bye.
So here's why wealthy people don't clip coupons and what they focus on instead. Most budgeting advice is on a survival level. Cut your lattes, cancel your Netflix. But wealthy people, they focus on income control. They ask the following to themselves: can I buy back my time? Can I generate $1,000 per hour ideas? Can I delegate $10 hour tasks? It's a mindset shift from saving pennies to creating a leverage system. They don't obsess from small purchases, they obsess over compounding gains. You just don't want to cut expensive, you want to grow your income. Budget your energy, not your money. Time is your most expensive currency.
You don't need investors. You don't need funding. You just need a $10 idea that solves a real problem. So there's a guy who started with just $10 and a dream. He bought a blank greeting card from the dollar store, but instead of just reselling it, he added something unique, a short, handwritten motivational message, the kind that really hits deep. He took those cards to a local farmer's market, sold out in 2 hours, did it again and again. Then he printed custom cards with his own designs and launched an Etsy shop. From Etsy, he jumped into Shopify Shopify, ran a few small Facebook ads, and reached out to a few micro-influencers. That's when the snowball started. By the third year, he had cleared over $1.2 million. So the takeaway of this is he didn't wait for this perfect time or this big break. He tested something small, saw people's reaction, and scaled that part that ended up working. The best $1 million ideas don't start big. They start with solving one specific problem better than anybody else.
Funnels are changing. Again, make sure yours hits all three of these. Personalize fast, use dynamic text. Pre-qualify leads with one-click quizzes. Build trust before the pitch via proof or micro-content. This is the funnel trifecta for 2025. Modern funnels need modern rules. Hit that follow button.
You have about 3 seconds to save your ad, and here's how you're not going to blow it. The scrolling is going to be brutal first. If your ad starts with your logo or a slow intro, dead, gone. What works instead? First, a visual pattern that interrupts, a bold, emotional statement, then maybe a what if or did you know type of hook. Example, you're losing $100 a day and you don't even know it. The only job of your first 3 seconds is to get them to watch the next 7. If you don't hook, you don't convert. Make those 3 seconds earn their time.
You know, if people are ghosting your brand, it's probably not your price, it's your trust factor. Trust isn't built with logos or websites, it's built with consistency and proof. Ask yourself, do I post regularly? Do I show behind the scenes? Do I share real wins and share real struggles? Most brands feel too polished, too surreal. That's not trust, that's distance. Instead, make people feel like they're watching something grow. Transparency plus time equals trust. That's the formula. Don't polish your brand into something unrecognizable, but instead show the real, build the loyal. Hey everyone, Brandon here. Welcome back to another video. Let's get real for a second. We all know that consistency is the name of the game when it comes to content creation and marketing, but what they don't tell you is it can be really exhausting. Really exhausting. And today in this video, I wanted to look at what every business owner has to go through. Marketing burnout. What does it look like? Why does it hit so hard? And more importantly, how to stay consistent without losing your mind. Anyways, let's jump right in. So first, how do you know that you're burning out? A few signs that come to mind really is posting feels like a chore rather than a strategy. I mean, you're looking at the computer, you're about to hit the record button, and all you can think of is, do I really want to do this right now? Second is you're scrambling for ideas or feeling uninspired. You know, with the rise of AI and having AI kind of work for you and you're researching, it doesn't really seem like it could be a chore, but it actually can be, to try to fit together all these different scripts and all the different thumbnails, all the different parts of a marketing strategy. Sometimes it just really gets unpleasant. And then also when you start to obsessively look at your metrics, you're hoping for that next view, or you're hoping for that next call, and you feel crushed that an hour goes by, 2 hours, a whole day, and you don't even get what you're expecting to come out of a video. And then you just start to avoid marketing altogether. You know, if this sounds familiar, you're probably experiencing a little bit of marketing burnout. But why does this happen, really? Well, there's a few reasons. The first reason I would say is probably hustle culture. We've been fed this narrative that if you're not posting daily, you're failing, or if you're not getting a view daily, you're failing, or if something new isn't happening weekly or monthly, and you're just doing the same thing over and over again, it's insanity, essentially. And that just isn't good overall. Then there's also the aspect of too many platforms. Where should you post? Should it be Instagram, YouTube, TikTok, LinkedIn? I mean, there's 1,000 different places you could go, and sometimes it just gets too much for one person to plan it all out and schedule everything. And most of the time, automations don't fit every single little narrative that needs to happen to make a full strategy. 3, there's the aspect of perfectionism or even imposter syndrome, where you'll waste so many hours looking at different things to make sure that's perfect, rather than focusing on the impact of the content you're making or the marketing aspect to your ideal customer. And you end up wasting 12 hours a couple weeks at a time, 12 hours to a couple weeks at a time, trying to get things right. And in reality, nothing's going to be right the first time. You need to consistently go back and check and make modifications, 1% positive change here versus there. And eventually you make something that's worthwhile to both yourself and your audience. But then following up with the imposter syndrome, you end up with an unrealistic expectation of who you are, who you're supposed to be. And reality is, nobody goes viral overnight, obviously. A business doesn't form in weeks, it forms in months and years. And there's many different hands and many different hats that are doing one single thing to make something happen. And that lightning in a bottle aspect of virality is, sadly, it is lightning in a bottle. It is viral for all intents and purposes because it is unique, it is scalable, it's all these different things that mix together. And let's face it, 99.99% of people fail at any one thing at any given time. And so you need to realize that, and realize that that is imposter syndrome if you are expecting to be the lightning in the bottle every single time. But here's the kicker of it: burnout just doesn't make you tired, it sabotages your whole idea of your business. You become this inconsistent drone, which kills your trust between your audience, between your business, between yourself, and even other employees. And the content also drops, not content and quality of content, not just from a video standpoint, but how you execute each of the videos, or how you decide to interact with subsequent content going into the future. And this also resonates to how word of mouth, from a physical standpoint, word of mouth, if you are not consistent with it, then you end up getting lost in translation, kind of like the telephone game. And that's kind of an abstract similarity between it. But there is, the worst case scenario in the cost of burnout, and you just quit. You stop. All the momentum, everything that you've worked up to this point, it's for nothing. You've built up, 1,000 views, 2,000, maybe you even built up 10 views. Remember, 10 views is 10 people who you kind of caught. You caught them, you caught their attention, you caught their motivation to view you. Burnout happens from both sides of the aisle as well. It's not just creating content, but burnout happens in the consumption of it as well, and researching. So when you check your own stuff, and you check the analytics on the back end for not just YouTube or not just Facebook, not just LinkedIn, but you look at the back end of your entire business. Remember that it's year one person impacting 100 people or 200 or 1,000 or 100,000, depending on where you're at. And you want to position yourself and position your brain in a way that's okay. It's okay to just be 10. It's okay to just be 100. But how do you stay in this long-term strategy? How do you fight against this burnout? And there are a couple different ways that I think would be a really good situation to put yourself in. And the first would be kind of this batch automation strategy where you just load up on everything, right? So you pick 1 to 2 days and create 10, 20, 30 different pieces of content, and then you utilize automation such as like Zapier or Buffer or scheduling tools within the different platforms, and you set up a consistent long-term routine of posting from week to week, month to month, however you want to do it. And then in addition, I would also simplify. Don't focus on the fact that there's 1,000 different platforms that you could go on to. I mean, there's the 10 different versions of Facebook. There's 100 different versions of Instagram. I mean, you gotta pick a couple. Keep it small, keep it simple. Get small, get simple, and stop chasing the shiny object or shiny object syndrome for where to post your content. And then also, in addition, I know I'm loading a lot of stuff on you, so we'll keep it. This is quote unquote step 3. You want to find content within your content that can be repurposed or evergreened into the system month after month, year after year. A good way to think of this is imagine yourself as a pest control technician, and you have a brochure that you have developed that has all of your contact information, has all the various pests that you're going to deal with, highlights everything great about your business, highlights the who, what, why it matters to the customer, and you have it all in a nice little simple brochure. Well, that brochure is repurposable content year after year, season after season. That is essentially what you're going to want to figure out and find out with your own content how to make something evergreen or how to repurpose it. And this can be infographics, this can be blueprints, this can be ebooks, this can be videos that don't change. A good way to think of videos that don't change is for this content in particular, the 4 P's of marketing. Well, that's been set in stone. The 4 P's have been pretty much codified into what marketing is as a basis, as a foundation. So that's repurposable content. The 4 P's aren't going to change because I decided it was going to change. I mean, instead, utilize it and every year refresh it with something new. Make it a little bit different, maybe freshen it up a little bit, make the visuals a little bit better, but that is evergreen content. I know I'm rambling on those first couple steps, but let me get to the next couple. So you also want to set boundaries for yourself. You should decide in advance how much you want to post and realistically what you can actually manage. I know a lot of us are working people, and so I don't have 10 hours a day to look at my computers. I work as a plumber. I work as a pest control technician. I'm doing this as a hobby. So keeping that kind of mindset as a side gig, and setting a realistic boundary for yourself on how you create this content and how you put this whole system together, that's going to give you breathing room and not give you outlandish expectations to where you get bogged down that you're not meeting those week after week, month after month. And schedule your off seasons, schedule breaks in between. I mean, sadly, you're going to lose momentum, but hey, that's okay. I mean, if you keep pushing to the point that you psychologically break, then that momentum is going to mean nothing anyway. And so you have to have a breather, a season that you can say, you know what, I need 2 weeks off, because at the end of the day, this entire system can end up being a job, but not a job, because you're not getting paid to the same degree if you're doing it as a side gig. But I digress, right? Remember, marketing and content creation and this idea of virality versus quality versus money, all of this, it's an entire marathon of the entire system, including you. And you don't want the burnout of this to steal your momentum, both in your own emotions and mental capacity, but you also don't want it to steal the actual momentum within the algorithm. So tell me, what's your your #1 burnout struggle? Drop it down below and let's help each other out. Let's help the other people who comment and figure out how we all can help each other thrive in this ever-changing and ever-evolving environment. And hey, please be sure to hit that subscribe button and tune into the next video. I'll catch you next time. Bye.
Think lowering your price will help you sell more? Think again. People don't want cheap. They want clear. They want to know exactly what they're getting, how fast, and what the result will be. Confusion kills conversions more than cost. Sell clarity, not discounts. Follow for more pricing power tips.
Are you struggling to sell your product? Here's what you can do. 1. People just don't buy products, they buy transformations. Sell your outcome, the freedom, the confidence, the simplicity. Sell a better version of them, not just your widget. Follow for more sales tips that might actually work for your business.
Here's to the builders, the ones who don't wait for permission, the ones who learn at midnight, pitch at sunrise, and fail forward. They're not born with success, they build it. With duct-taped day jobs and one good idea too stubborn to die. They aren't influencers, they influence by doing. The system wasn't made for them, but they make it work anyway. You can doubt them, mock them, ignore them, but you can't stop them. Because they know, real growth starts inside. This is for them. This is Dr. Wood Recommends, where business meets real life.
Hey there, Brandon here, and I get it. You've heard the pitch all the time. Just install this one tool, push a button, and watch your business run itself. So you tried it. You spent the money, you wrestled through the setup, and now you're buried in bugs, chaos, and a million support tickets through all your various automation platforms. Well, what happened? You didn't fail. The story you sold did. Now, automation feels hard because the way that you've been told how to do it is kind of broken. People jump in trying to automate everything fast, but they don't actually understand their processes that they're automating. So they end up automating the chaos that's involved. And what do you get from that? You get no time saved. You get a team that doesn't trust the system. You get tools that don't even talk to each other. And you get a system that constantly breaks. Does that sound familiar? Well, it's not your fault. You just need a better mindset, one that actually works for what automation should be for. Forget it as this magic button idea. Automation isn't a product, it's a system you build like Lego blocks. Each of these little small pieces connect with one another until you've created something powerful. Now, this new approach is based on something that you start out small, i.e. not all at once. You connect smart tools, not giant SaaS platforms. And then you improve it over time, not having a set it and forget it mentality. Let's walk through the exact framework that could help you automate things and how you can start applying those things today. Step 1, the one-touch rule. You want to start small with one task, one win. I want you to look for something that you do every day in your business that's repetitive and follows a clear set of definable rules. An example of this could be sending a welcome email or generating a recurring report, creating folders for new clients, data entry. Instead of automating a whole workflow, pick one step in this process. Why? Because quick wins will build momentum and confidence. Imagine it like a 1% rule. If every day you increase something by 1% effectively over time, then by the end of the year, you could have 365% increase. Your team sees the value, you see the results, and everyone starts buying into this automation that you've set up for your system. Step 2, creating this Lego block method. Now pick your tools, but don't overcomplicate it. You don't need the all-in-one solution because remember, automation isn't magic. You need small tools that do one thing really well and can connect together. Enter Zapier, or maybe if this then that. These are softwares that are connectors. They help tools talk to each other without code. It's flexible, it's affordable, and you're never locked in. Then step 3, you're going to review and refine the habit itself. When you put together a Zap, for example, in Zapier, you want one Zap to create one solution for one goal, i.e., if something happens, trigger this to do this. And if you can answer that question, it's the same for if this, then that. The formula of automation, if this happens, then I want you to do this. And it's usually in a 1, 2, or 3 line item that you can automate through Zapier or through another SaaS. And ask yourself, after I set it up, is it working as expected? Is it saving me time? Is it confusing for the people that are involved in the process? If the answers to any of these are not what you expect, then you refine it. You're going to end up adding a step, tweaking a message, improving the flow, making it easier. Automation isn't the idea of this one-time job and then it's done. Instead, it's more of the thought of a living system. And with every tweak, it's going to get better, stronger, and smarter, but you can't just leave it. Let's say you're, a consultant onboarding a new client. In the old way, maybe you'll manually create a folder, maybe you'll write a welcome email, input them into the CRM, maybe even generate the invoice, book the call. Hours every single week is being dedicated through all these manual processes. In the new way, using an automation of if this, then that system, you update you want to update a card in Trello to client 1. You make that's probably a bad example, but if you envision the process as that if this then that step, and you use Trello, for example, and you wanted to move the client from cold email all the way to full sale. Well, the automation in this process, you can make steps such as auto creating for all of the nuances into the Google Drive. You can use that to then send a custom welcome email based on certain parameters for that client or within that client. You can even pre-draft an invoice through automation by linking it with another one of your CRM services like QuickBooks. And then you have a follow-up trigger where next week, based on if they respond to a certain email or based on even timing, you can book a call, pre-book. So you didn't even have to actually manually book the call, but the trigger makes it to where it automatically does so. And then from there, it can auto filter you over into a specific Slack channel. Now, each of these blocks, obviously you're not going to imagine or create all in one go, but instead it's, I have a need. You got to think of it as I have a need, and this need piles onto the other need. And if I can automate that need over time, all those needs get fulfilled and then become scalable. It's creating a powerful framework for your business. But I digress. Just to lead off, automation can't be this end-all be-all magical button. It has to be transformational. If you stop trying to do all of it at once, then it seems to build up and you don't break down when a piece of it breaks down, because you know how to build and where to build and why it doesn't function in a certain way. So remember, start small with the one-touch rule, connect the smart tools with the Lego blocks, and then keep improving with the refine and review method between you, your business, your employees, and the outer market. And this is how you create a frustration-free zone from automation. It takes away the constant stress of having to manually do all the processes that create value to you for your business. Now, you want to get started with what actual automation is? I want you to pick one repetitive task in your business that you just need to get rid of. And then I want you to come up with a simple automation, one goal to one problem, one result. Using Zapier, If This Then That, Trello, any of the automation SaaS's, software as a service. Just one. Create it, let it run for a week as a testing. Watch how that small change will unlock a certain amount of hours over time. And then I want you to come back to this video and tell me, what task are you automating? How did you do it? And if it worked out for you, you should probably like and subscribe this video for no fluff business strategies and helping you improve, just like automation, helping you improve over time. Let's simplify business, make it accessible, and help everyone else out. Till next time, see you again. Bye. Are you still manually chasing prospects by email? Automate it in under 2 minutes. First, sign up for a free plan using MailerLite or Brevo. Both let you build simple sequences. And then write an introduction, reminder with added value, and then a last chance offer, keeping it at less than 50 words each. After that, set a trigger sequence on no replies after 48 hours. Schedule a 2-day gap between each one. Done. Automate your first follow-up right now and watch your response rate climb. Subscribe for more automation shortcuts.
Here's to the builders, the ones who don't wait for permission, the ones who learn at midnight, pitch at sunrise, and fail forward. They're not born with success, they build it. With duct-taped day jobs and one good idea too stubborn to die. They aren't influencers, they influence by doing. The system wasn't made for them, but they make it work anyway. You can doubt them, mock them, ignore them, but you can't stop them. Because they know, real growth starts inside. This is for them. This is Dr. Wood Recommends, where business meets real life.
Hey everyone, Brandon here. Welcome back to another exciting video. So let's be real. Is it really possible to make money while you're not working? Like to actually step away and the business still runs, sells, serves, profit? Turns out not only is it possible, it's essential. Because guess what? 72% of entrepreneurs are burning out daily, mostly because they are the business. But the grind isn't the only way. What if your business could run like a machine that prints money even while you sleep? That's the dream, right? That's what today's video is all about. We're going to talk about building a business that works without you using a system of smart automation and a keep it simple, stupid methodology. So you probably didn't start your business to work 80 hours a week. At least I hope not. You wanted freedom, right? But now you're in a state of overwhelming. You're the operator, the manager, the customer service rep, and by God, is it probably exhausting. But here's the thing. A business that depends less on you is more scalable. It's easier to sell, and you finally get time to rest, grow, and just live. It's called buying back your time. So we're not talking about hustling harder in this system. We're talking about building a smarter system. And to make this work, there are 2 big mindset shifts that you have to do. The first one is you have to stop being the center of your business. Ask yourself, if you left for 30 days, would your business survive? Would it thrive? Or will it die? If not, it's time to shift something. The second thing is you need to document, systemize, templatize. I'm talking about writing down the key stuff that gets things done. Sales, fulfillment, customer support. These standard operating procedures are the first building blocks of freedom. So let's talk about it. Let's talk about a different system. Repetitive, following rules, something that doesn't require complex thinking of any kind and can be delegated either to a machine or to people. If it can probably be automated, we can automate it. The first thing, automating what is essentially your sales and marketing approach. This solves a few things: missed leads, cold prospecting, and then the inconsistent follow-up. There are a few tools that you can use for your email, such as ActiveCampaign. There's also HubSpot, and then you can connect it with a automation system called Zapier. What does this do, really? Well, it develops this using all three of these tools. We can nurture leads automatically while you sleep and take out the elimination of the manual processes. That's the first step of automation. That's the first sector of automation, is your sales and marketing. And I know I'm not going into the nuances about how to set up ActiveCampaign, how to set up Zapier. In this video, I'm more talking about the conceptualization of each of these things to automate, what you should focus on as a category, not the nitty-gritty of how to set up specific categories. Those are for obviously more in-depth videos or more of a follow-up to questions in each. But moving on, the second thing to automate would be our customer support. Things like Intercom, Zendesk, AI chatbots, these solve the questions that you get asked about your business, the FAQs, things that are simple and repetitive in the sense of the consumer is always asking these things and you don't want to always manually reply to these same questions. It's just, it causes a system of burnout and you end up replying less and less each time because it just feels stupid. But it is essential to creating a happy customer pipeline, fast responses, and then less stress around acquiring and keeping both new and current customers. The third thing that we should automate in your business is the fulfillment and delivery processes. It solves manual ordering, fulfillment, errors that come up with each. And what tools that are probably what you want to end up using if you're if you're a product-based organization. I don't know why that majority word came out. But if you're mostly product-based, Shopify is a really good website builder, and then the plugins that are within that is really good. It's almost phenomenal, I would say. We're talking about digital delivery systems. There's also something called Pipefy, and then Monday.com for calendar fulfillment. The results of this type of process being automated is your orders and your services get delivered without touching anything. And when you templatize it in such a way, replicating and scaling of this same process, whether it's with new employees, with new types of categories of products, anything of those natures, you can pretty much implement daily or quickly, not daily, but quickly. The last category of automation that I would recommend is something called your admin and finance automations. And I'm talking about things that require you chasing payments or manual invoicing, creating messy reports. You want things like QuickBooks, Xero, ClickUp, Stripe. Using these softwares as a service in a way to automate your administration and finance services, it creates better cash flow, less mental load, and you're not always chasing the cleaner books of the client to get a specific payment. It's all documented and it can be pulled up at a moment's notice. But these are the categories. How do you build this automation engine? And it comes down to almost only 5 steps, but conceptually it's a little bit more nuanced to that. But I'm just going to go over the overarching 5 steps for this roadmap. The first step is you're going to map your processes, document everything that you regularly do, and then sorry, my brain just did a fart. SOPs. Sorry. Yeah, your standard operating procedures equals your automation blueprint. Pick one goal of your SOPs, and each automation should only go to a specific goal and a specific process. Step 2, and why I said that in step 1, is step 2 is you want to start small. You want to pick those repetitive tasks to automate one win at a time. One automation equals one goal being completed equals one win. You stack those wins, and that creates a exponential benefit to your business over time. Step 3, I discussed several tools above that you could potentially use, but you want to find the right tools. You want to look for things that are low code or no code code that you can plug into what you currently have available. You don't want to hire a developer to do a completely brand new process, because if it can't be templatized on that end, it can't be templatized on the other end, and you have to learn something completely new for your business. Step 4, you're going to want to delegate things that can't be automated, things that require humans, teams. For each of those operating procedures, you want to train the team to specialize in this thing. An example of this would be when Ford started the assembly line. You still needed human intervention in specific spots of the assembly line because the robots and automation at the time weren't able to do those things. Imagine your business is like that assembly line. Somewhere along each of the process of your business, you're going to require a human input to either fix something or do something, or even instruct another piece of automation to get started. With that, the last step is you're going to want to monitor and optimize. Check your systems for bugs. It's almost similar to how AI can eventually hallucinate, or a copy of a copy starts to degrade over time. Automation isn't going to be your set and forget thing because of all the nuances of update within each plugin. You even have policy changes, you have legal, you have outer market shifts. Each of these things will not result in a set it and forget it system with automation. It's more of a set it, test it, improve it, constantly monitor, but not monitor constantly. Now, I digress. This isn't just a theory about automation. This works. E-commerce businesses automate full order cycles constantly. Course creators make money passively after doing all of the setup and all the automating. They then just decide to tweak every now and then with little details, but it makes money passively. Lead generation businesses scale with almost no-touch systems. Even I started small with automated welcome emails, sometimes SMS, a few bits of advertising here and there, and then massive onboarding, tasks that I felt were beneath me, such as invoicing customers manually with their own customer reports or their own time-consuming things that I felt on the back end that didn't really necessarily move the needle for my business, but it looked good. Those things were what I automated, one step at a time, and each of those allowed me to buy back time using that automation. And then I spent more time leading my team, spent more time client acquisition, and doing less of those minute nuances. And yes, eventually it gets to a point where you can just chill and let it do its thing. You don't need to automate everything overnight. Remember, you just want to start with one piece, one goal, one automation, one result. And then once you do that, watch how much smoother your business is going to run. If you like this video, please like and subscribe it. Subscribe to the channel. I don't know why I keep screwing up on this outro. And then if you disagree with my opinion, please post in comments below. I'd love to learn more about your ideas, your thoughts, your processes, and what you've experienced in the real world going through your business. Tell me about your business. And with that, I hope to see you guys in the next one. Bye.
This one habit turned into 3 income streams for me. I journaled business ideas daily. Then after 30 days, I had enough to start an ebook. I then launched the course and began a YouTube series. Daily habits compound, especially if they're involving creativity of some sort. Want more like this? Tap follow. You don't need a team to make real money. Here's a potential model for you. It's called the solo business model, and it uses a system of high-ticket digital service items. An example of this, let's talk about a dashboard designer. Uses one person, they charge potentially $500 per setup, then they do 2 steps a week. Man, that's over 50 grand a year. Then they turn around, they add $100 in coaching options for those same clients. Bam, recurring revenue. Now you end up scaling without hiring anybody. Pick a specialized skill, product size it, layer it with recurring offer systems. You don't need a team to grow. You need leverage versus the outer market. you're spending money on ads without this system, you're probably burning cash. Before you run any ad, I need you to do the following 3 things. 1. Create a validated offer. 2. Find a warm audience. And then 3. Have a retargeting plan in place. Cold audiences are the most expensive places to learn. Run the organic list first and then get DM feedback. Then build a custom audience from videos, views, or site visits. Ads amplify what works, they don't fix what doesn't. Start small, test small, scale once it converts. Do you want to double your ad returns? Here's how lookalike audiences do the trick. 1. Export your top spending customers as a CSV and then upload Facebook Business Manager. 2. Select 1% similarity in your target country. That gives you the cream of the crop for that specific list. And then 3. Add one adjacent interest like small business owner to focus the lookalike. Launch that campaign today and track the cost per acquisition next week. Follow for more ad hacks. Here's a psychology trick that made one of my students go from 2 sales to 200 with the same product, same audience, but one little change. He added a premium tier. The basic was $49, the premium was $149. Guess what? 60% bought the premium. Why? People associate a higher price with a higher value, especially if you include a sense of exclusivity, access, or speed. It also makes the $49 feel like a bargain. Anchor your pricing with a high-ticket version, and then even if most don't buy, they'll still convert more. People don't buy price, they buy perceived value. Frame your system right.
Discounting can destroy your brand unless you do it like this. Only discount for 3 reasons: urgency, exclusivity, or loyalty. Otherwise, double the price and add value, like a bonus or support call. Make it feel premium, not desperate. Discounts aren't evil, but use them with strategy. Hit follow.
Offering discounts might get you sales now, but here's what it's potentially costing you. Discounting trains the customers to wait for the next sale. It erodes your perceived value. Instead, do the following. Offer bonuses, not discounts. Add urgency and scarcity on time. Bundle higher value items. This way, you raise conversions without lowering price. Don't race to the bottom, build value to the top. Discounts might get their attention, but value builds loyalty. sales? Should we use SEO? Should we use social media? Brandon, how do I bring in more individuals using either of these to get me more sales? And so today I wanted to, well, in this video specifically, I wanted to discuss SEO and social media. Hey everyone, welcome back. Brandon here. That's all I hear every day from every single client, every single business. How do we get more sales? Should we use SEO? Should we use social media? Brandon, how do I bring in more individuals using either of these to get me more sales? And so today I wanted to discuss SEO and social media and which one actually brings in more sales. Well, the long and the short of it is going to be, it depends on the time in the market that your business has actually been. So if you are a 5-year-old business who has been doing SEO religiously, you probably see more organic traffic. And over time, this organic traffic has been kind of molding itself into being your ideal audience because Google's algorithm says, hey, this type of individual comes and visits your store based on this keyword or this theme. And so over time, you end up having a more solid base, which, you know, could translate to sales if you're selling a product or a service, if you're not just a blog that's spouting opinions, kind of like what I'm doing. But then you have the other side of the coin where social media. How are you using social media, and is that going to bring you more business? And the answer also is yes. Which one brings more sales? If I came in as a brand new business and I said, hey, I have $500 a month, I need to spend it to make sales, to make sure my business doesn't go out of business. Should I do social media? Should I do SEO? I would look at them and say, duh, social media. Why would you spend $500 of your last $500 on something that's going to take 6 months to a year to actually see anything? And so for a business who just came into the market, social media is going to be your best bet to either get even organic growth, paid marketing growth. You're looking at social media. So Facebook spouts like I don't even know how many accounts they spout out this last quarter, but they have an abundance of accounts across the entire globe. And you get to essentially for free, you get to leverage this reach in various ways. You have Facebook groups, you have Facebook Reels, you have organic posts, you have friends. You could end up friending 5,000 people. I don't even remember the cap, but I think it's 5,000. You invite 5,000 friends and you get 5,000 friends, and you tell them through a post, hey, my business is doing insert here for sale. And then that's going to drive more sales than SEO. So it definitely depends on what you're leveraging as a channel to get the goal of sales. I mean, because each business is different, each perspective is different, and the way that you convey your business to the outer market, you might not resonate with your audience well over social media. Let's say gambling. If your business is a gambling casino, or hell, you have adult content sites, those are not going to be good for social media, and those aren't going to bring you any sales, obviously, through social media. SEO is going to be your best bet for those types of businesses. So the raw question of which one brings in more sales definitely comes down to the it depends answer. I, as a cause marketer, a strategist, somebody who has utilized social media for its entirety and has been through the ebb and flow of each of the new advertising methodologies, I always recommend social media as a push marketing strategy to businesses that are primarily product or primarily have a cause or a goal that's beyond the sales itself. Consumers don't like it when they are inundated with sales, or discount. The oversaturation of these things hitting them in the face after day, they become numb to it, and you end up losing people if you are doing that type of strategy using social media. But on the other hand, if you are building a community or you are offering something that is beyond the sales itself, and you utilize the promotion as a secondary tool, like, hey, we are going to be donating our time to, let's say, Habitat for Humanity. Check us out here, see what we're doing, and you live stream you as a business and your employees helping out with Habitat for Humanity and not the sales itself. So you establish this sense of transparency, this sense of trust, the sense of we are not in this business as just to make the sale or just to be the business. We are trying to build a community. We are trying to build and improve upon the things that are around us. And that gives you credibility, that gives you trust in the people that are around you, and that's going to establish even more sales over time than what SEO is going to get you. Because what happens with SEO is it's a direct result, right? Somebody searches something and they find your business through SEO. They go to your site, they make the sale or transaction. It's a done deal, right? But if you leverage social media as a way to community build, your community will inevitably market for you through word of mouth, through goodwill, through the idea of, I'm putting my money in this business because this business is doing good to this degree for my community. And it's not this fake altruism that you'll find with other businesses that leverage this idea, right? A good example of fake altruism would definitely be the FTX scandal, where Sam Altman, or no, not Sam Altman. What was the name? Oh man, I already forgot his name. Sam Bankman-Fried, there we go. Marketed himself as an altruist billionaire, and that fell through because it was a sense of fake altruism. And the fact that he promoted it became this, it's basically, look at me, I'm an angel, and therefore give me money. That cause and effect is not what we want when a business is trying to actually make sales through altruism and community building. Your cause needs to be the primary focus of your business, and that is going to translate eventually to sales through goodwill, through these things. But if you use fake altruism and you basically position yourself to where once that veil is lifted and everybody realizes, oh, they're only in it for money, the business is only in it for money, and this altruism was only an act, your audience is further alienated from you, and you will lose reputation, you will lose pretty much anything in your business will just decay. It's like a slow decay. A lot of people talk about crashing out, and a business doing fake altruism doesn't necessarily crash out, but they decay, where your audience, it's a downward spiral situation. Your audience doesn't like fake altruism because they feel personally slighted by your actions in fake altruism, and therefore your audience is going to be poisoned and they'll decay, and eventually you won't be able to grow or make sales because nobody believes you, nobody trusts in what you say. Your product could be the best quality in the world, but hey, you've slighted me in the past, why would I give you the time of day now? So back to the primary question of SEO versus social media and which one's better. Sorry for the rambling. Both would be really good for a business that has been established but for 3 to 5 years equally, but in terms of long-term only, SEO is going to be your best bet because it's essentially free after the long term, because it builds off of itself essentially. You don't necessarily need a dedicated team to do SEO. You could do other things, and eventually your keywords and your word of mouth and all of the mentions from tertiary people and tertiary companies will eventually grow your SEO. But if you want faster SEO, obviously you're going to build a team out for that. For explosive growth, leveraging social media is going to be your best bet. Thanks everyone. Please like, subscribe, comment below, challenge my ideas. I would love to hear what you guys think about SEO versus social media. Which one do you believe brings in more sales, and what have you experienced in your own entrepreneurial journey, and which one will actually help? Any quote-unquote social proof you can provide for other people reading the comments would definitely help everybody grow, and that's what I'm here for, is helping everybody grow together. Share, like, subscribe, like I said. I hope to see you guys in the next one. I appreciate your time. Bye. Hey everyone, welcome to another video in this series. I wanted to talk to you guys a little bit about traditional marketing versus digital marketing and why a lot of people think traditional marketing is dead. But first, let's classify what digital media and traditional marketing is. So digital media, digital marketing refers to after the internet was created. So basically Web 2.0, the rise of things like search engines, the rise of social media, all of that. A consumer interacts with you strictly online and has no capability for a brick and mortar situation. That ends up being classified as a digital marketing medium and digital marketing as a whole. So traditional media, you got to think of traditional such as pre-internet, not traditional as in traditional to culture, tradition to anything but more, just tradition as not even Web 1.0, but pre-web, pre-internet. So you're thinking of things like radio, billboards, brochures, word of mouth, email is still classified closer to digital marketing. And what gives people the notion of digital marketing taking over to the sense of nobody is going to use traditional marketing? And I think it's because a lot of people believe that with the evolution of technology, we don't necessarily need brochures anymore. We don't need, because of cost, because of the setup process, because of the actual eyes on it. There is a downtrend in traditional marketing, but it's not necessarily dead still. If we look at the pie chart here, it takes up a great deal eyes still, and even advertisers continually market to traditional media because not every generation is affected the same way. Not every person is going to resonate with digital marketing as well. You look at trends around Facebook marketing and how older generations, as in the extreme, so older generations are leaning closer to social media as it gets older with age. The adoption process for the older generations are a lot slower, and at that same time, younger generations swap over to new marketing mediums such as, well, Snapchat's starting to get a little old, but TikTok is the closest to the newest younger generation trend in digital media. And there's the apprehension for a lot of individuals that are steering away from digital marketing and having to rely on the traditional ways because of the authenticity around it, with clickbait titles, with businesses that don't actually exist, with the rise of scam marketing and just there's fake altruism. There is just a myriad of different things that individuals don't trust digital medias to the same degree as they would for traditional media. As I said, there is a decline in the sense of traditional marketing, but it's not dead, right? So there's still opportunity for you as a business to go and do those quote-unquote offline measures of marketing. So let's say you own a lawn mowing service. You still have opportunities of networking through brochures, through radio, through billboard. I mean, you would have just as much success doing a community outreach program with brochures or print off ads or even business cards as you would with the amount of dollars spent on digital marketing mediums. I keep transitioning between media and mediums, but they're basically adverts. So anytime you see an advertisement, that is an advertisement through social media or an advertisement through Google search, anything like that's what I'm talking about when I say digital mediums or media. And so you still have the access to be able to get other consumers that aren't chronically online. And the big for social media as a new marketing method was due to the sheer reach that people could do. And when they posted on Facebook, you can reach an audience across the world. You can reach audiences in the next state over, but that doesn't necessarily translate over to revenue, right? So if you own a physical store, your online presence only helps when you're targeting or you have your local community that are seeing those advertisements. As the trend of annoyance in online advertising, like I said before, with scamming and all these other things, there is going to be less opportunity for your community to actually want to view your adverts online. They're going to go online and see you for like coupons or sales or maybe new items and garner interest, but the ready, willing, and able people who view your brochure are more likely because of that established trust, the established authenticity of your business. And so you definitely want to use a healthy blend when managing cash flows or looking at your overall marketing strategy to leverage traditional marketing in the sense of there's going to be opportunity. You will find people who are ready, willing, and able to purchase that product just because they saw your billboard or just because they read your brochure or just because they heard you on the radio. So definitely don't discount it in your future marketing strategies. All right. Thanks everybody for tuning into this video. And I hope you like, subscribe, and share. If you found this interesting and would like to continue listening, come back. I'm going to be posting videos daily, if not multiple times a day, going over various topics such as marketing, management. I got finance, I got accounting, entrepreneurship in general. And I just want to help everybody improve their knowledge and hopefully help you make a little bit of money on the side. Till next time, bye.
Morning, everybody. Brandon here. Just wanted to talk to you guys a little bit this morning as I had my coffee. I was reading an article. The article was about all the various email marketing strategies. And one topic of conversation that came up in the article was the question, is cold email marketing still effective or is it just spam? And I wanted to talk to you guys a little bit today about that and what my thoughts are involving that specific thing. So, cold email marketing, still effective. The long and the short of it, to me, again, this is anecdotal opinions, but I believe that cold email marketing is terrible for industries that have already been oversaturated with that type of thing. So if you are like me and you get thousands of emails over, each month, and you can kind of go through the pattern of, okay, I get spam email from health insurance, I get spam email from auto insurance, I get spam email from all these industries where I have accidentally, or maybe they've scraped my data off of whomever, and they've shared data between all these different data brokers. But the industries that do that type of thing and do outreach 10, 15 times a day to a single person, I think cold email marketing, from a consumer standpoint, we have been so inundated with that and we've desensitized ourselves to that exact thing. So every time I get an email personally, and I can recognize off of the title whether it's going to be spam of some sort or it's going to show me an offer. I mean, credit cards are the worst. I get emails and I get mail from a credit card saying, we have an offer for you. And then they'll insert some random number and they'll put it in a professional or a government style envelope and send it to you. And that's just crazy. I don't understand why they can't make it a standard envelope so I don't get it and expect the IRS, or expect a government document that says, oh, you're here for jury duty, or insert anything here. My heart races a little bit every single time I get one of these from what's essentially spam email and spam mail. And so I think from those sides of the industries, cold email marketing is not effective anymore, unless you're looking at it from a law of big numbers stance. So if I buy from a data broker a certain amount of emails, and I then in turn email however many people, and one person out of 1,000, for example, generates me $150, and I bought that list for $149. Well, essentially I made $1 on that, regardless, because I have no morals or ethics in this scenario. I get to spam 100,000 people and I will make $1,000 or an extra percent here or there. And the law of big numbers says that this is still a profitable business from that standpoint. But if you're looking for something like customer retention, or you're looking at quality customers versus spamming the individual, your best bet is not going to be cold email marketing in these industries. That's despite, I'm not even talking about the moral and ethical implications. You're talking about buying a list from a third party who, illegally scraped person's data off of whatever website here that did not agree to any TCPA compliance or cookies or anything like that. And they sell the data and basically pawn off the responsibility of legality. So you have that implication. And then you just have the ethical and moral implications of, hey, I'm blasting all these people with no real intent, and basically if my collection of businesses here spam everybody, I get an extra $1, but now all those people have to sift through and have to deal with all of the potential phishing and the potential scams that end up happening. If you're a senior, you're more likely to get hit with one of these blast, or a scammer can email you at just the right time where you're clicking through trying to delete emails and you just happen to open the wrong one because they've kind of eked their way in under this email blast. And so just the long and the short of it, my opinion, is cold email marketing is not effective for any type of industry that has already spammed the public to the nth degree for the past 20 years, ever since email marketing has started. But there's a caveat. So if we go over to cold email marketing for something like, let's say, a church knows their audience and kind of has a understanding about what resonates with their patrons, right? So if I, as a church, develop a cold email marketing strategy around gathering new members using the behaviors of the current members, because it is not a known spam industry, or it's less likely to be filled with spam or with scams or anything like that, I think the likelihood of cold email marketing strategy in this would be more valuable to that industry. If we take another industry, such as, what would be a good one? Any services really that's more of a home service, I think has more credibility to cold email marketing. If I was to look at solar installers, for example, most solar installers are profitable based on they buy their panels at wholesale, they install for a discount to the consumer, and then they make a profit off of what they are able to sell back to the grid, and sell essentially split profits between the homeowner and the solar installer itself. So I don't know what the rate is for gigawatt hour or kilowatt hours is in a particular industry or a particular area, but when you use email marketing and you can send out one email essentially for 2 cents, and your likelihood of conversion rate on a person giving you a call for a quote, or maybe somebody who actually converts through an email at a rate of 1 out of every 10, because you're sending something that's more trustworthy for the audience itself, then you get into that situation where, okay, I only need to send 50, let's just say 50, for example, 50 cold emails for 2 cents a piece, and then turn around and out of every 50 emails, I get 2 to 3 phone calls. Well, I, as the solar installer, say 1 out of every 3 phone calls ends up being a $2,000 solar installation over the lifetime value of 12 months. Well, then the margins are just there. It just makes sense. You have the high trust factor, you have the reliability of the industry, you have the longevity of the service itself, and then coming back to the actual conversation of cold email being effective. I don't know about you, but a 99x ROI on an email, essentially a cold email in your area for your service, targeting your specific audience, it makes sense from a business perspective. It makes just as much sense as the law of big numbers for the terrible side of cold email marketing, but you don't have the moral and ethical dilemmas that come with the solar installer, for example. So yeah, thanks guys for listening. If you like this video, please check out some of the other ones, and please like, share, subscribe, do all those doohickeys, and comments, questions, or concerns. Challenge my thoughts, challenge my opinions below. I would love to hear your comments, and tune in for the next one. I'll see you soon. Hey guys, Brandon here. Welcome back to another video. I've been thinking about influencer marketing lately, and I'm just curious on what the future of influencer marketing is now that AI has become such an abundant use in our life, and I wanted to discuss a little bit about that. So on one hand, AI has done some wonderful things for marketing, right? It has allowed for automation to the nth degree, and it has also allowed creatives to be able to utilize their personality and mold a profile of that within AI to then create new things based on their own content, right? Content being artists. We have people who are telling AI, hey, take this collection of art, create something new based on this style, based on this color scheme. We have people who are taking AI and using an AI profile to replicate their own personalities into creating YouTube videos. Or I had this person I knew a couple days ago who was using an AI model to recreate his own personality, and then he stuffed it into a puppet and stuck that puppet in front of a Zoom meeting call with investors. And whenever an investor asked, so insert name here, how do you feel about this, and this, he would have the puppet respond, and the puppet's mouth moved, and the whole idea of it was a joke, and it was funny, but it showed the complexity and new things that are being created with AI as a way to market different things. And I think the future of influencer marketing, right? I think it's going to be a combination of things based on what each generation is used to, right? So older generations are easily fooled, but also value certain things that I don't think AI can fully integrate right now, in terms of the nuanced complexity for facial expressions, or there's the soul that is shown when you enter a conversation with somebody and you have a eye-to-eye conversation. You can kind of feel the passion, feel the soul that comes with that I don't think AI is close enough to replicate in influencer marketing. But on the flip side of that, you have a generation, Gen Z and millennials, for example, have gotten so used to AI marketing and AI influencers that it kind of makes no difference. The content itself becomes the focal point, not who is actually talking about it. And we see this with podcasts, for example, where you have somebody who's just a disembodied voice that's speaking into the ether that people are listening to, and they're hanging on every word.
because of certain things, or it resonates with that audience in such a way. But there are also downsides that people don't like, the inauthenticity of it or the lack of humanity behind it, that it turns people off. Some groups of individuals would rather the stumbling in the voice or the cracking or the authenticity of the person looking not directly at the camera but off in the distance. And so I think there's eventually going to be a healthy mix due to the market that is going to be, I wouldn't even say 50-50. It's probably going to be an abundance of AI, simply because the ease of access to create those AI personas and the AI influencers. But I think that is going to represent a large volume but low quality, where there's so much of it that not enough subscribers or not enough people actually believe those things. But then you're going to have the people who swap back over to the authenticity, and those are the influencers that are going to create the quality of audience and the people who are going to create believability for the consumer itself. I think an apt comparison of this could be the introduction of email as a communication medium. So phones came before email, and everybody would talk the landline, and that was the primary mode of communication. But as soon as email was introduced, you saw an exponential increase in communication in email, where it was like, I don't want to talk to you on the phone, email. And then that rise, eventually we swap over to text, and now less email. I think the ebb and flow of that is going to resonate and kind of show the parallel on how I believe this AI influencer situation is going to be, where it's a rise of the new thing, but then over time we start to pull back to the old thing, because the old thing is more comfortable. It's kind of dumbed down in the sense of, it's a good way to think of it too is emails. There was a rise of email scams to such a degree because of the ease of access, that now people are kind of pulling back from email and going back to the phone, to texting and to calling itself, and refusing to look at email because they've been inundated with spam or inundated with 15 emails getting hit at once, and you have to go through, and all the subscriber lists that you end up on, you have just after email, and nobody wants to pay attention to those things anymore. So they've reverted to the, if it's important, you will call me. If it is important, you will text me. You will figure out a way to directly contact me in such a way that I don't ever have to really look at my email unless I want to. I think that's where we're leaning towards eventually. I think it's going to split again into multiple different parties caring about and resonating with the different things. Tribalism, essentially, with AI influencer marketing. And I think that's all I got to say on the AI influencer marketing. Do I recommend doing it for your business? No, absolutely not. I think that once you go down that rabbit hole of replacing things with so much AI, I think you will maximize margins, but your audience will kind of plateau. Your business will plateau. This is strictly for certain types of businesses. There is fast food as an example of utilizing AI to help improve, and that could be with supply chain, that could be with really anything. But I'm talking about specifically AI in relation to influencer marketing for your business. I think once you go down the route of AI influencer marketing, you can't steer away from it, because you've basically lost the plot of, everybody knows that once they see this in relation to your business, it is inauthentic, inorganic. I don't trust what you are selling. And I think, like I said, going down that rabbit hole is just not going to be the best idea for your business. And that's all I got to say about that. You guys like this video? Please like, subscribe, share. If you have any comments, questions, or concerns, please comment below and challenge my ideas. Let's talk about it. Let's see if there's a way to improve both of our knowledge at the same time. Thanks. I'll see you guys in the next one. Bye. Business model that is guaranteed to fail. What if I told you that most of the business advice you hear is actually a blueprint for failure? It's not about a bad market or a string of bad luck. It's a broken model, a financial death sentence that countless entrepreneurs walk straight into, and they do it willingly. The internet is absolutely flooded with gurus selling the dream, right? The 4-hour work week, passive income, explosive, overnight growth. They all tell you to move fast, scale at all costs, and chase those big, impressive-looking numbers. But here's what they conveniently leave out. That advice is built on a foundation of sand. They're handing you the keys to a slick-looking car that has no engine and telling you to hit the gas. In this video, we're going to dissect that flawed model piece by piece. I'm not talking about small mistakes or rookie errors. I'm talking about a deep structural rot that guarantees failure before you even make your first dollar. We're going to expose this blueprint, and I'll show you exactly how to avoid becoming its next victim. Section 1, the Mirage Model, a blueprint for disaster. So what is this business model that's practically guaranteed to fail? I call it the Mirage Model. From a distance, it looks amazing. It shimmers with the promise of crazy growth, huge user numbers, and headlines about venture capital funding. It's the model that gets all the praise in tech articles and flashy Instagram posts. You see those hockey stick growth charts. You hear about massive valuations and you think, that's it, that's what I have to do. The Mirage model is so seductive because it's all about the appearance of success, not the substance of a healthy business. It tells you that as long as revenue is climbing, you're winning. It whispers in your ear, don't worry about profit, you can figure that out later. Just grab the market share first. But it's an illusion. It's a trap. This model is built on a handful of fatal flaws that, when you put them together, create a perfect storm for total financial collapse. It's not a question of if it will fail, but when. And the worst part, by the time most people realize they're following this broken plan, it's already too late. The money's gone, their passion is completely burned out, and they're left staring at the wreckage, wondering what on earth went wrong. Today, we're pulling back the curtain on this mirage. Let's start with its most deadly feature. Section 2, fatal flaw number 1, the scale to zero principle. The most deceptive and destructive part of the Mirage model is something called negative unit economics. It sounds a little technical, but the idea behind it is dangerously ridiculously simple. Every single time you sell your product or serve a customer, you lose money. You are literally selling dollar bills for 90 cents. Now, your first reaction is probably, that's insane. Who would ever do that? The answer? Thousands of startups, and a lot of them don't even realize they're doing it. Nothing creates the illusion of success quite like negative unit economics, because of course you can grow incredibly fast when you're basically paying people to take your product. Here's how it happens. Let's say you run an e-commerce store and you sell a t-shirt for $25. Sounds okay, but then you start adding up the real costs. The shirt itself costs you $10, shipping and the box cost $8. The credit card company takes a $1 fee, and the big one, the cost to get that customer to your site with online ads, your customer acquisition cost is $12. So let's break that down. You brought in $25, but your costs were $10 plus $8 plus $1 plus $12. That's $31. You just lost $6 on that sale. The Mirage model tells you not to panic. It says, don't worry, we'll make it up in volume. But that's a mathematical impossibility. If you lose $6 on one sale, you'll lose $6,000 on 1,000 sales. Scaling the business doesn't fix the hole, it just makes the hole bigger, faster. You're not scaling to success, you're accelerating toward bankruptcy. We saw this play out with countless food delivery startups that burned through billions. They were so obsessed with growth that they subsidized every delivery, hoping to figure out the math later. Many never did. Companies like Blue Apron and MoviePass are classic examples of businesses that were punished by the market because you can't escape bad unit economics. The business bleeds money with every single transaction, and the faster it grows, the faster it bleeds out. Section 3. Fatal flaw number 2, the illusion of value. The second fatal flaw is building something that doesn't solve a real problem. This is the cornerstone of failure. A recent study found that the number one reason startups fail in 42% of cases is because there's no market need. They built a product that nobody actually wanted. This is what happens when an entrepreneur falls in love with their own clever idea without ever stopping to ask, does anyone actually need this? They build a solution that's looking for a problem. A classic, almost unbelievable example was a company from the dot-com bubble called Flues.com. Their big idea was to create an online-only currency called Flues. You could buy it and send it to people as a gift. The problem? Nobody needed it. Credit cards and, regular money already worked just fine online. The company had no real value proposition, burned through an estimated $50 million, and collapsed. You see this mistake repeated every single day. Someone launches a generic dropshipping store selling the exact same plastic junk as 1,000 other stores with no unique brand or angle. That's not a business. That's just noise. Someone builds a super specific app that solves a problem only they seem to have, without ever checking if anyone else shares that pain. If your business doesn't start with what the customer actually needs, it's going to fail. It is always easier to satisfy an existing demand than it is to create one out of thin air. Without a genuine value proposition, you have no foundation. You're just another voice in a very crowded room. Section 4. Fatal flaw number 3. The golden goose gamble. The third flaw is being totally dependent on one thing. This could be one product, one big client, one supplier, or one marketing channel. It's like building a beautiful, massive castle on top of a single skinny pillar. The second that pillar cracks, the whole thing comes crashing down. One of the most famous examples of this was the Sharper Image. For years, their business was basically held up by one hero product, the Ionic Breeze air purifier. It was their golden goose. But then, reports came out questioning if the product even worked or was safe. Sales cratered, and because the company hadn't bothered to innovate or diversify, they had nothing else to fall back on. The death of that one product led them straight into bankruptcy. This happens constantly. An e-commerce store relies 100% on Facebook ads. Then an algorithm change hits overnight, their ad costs double, and their business vanishes. A consultant builds their entire practice around one massive client that makes up 80% of their revenue. The moment that client ends the contract, the consultant's business is gone. A business built on a single point of failure isn't a business, it's a gamble. And in the long run, the house always wins. Real, sustainable companies are built on diversification and resilience, not on hoping one golden goose will lay eggs forever. Section 5. The turning point, the inevitable collapse. So now, you've got a business that's losing money on every sale, solving a problem nobody really has, and is completely reliant on one fragile source of success. This is the Mirage model in all its terrifying glory. And this is where the death spiral begins. The founder, blinded by misleading vanity metrics like website visits or email email signups just keeps pouring money into the machine. They think the problem is that they aren't growing fast enough. So they go out and raise more money. Or even worse, they drain their own life savings. They hire more staff. They expand into new markets. But all they're doing is pouring gasoline on a fire. The losses pile up. The pressure becomes unbearable. The founder is now working 80-hour weeks, not to build a business, but just to manage its demolition in slow motion. Cash flow becomes a constant crushing weight. An estimated 82% of small businesses that fail do so because of cash flow problems. That isn't just a number. It's the painful day-to-day reality for anyone trapped in this model. This is the catastrophic yet completely predictable end of the road. It's a path that doesn't just lead to a tough spot, it leads directly off a cliff. The passion you started with curdles into desperation. The dream becomes a nightmare. This isn't just a business failure, it's a recipe for personal and financial ruin. The sustainable success blueprint, the solution. So, how do you avoid this? You have to deliberately build the exact opposite of the Mirage model. You build a business on what I call the sustainable success blueprint. Look, it isn't as sexy. It won't always give you those viral growth charts, but it will give you something infinitely more valuable, a business that can actually survive. Here are its core principles, the direct inverse of the flaws we just tore apart. First, instead of negative unit economics, you obsess over positive unit economics. From day one, you have to know exactly what it costs you to land a customer and deliver your product, and you have to make sure you're charging more than that. Profit isn't an afterthought. It's the lifeblood of your business from the very beginning. Second, instead of an illusion of value, you build on a validated value proposition. You don't assume people want what you're selling. You prove it. You talk to potential customers before you spend a dime building anything. You do the research. You find a real painful problem and you offer a clear, powerful solution. Your goal isn't just to make a sale, it's to solve a problem so well that your customers turn into your best marketers. Third, instead of the golden goose gamble, you pursue strategic diversification. This doesn't mean you have to do 100 different things at once. It means you intelligently build resilience into your business. You develop multiple ways to reach customers. Over time, you build out a range of products or services. You make sure that no single client or supplier can hold your entire company hostage. This is how you build a real, sustainable, and ultimately successful business. It takes discipline, patience, and a relentless focus on the fundamentals. So, you have a choice. You can chase the shimmering promise of the Mirage model, built on losing money, solving fake problems, and betting the farm on one single thing. It's a path of flashy, hollow growth that almost always ends in a spectacular crash. Or you can choose the sustainable success blueprint, a path built on profit, real customer value, and strategic strength. It might be a slower climb, but you'll be climbing on solid rock, heading to a peak you can actually stand on. The choice seems obvious, but every single day, talented entrepreneurs get lured down the wrong path by terrible advice and the intoxicating drug of vanity metrics. Don't be one of them. Build something real. Build something that lasts. If you're serious about avoiding these traps and want to build your business on the right foundation, I've put together a video on the 5 core metrics of a healthy business that shows you exactly what you should be tracking. Click the link on the screen to watch it now. Thanks for watching, and don't forget to subscribe for more no BS advice on building a business that actually works.
Most small businesses don't go broke from slow sales. They go broke from this one silent killer. It's called cash flow timing. Not lack of revenue. You can land a $10,000 project, and that's great. The client pays net 30. Meanwhile, rent, software, freelancers are all going to be due now. Your profitable on paper, but broke in reality. So to fix this, you want to start charging a deposit up front, maybe around 50%, offering fast payouts and fast discounts. Then I want you to use invoice software to make it auto. Revenue is vanity, cash flow is survival. If your money isn't flowing, your business isn't growing. Fix your timing or get crushed.
So as a small business coming up, I would recommend anywhere between a 40-60 split to an 80-20 split. Now, for the 80-20 split, first year, I would say 80% of all of your marketing should go towards paid marketing to establish yourself, to get those customers, to know your audience base. And I mean, it's going to be the biggest sunk cost, not even sunk cost, but it's just going to be your operational cost in marketing going through this paid for the first year. But after your first year, if you're simultaneously doing organic marketing, both channels are going to grow together and build your business upwards.
Here's to the builders, the ones who don't wait for permission, the ones who learn at midnight, pitch at sunrise, and fail forward. They're not born with success, they build it. With duct-taped day jobs and one good idea too stubborn to die. They aren't influencers, they influence by doing. The system wasn't made for them, but they make it work anyway. You can doubt them, mock them, ignore them, but you can't stop them. Because they know, real growth starts inside. This is for them. This is Dr. Wood Recommends, where business meets real life.
Hey everyone, Brandon here. Welcome back to another video. In today's video, I want to talk about understanding your product before it falls off, before it dies, before your business explodes. I just want to convey a hard truth. 90% of startups fail. And one of the biggest reasons is because they build something that nobody actually wants. Imagine spending months, years on your big idea only to launch and hear nothing. Absolute crickets. That silence, that's the sound of your dream dying. Not because you didn't work hard, but because you didn't validate it early. Most new founders fall in love with the idea before understanding who it's really for or what real-world problem that it will solve. That's where dreams go to die. Not because your idea was bad, but because you skipped foundational understanding of the market. But here's the good news. You can avoid that fate. If you take the time early to understand your product, your customer, and the problem that you're actually solving, you give your business the best shot at real success. So let's talk about how to do that. First step, why the early validation matters. If you skip this step, here's what's going to end up happening. You're going to build the features that no one uses. You're going to waste time and money chasing the wrong thing. You're going to miss the mark for marketing. Your competitors will end up outrunning you. And ultimately, your idea fails because there was no real demand based on this perceptual idea that you had for this product or service. Build it and they will come. Common phrase. But that's kind of a myth. The real mindset around that is understand them, then build it. So let's break this down into a 5-step game plan. Step 1, know your market like a pro. You want to answer questions like who are your customers and what do they struggle with? You want to study your competition. What's working? What's missing? Talk to real people. I'm talking surveys, interviews, conversations. You want to validate your assumptions. Will they pay to solve this problem? This isn't a one and done. It's an ongoing rinse, repeat, hone in. You want to stay curious. You want to probe every new idea that comes in as kind of a runoff of your current product or service. The second step, you're going to want to define and test your value proposition. What problem are you solving and why are you better than any substitute? Use tools like Business Model Canvas to map it out. Don't just guess, test it. Show different messages and see what people will actually respond to. If your value isn't clear within the first 5 to 8 seconds, it's probably too complicated. After that, you're going to want to build a minimum viable product. An MVP isn't a rush product. It's the simplest version that solves the core problem. Keep it simple. Cut the fluff. Focus on delivering just one clear value. And then you're going to want to launch it into a small group of early adopters. Learn before you scale. It's not about getting rich on day one. It's about getting real feedback to snowball into an actual business. And then in step 4, you're going to use that feedback to improve. This is where the fun begins. You're going to gather feedback on what works, what's confusing about it, what's missing. Iterate quickly and then build, test, and improve upon it. And if needed, you're going to want to pivot. Now, understand that pivoting and going away from your idealistic version of your product, that's not failure, it's growth based on evidence. And this cycle is where average ideas become great ones through that innovation and pivoting process. And then the last step is setting a clear strategy and measuring it. Define your product vision and set SMART goals. Create a roadmap for, what's next, what matters most, where do I see myself in 5 years? And then you're going to want to track those key metrics: usage of the product, engagement upon the product, conversion, which could be sales, could be overall goals, and then retention of your most valuable customers. You don't want to just build, you want to measure what matters and then let the data guide your moves into the future. Now again, early feedback will probably be brutal. But the truth about it, failure isn't going to be your enemy. Guessing at what's going to work will be. When you adopt a growth mindset, every mistake is your potential lesson. Using pre-mortem questions, where you ask what could go wrong before it actually does. Kind of anticipate what your biggest pain point of yourself in relation to your product is before the customer can point that out to you. Move fast, test fast, and then learn fast. And then you should probably normalize your failure. It's part of the process, it's part of the growth, but it's not the end. Successful founders didn't avoid their failures. They ended up using it to shape their process, their understanding, the nuance of their products or services, and develop something better. So what's at stake if you don't do these things? If you ignore them, the cost is going to be something like burned out energy, bad bank account, product that nobody wants, and the dream that you had will never really take off. But if you do the work, you end up lowering your risk, you use your time and money wisely, and creating compounding effect of successes. You build something that people will actually want, and then you stay focused, confident, and clear without bogging yourself down into the what ifs. Early understanding is going to be your dream's best insurance policy. So, what's one step from today's video that you're going to apply into your next business? Will you talk to your potential customer, rework your value proposition, build that MVP? Let me know in the comments. I'd love to hear more about your journey. And if this helped, hit that like button, subscribe, and stay tuned for more practical tools and hopefully help you build your business. I get it. Starting a business is exciting, but don't let that passion and that shiny object syndrome blind you to the truth. You want to validate early, listen hard, build real world insight, and treat every misstep as this guidepost to your future, not a graveyard to your business. Now, go build something that matters. And until next time, I'll see you again. Bye.
You know, the 80-20 rule could probably save your business. You're probably misusing it. It means that 80% of your results come from just 20% of your efforts. But most people keep doing the other 80% and become time wasters. Identify your top performing offers, ads, or habits, then double down. Want more productivity hacks? Hit the follow. Most business plans are useless. Here's why. They're based on guesses, not proof. Instead, test your idea. Sell one version. Get feedback. Iterate fast. Lean beats long. Real market feedback beats perfect theory. Follow me if you believe execution beats planning. Are you waiting for the perfect time to start your entrepreneurial journey? Well, guess what? The truth is, it's never going to be perfect. Action builds clarity. Start messy. Start broke. Just start. The biggest regret isn't failing, it's waiting for your opportunity. Subscribe if you're ready to start something today. Not yesterday, today.
Here's to the builders, the ones who don't wait for permission, the ones who learn at midnight, itch at sunrise, and fail forward. They're not born with success, they build it. With duct tape, day jobs, and one good idea too stubborn to die. They aren't influencers, they influence by doing. The system wasn't made for them, but they make it work anyway. You can doubt them, mock them, ignore them, but you can't stop them. Because they know, real growth starts inside. This is for them. This is Dr. Wood Recommends, where business meets real life.
Your MBA is useless. Watch horror movies instead. What if I told you the most important business lessons don't come from a lecture hall? They come from horror movies. Stay with me. While business schools are busy teaching supply and demand, horror movies teach you how to survive when the supply is a horde of flesh-eating zombies and the demand is that you don't become dinner. The business world today isn't a neat, predictable case study. It's a chaotic, uncertain, and sometimes terrifying place where the rules change in a heartbeat. The skills that really matter aren't just about strategy and finance. They're about survival. For years, we've been told an MBA is the only way forward. We spend a fortune learning theories and models, but the modern workplace is a jungle, and theory only gets you so far. The World Economic Forum warns that around 39% of our core skills today could be out of date by 2030, making adaptability the single most important asset. And nothing teaches you how to adapt to the absolute worst case scenario, quite like horror. The genre is a masterclass in resilience, creative problem solving, and crisis management that you just can't get from a textbook. So let's break down the 5 critical business lessons that horror movies teach far better than any Ivy League institution. I'm going to show you why the quick thinking of a slasher film's final girl might be more valuable in today's corporate world than a degree that struggles to keep up. Section 1. Crisis Management and the Art of Not Panicking. You know how the first chapter of any crisis management textbook goes: stay calm, gather information, form a committee. But the first 5 minutes of any horror movie show you exactly what happens when you don't. Panic is the real monster. In business and in horror, panicked people make awful decisions. They run upstairs when they should run out the front door. They trip over their own feet. In the corporate world, they freeze spending, lay off the best people, or make huge changes based on fear instead of facts. Research from ESSEC Business School confirms that leaders have to master their own emotional state to avoid panic-driven mistakes in a crisis. Horror movies are basically a perfect, if terrifying, simulation of this. The characters who make it to the end credits are the ones who can control their fear just long enough to make a rational choice. While being chased by some nightmare creature, they're the ones who still have the presence of mind to look for a weapon, a hiding spot, or an exit. That's emotional resilience you can practice from your couch. Horror is also a brutal lesson in planning for the worst. The characters who get picked off first are always the ones with no gas in the car or a dead phone battery. In business, that translates to running out of cash, losing a key employee with no one to replace them, or having your entire system crash with no backup. A business school might have you analyze a case study about a company that failed. A horror movie makes you watch it happen in real time, making you feel in your gut that the monster you prepare for is rarely the one that actually gets you. Section 2. Radical Creativity and Unconventional Problem Solving. MBA programs love structured problem solving. They give you frameworks like SWOT analysis and Porter's 5 forces. And those tools are useful if you're working inside a nice clean box. Horror movies teach you what to do when the box is on fire and something is trying to claw its way in. This is where radical creativity kicks in. It's about finding solutions that aren't in any manual. Think about the characters in a movie like A Quiet Place. They can't use normal solutions. They have to completely rebuild their lives around one deadly rule. That right there? That's innovation. In countless horror films, survivors use everyday objects in brilliant ways. A coat hanger becomes a lockpick, a fire extinguisher becomes a weapon, a mirror lets them see around a corner. This is a masterclass in being resourceful, a skill that every startup founder with a tiny budget needs to have. It's more than just being clever with a coat hanger. It's a total shift in how you see the world. You learn to see resources where other people see junk. You see a way out where everyone else sees a dead end. This is the kind of thinking that lets a small company disrupt an entire industry. While an MBA professor is explaining market dynamics on a whiteboard, the hero of a horror film is actively MacGyvering a solution to survive the night. That skill, the ability to innovate under extreme pressure, is something no classroom can really teach. It's about making the most of what you have, which is what separates thriving businesses from cautionary tales. Section 3. Unyielding resilience and confronting your demons. Think about any horror movie survivor. What's the one thing they all have in common? They, doctor, not quit. Characters like Laurie Strode from Halloween or Sidney Prescott from Scream are defined by their refusal to give up no matter how many times the villain comes back. They get beaten down, wounded, and terrified, but they always get back up, a little stronger and a lot smarter. This is the heart of entrepreneurial grit. The business world throws relentless challenges at you. A product launch that bombs, a sudden market crash, a competitor that feels unstoppable. Giving up is always an option. Resilience is what builds empires. Horror movies also teach a vital lesson about facing your problems. The characters who hide in the closet, who try to pretend the noise downstairs is just the wind, are always the first to go. In business, we call this avoidance. It's ignoring bad financial reports, refusing to deal with a toxic employee, or just hoping a major flaw in your product will magically fix itself. It never does. Problems you ignore don't go away, they grow, just like the monster in the basement. Watching a character finally turn and face their tormentor is a powerful lesson. It's the moment they stop being a victim and start fighting back. And believe it or not, there's some science to this. Researchers have found that watching scary movies can act as a controlled way to face fear, helping people build resilience to real-life stress. An MBA might teach you how to assess risk, but it can't teach you the sheer force of will needed to face that risk when everything is on the line. Horror shows you that survival and success is an active choice. Section 4. The iron law of teamwork: never split up. All right, you knew this one was coming. What is the number one most infamous rule in any horror movie? Never. Split. Upper. The second the group says, let's split up, we'll cover more ground, they're all doomed. This isn't just a tired cliche, it's a deep lesson about teamwork and the danger of working in silos. A company where the sales team never talks to marketing, or where engineering is totally cut off from customer support, is a company that has decided to split up. And we all know how that ends. A team that actually communicates and works together is always stronger than a bunch of smart people working alone. Think about the team in Ghostbusters or the Scooby-Doo gang. Their strength was in collaboration. In a crisis, that sense of togetherness is what gets you through. When a team is aligned, they can handle almost anything. When they start pointing fingers, the environment becomes toxic, and the monster, whether it's a market competitor or a literal demon, always wins. Horror also teaches you to know when to ask for help. When the family in The Conjuring realizes they are completely out of their depth, what do? They call the Warrens, the experts. In business, knowing when to bring in a consultant, a specialist, or a mentor is a critical skill. Too many founders try to do it all themselves, either because of ego or to save money, and they fail because they were missing one specific piece of knowledge. The smartest people in horror and in business are the ones who know what they don't know and aren't afraid to ask for help. If you're getting more out of this than you did from your last tuition bill, do me a favor and hit that subscribe button. It's free, and you'll get more ideas that challenge the usual way of thinking. Section 5. Masterful ROI and the power of a loyal fan base. The lessons aren't just in the movies themselves, they're in the business of horror movies. While horror might not always have the massive box office numbers of a superhero blockbuster, when it comes to return on investment, it's a killer. Films like The Blair Witch Project or Paranormal Activity were made for pocket change and went on to make hundreds of millions of dollars, proving that a huge budget doesn't guarantee success. The real keys are creativity, knowing your audience, and being smart with your money. This is basically the lean startup method in action. Horror filmmakers are masters of doing more with less. They don't need A-list stars or over-the-top special effects. They use suspense, smart storytelling, and practical effects to get the job done. This is a crucial lesson for any business. Focus on maximizing your return. Every dollar you spend needs to have a purpose. This is a huge contrast to the wasteful mindset you see in some big corporations where money gets thrown at problems without a clear plan. Finally, horror franchises are incredible at building something priceless, a die-hard fan base. Franchises like Halloween, Friday the 13th, and Scream have built communities of fans who will show up for every single sequel, reboot, and spin-off. They do this by giving their core audience exactly what they want, time and time again. In business, this is called brand loyalty. The most successful companies don't just sell you something once. They create an experience and a community that keeps you coming back. An MBA will teach you about marketing funnels, but a horror franchise will show you how to build a legacy. So, what's the bottom line? Look, I'm not saying you should drop out of your MBA program. A formal education gives you a solid foundation, and the degree still leads to high salaries and strong employment rates. But in a world that changes this fast, that foundation isn't enough. Many of the most important skills for getting through the modern corporate landscape, resilience, creativity under pressure, persistence, collaboration, and resourcefulness, aren't things you can learn in a classroom. And these are the exact skills at the heart of every great horror movie. Horror is a powerful teacher. It forces us to think on our feet, it pushes us to be creative, and it shows us the incredible strength that comes from facing our fears. It teaches us that survival isn't something that just happens to you. It's an active, relentless, and creative fight. The business world of tomorrow will be messy and unpredictable. A degree might give you a map of how things used to be, but horror movies teach you how to survive when you're completely off the map, in the dark, with the sound of something unknown getting closer. And in those moments, you'll be glad you spent a little less time with case studies and a little more time with a good scary movie. Now, I want to hear from you. What's a horror movie that taught you a surprising lesson about life or business? Drop it in the comments below. I read every single one. And if you enjoyed this unconventional breakdown, you'll probably love my video on the business lessons you can learn from classic video games. Click the video on the screen to watch it next, and make sure you're subscribed so you don't miss what's coming up. Thanks for watching.
Drama makes bank, and this is how. Let's be honest, we've all fallen down an online drama rabbit hole. But have you ever stopped to think about who's cashing in on all that chaos? The biggest creators know exactly how valuable gossip is, and they've turned it into a multi-million-dollar industry. In this video, we're going to pull back the curtain and show you the blueprint for turning controversy into cash. This isn't some flaw in the system, it's a feature. It's a well-oiled, repeatable, and incredibly profitable business model that taps into one of our most basic instincts. We just can't look away from the lives of others. We're not talking about petty arguments. We're talking about a content machine that drives billions of views and has turned regular people into media moguls. It works by hitting emotional triggers like outrage, empathy, and that weird sense of satisfaction we get from a public downfall. These feelings build communities and keep you watching. Today, we're dissecting this drama for profit playbook to show you how a simple conflict gets spun into a full-blown financial strategy. Section 1. The anatomy of a drama goldmine. Online drama rarely just happens. More often than not, it's manufactured, or at least funneled through a predictable cycle. Think of it like a 4-act play where every move is designed to maximize engagement and, ultimately, profit. Act 1 is the spark. This is the event that kicks everything off. It could be a controversial tweet, a leaked DM, or a messy breakup. The spark itself is often small, but it has two key ingredients: a recognizable person and some kind of screw-up, real or not. It instantly creates a story with a hero and a villain before anyone even knows what's really going on. Act 2 is the fan. This is where the money machine really starts to hum. A handful of commentary channels, whose entire job is to be the town criers of the internet, pick up the story. They fan the flames by packaging the drama into a neat little narrative. They'll clip the most heated moments, add their 2 cents, and serve it up as breaking news. The titles are pure clickbait. We need to talk about this, or this is the end of their career. The original dispute is no longer a private matter, it's public entertainment. It becomes a story, and that story is now a product. Act 3 is the inferno. Once those first videos get traction, the algorithm does the rest. The story explodes. Suddenly, hundreds of other creators jump in. Everyone has a take. You've got the internet detectives digging up old posts, the defenders, the accusers, and even the meta commentators who make videos about the people making videos. This is peak drama. Views go through the roof, and the ad revenue pours in. For a few days, a single conflict can become its own micro-industry. Finally, we hit Act 4, the ashes. The fire burns out. The internet moves on. This is the apology video stage, filled with taking a break announcements and long reflective monologues, but even the ashes are profitable. Apology videos get millions of views because they promise closure, and creators know that's just as tempting as the initial fight. And then, the cycle goes quiet, just waiting for the next spark. Section 2, the monetization machine, how the money actually flows. So, that's the cycle, but how does all that attention turn into actual money? It's a multi-layered strategy that goes way beyond old-school video ads. First, the obvious one, ad revenue. The YouTube Partner Program is the foundation of it all. Creators get a cut of the money from ads shown on their videos. For drama content, this is a gold mine. The videos are often long, which means more ad breaks, and the high emotional engagement, comments, likes, shares, tells the algorithm to push the video to more people. A single video on a trending drama topic can have an RPM, or revenue per 1,000 views, of anywhere from $3 to $5, potentially earning thousands of dollars in just a few days. But for a smaller creator, even a single viral drama video can be a huge financial boost, sometimes making up the majority of their channel's total income, even if their subsequent videos don't perform as well. Second is a merchandise. This is how creators cash in on the communities that form around a fight. When the audience picks a side, creators can sell merch that serves as a badge of loyalty. Think t-shirts with inside jokes or mugs with catchphrases from the controversy. The viewers who are most emotionally invested become the most loyal customers. Third, you have sponsorships and affiliate marketing. You'd think brands would run from controversy, but the sheer number of views is often too big to pass up. A creator pulling in millions of eyeballs has a valuable audience. Some brands will gladly place their products in these videos, knowing they'll be seen. Affiliate marketing is also huge here. A creator might recommend a product, and every time someone buys it through their link, they get a cut. Finally, and maybe most powerfully, there's direct support. Platforms like YouTube and Patreon let fans pay creators directly. Through channel memberships, super chats on live streams, or monthly pledges, fans can show their support with their wallets. Drama creates a strong us versus them feeling. Viewers who believe a creator is being unfairly attacked are highly motivated to donate money as a sign of solidarity, creating a revenue stream that's often more reliable than ads. Section 3, Masters of the Craft. Not all drama creators are the same. Over the years, a few distinct styles have emerged, each mastering a different approach to maximize their impact. First, you have the investigative documentarian. These creators don't just report on drama, they turn it into an event. They drop massive, multi-hour video essays that present a mountain of evidence to support their argument. They position their work as serious journalism, not just gossip. This approach builds incredible authority. When they release a video, it can dominate the conversation for weeks. Next is the Daily Reporter. These channels are like the cable news of YouTube. They give you daily updates on whatever saga is currently unfolding. Their strength isn't deep analysis, it's speed and consistency. They build a loyal audience that tunes in every day for the latest scoop, guaranteeing a steady flow of views and a predictable income. Finally, there's the moral arbiter. This creator frames every conflict as a clear battle between good and evil. They don't just give you the facts, they give you a verdict. By taking a strong ethical stance, they tap directly into their audience's sense of justice. Their content is highly emotional and incredibly effective at building a passionate community that feels like supporting the channel is supporting a cause. Section 4. The ethics of it all. It's easy to get lost in the mechanics and forget that real people are at the center of this. Is this all just harmless entertainment, a digital soap opera, or is there a real cost to the drama for profit machine? The truth is, this content often revolves around real people whose reputations and mental health are on the line. The nonstop scrutiny can have serious consequences, and the audience isn't immune either. Being constantly exposed to outrage can be draining and foster a cynical worldview. YouTube's policies try to walk a fine line. The platform has rules against harassment, which it defines as targeting someone with prolonged insults, threats, or humiliating content. However, there are exceptions for content that has a clear educational, documentary, scientific, or artistic purpose. The line between harsh criticism, which is allowed, and harassment, which is not, can be incredibly blurry and difficult to enforce. Recently, YouTube has also begun to crack down on what it calls low effort, inauthentic, or reused content. To stay monetized, creators are now pushed to provide transformative value, meaning they must add significant commentary, criticism, or new meaning to any third-party material they use. But at the end of the day, the system is built to reward engagement, and nothing engages people quite like conflict. The financial incentive to create drama often wins out over the ethical reasons to avoid it. The drama for profit playbook is one of the most powerful unspoken forces in the creator economy. It's a sophisticated system that has perfected the art of turning human conflict into a commodity. It's no accident your feed is full of it. It's a business model. It's a cycle of sparks, infernos, and ashes, all carefully monetized through ads, merch, and fan support. As the people who watch this content, we are the fuel that keeps this engine running. Our views, our comments, and our emotions are the resources being mined. The blueprint works because we let it. If you find these deep dives into the creator economy valuable, consider subscribing for more breakdowns like this one. And let me know what you think in the comments. Have you ever been sucked into a drama rabbit hole? Now that you know the playbook, do you see it differently?
7 disturbing businesses that existed in the Middle Ages. Imagine a job so foul it was legally banished from city limits, or a profession where your daily commute involved wading through rivers of human waste. This wasn't the plot of a horror story. This was just another Tuesday in the Middle Ages. Life back then was a brutal fight for survival, forcing people into roles so gruesome and dangerous, it's hard for us to even wrap our heads around. Forget the fairy tale castles and knights in shining armor. The reality for most was lived in the grime, surrounded by disease and despair. Today, we're digging up the 7 most disturbing businesses people took on just to stay alive. Number 7, the tanner. Kicking things off at number 7, we have the tanner. Leather was basically the lifeblood of the medieval world. It was the Kevlar, the rubber, and the canvas of its time, used for everything from a soldier's armor and a farmer's shoes to the very books that monks spent a lifetime writing. But the process of turning a raw, rotting animal hide into something useful was one of the most stomach-churning jobs of the entire era. It all started with raw animal skins, which tanners got from butchers, or sometimes even scavenged from battlefields. These hides were crawling with bacteria and had to be treated fast. First step, getting rid of the hair and any leftover bits of flesh. And how did they do that? By soaking the hides for days in giant vats filled with a horrifying slurry. The key ingredient was often stale urine, which was so crucial to the process that towns had communal pots just to collect it for the local tannery. Workers would then stomp on the hides, barefoot, for hours to work the foul mixture in. But it gets worse. To soften the hide, a process called baiting was next. This meant pounding the hides with animal dung. Dog and pigeon droppings were favorites, and letting the bacteria in the excrement break the leather down for weeks or even months. The stench of ammonia, sulfur, and decay was so overpowering that tanneries were legally forced to operate downstream and downwind of towns, creating their own rancid districts on the edge of society. Chronic exposure to these toxic, decaying materials led to constant sickness and made tanners social outcasts, feared by the very people who relied on their work. Number 6, the tooth drawer. Next up, at number 6, is the tooth drawer, the medieval world's terrifying version of a dentist. In an age with zero concept of hygiene, tooth decay was everywhere, and a bad toothache could be a life-threatening agony. When the pain got to be too much, your only real option was a visit to one of these guys, but don't picture an office. The tooth drawer worked in the middle of a crowded public market, turning your private misery into public entertainment. These practitioners weren't trained physicians. Most of the time, they were barbers who were used to handling razors, or even blacksmiths whose main qualification was just brute strength. Anesthesia? Forget about it. You, the patient, would sit on a stool while the tooth drawer went at you with a horrifying set of tools. The most common was a dental pelican, a crude metal contraption that used your own jaw for leverage to rip the tooth out. It was brutally effective, but often caused serious collateral damage, like breaking other teeth or even fracturing the jawbone. The whole ordeal was so notoriously painful and the practitioners so untrustworthy that it inspired a common medieval French expression to lie like a tooth drawer. If they didn't get the tooth on the first try, they just went at it again and again, inflicting unbelievable pain. And since sterilization wasn't a thing, infections were incredibly common. A simple tooth extraction could easily spiral into a fatal case of sepsis. You might get relief from one pain, only to invite a much deadlier one. Number 5, the leech collector. Coming in at number 5 is a job that sounds more like a monster from a fantasy novel than a real profession: the leech collector. Medieval medicine was all about the theory of the 4 humors, which said that sickness came from an imbalance of fluids in the body. So, the go-to treatment for almost everything, from a headache to the plague, was bloodletting, and the preferred tool for that was the medicinal leech. But where did doctors get all these leeches? They didn't just magically appear. They had to be harvested from the wild, and that's where the leech collector came in. This job usually fell to the poorest of the poor, often elderly women. The method was as simple as it was sickening. They'd wade into stagnant, murky ponds and marshes and use their own bare legs as bait. They would stand there in the cold water, perfectly still, as the blood-sucking creatures latched onto their skin. Once enough leeches had gorged themselves on blood, the collector would peel them off one by one and pop them in a jar to sell to doctors. The risks were huge. A collector could lose a dangerous amount of blood, which could cause them to get dizzy and faint while standing in deep water. On top of that, the leech bites often got infected, and the filthy water they waded through was a breeding ground for all kinds of diseases. It was a painful, hazardous, and low-paying job that literally required you to offer up your own blood to make a living. Number 4, the rat catcher. At number 4, we have a job born from the desperation of Europe's darkest hour: the rat catcher. During the Black Death and other plague outbreaks, cities were completely overrun with rats. While people didn't yet understand that fleas on the rats were spreading the disease, they knew the vermin were a sign of sickness and filth. The rat catcher's job was to go into the most infested parts of the city, filthy alleys, sewers, and plague-ridden homes, and try to get the population under control. Armed with basic traps, trained dogs, or sometimes just a big stick, the rat catcher was on the front lines of a war they couldn't possibly win. The work was incredibly dangerous. They were constantly at risk of being bitten, and a bite from an infected rat could lead to a fatal illness. In a grim twist of irony, the very people hired to stop the spread of disease were often blamed for it, as their presence became associated with the plague itself. They moved through the city like ghosts, a necessary evil no one wanted to look at. This job put them in a direct daily battle with the source of the plague. Every dead rat they handled, every flea-infested hovel they stepped into, was a massive gamble with their own life. They were society's exterminators, fighting an invisible enemy with their bare hands, and they were often among the first to die from the very pestilence they were trying to contain. Number 3, the executioner. Next, at number 3, we have a profession that was both a vital part of the law and a source of total social disgust: the executioner. In the medieval world, justice was public theater, and the executioner was the star of the show. Their duties went way beyond just hangings. Depending on the crime, they might be required to perform beheadings, burnings at the stake, or the gruesome punishment of being hanged, drawn, and quartered. This wasn't a job for just anyone. A botched execution was seen as not only cruel, but a professional failure that could start a riot. The executioner needed a steady hand, a strong stomach, and a solid understanding of human anatomy. Their work didn't end at the gallows either. They were often tasked with torturing prisoners for information and getting rid of the bodies afterward. Despite being essential for law and order, executioners were complete social outcasts. They were often forced to live on the very edge of town, and their trade was so hated that it was often passed down through families, since no one else would marry them. To make extra money, they often took on other unclean jobs, like getting rid of animal carcasses, cleaning latrines, or even taxing lepers and prostitutes. They were the living embodiment of the state's power, yet they were feared and shunned, living isolated lives as the grim keepers of justice. Number 2, the body collector. Coming in at the number 2 spot is a job that is almost too horrifying to imagine: the body collector, or plague barrier. When the Black Death tore across Europe, it left a tidal wave of death, killing up to 60% of the population in some places. Cities turned into massive tombs with corpses piling up in the streets and inside houses. It was the body collector's grim duty to clear them away. These workers, sometimes called becchini in Italy, would pull dead carts through the streets, ringing a bell and shouting the now famous phrase, "Bring out your dead." Terrified families, often quarantined inside with the sick, would lower the bodies of their relatives down from windows, sometimes using long poles with hooks to keep their distance. The sights and smells were apocalyptic. Plague victims were covered in grotesque sores that sometimes burst, and the stench of decay was everywhere. The collectors would haul the bodies to mass graves, huge pits dug outside the city walls. One Florentine writer described the process with a chillingly casual comparison, saying the bodies were layered with dirt, just as one makes lasagna with layers of pasta and cheese. This was one of the most dangerous jobs on the planet. With almost no protection, their constant contact with highly infectious corpses meant that many body collectors soon ended up in their own carts. They were also widely hated, sometimes extorting money from grieving families just to take a body away. They were the sanitation workers of the apocalypse, walking through death every single day. Number 1, the gong farmer. And finally, at number 1, we have the most foul, unsanitary, and socially hated business of the Middle Ages, the gong farmer. Long before modern sewers, human waste from latrines and cesspits had to be removed by hand. This was the job of the gong farmer. The term gong came from an Old English word for to go, and these workers were quite literally farmers of human poop. This was not a job for the faint of heart. Gong farmers were only allowed to work at night between 9 p.m. and 5 a.m., so the public would be spared the horrific sight and smell. Their work involved climbing down into cesspits, sometimes up to their necks in years of accumulated filth, and scooping the solidified human excrement, known as night soil, into buckets. These buckets were then hauled up by assistants and carted outside the city walls to be used as fertilizer. The dangers were extreme. The toxic fumes from the waste could knock you out from asphyxiation, and there are recorded cases of gong farmers drowning after slipping and falling into the muck. They were completely shunned by society, forced to live in designated areas away from everyone else. And yet, despite the unimaginable conditions, the job was absolutely essential. Without them, cities would have quickly drowned in their own waste, and disease would have been even worse. For performing the single most disgusting yet necessary job imaginable, the gong farmer is the undisputed champion of disturbing medieval businesses. Conclusion. From the stench of the tannery to the terror of the plague pits, the medieval world was built on the backs of people who did the unthinkable to survive. These 7 businesses, as gruesome as they are, were the gears that kept society from grinding to a halt. They're a stark reminder that for every king on a throne, there were thousands of ordinary people just trying to make it to the next day in a world that was often hostile and unforgiving. So, what do you think? Which of these jobs would you least want to have? Let us know in the comments below. We read every single one. And if you found this trip to the grimy side of history fascinating, be sure to hit that like button and subscribe for more deep dives into the past. Thanks for watching. You probably think that business loans, international money transfers, even the whole idea of a multinational company were cooked up in some London high-rise or a Silicon Valley garage, right? Well, what if I told you they were perfected by a family of wool merchants and bankers over 600 years ago? They built a system so powerful it funded kings, sparked a cultural revolution, and made them one of the wealthiest families in history. We're talking about a fortune that would be worth hundreds of billions of dollars today. But this isn't just a history lesson. The real question is, can the principles that built these medieval fortunes still make you rich today? The tech has changed, the products are different, but the core concepts of making money, you'd be surprised. We're going to dissect a 600-year-old business model and see if the blueprint for building immense wealth has really changed at all. Section 1, the world of the 1400s, a risky bet. To get how they became so ridiculously wealthy, you have to understand the world they lived in. The 15th century was a time of massive opportunity, but also incredible risk. Imagine you're a merchant. There's a fortune to be made. Europe is hungry for goods. English wool, for example, was basically the oil of its day. Essential, valuable, and everyone wanted it. The best weavers on the planet over in Flanders, in towns like Bruges and Ghent, would pay a premium for it. If you could get a shipment of English wool to Flanders, you were golden. But how? The journey was a nightmare. Roads were crawling with bandits. The sea was full of pirates and storms. But the biggest problem? The money itself. Business ran on gold and silver coins. So let's say you just sold a massive shipment of wool. Now you're sitting on a cart piled high with heavy, shiny, and very stealable gold. Trying to get that wealth back home was a life-threatening gamble. This single, massive problem, the danger of moving money, was choking international trade. Business could only get so big before the risk became too much. Solving this one problem was the key to unlocking a new era of global commerce, and the family that cracked that code wouldn't just get powerful, they would reshape the world. Section 2, the protagonists, the godfathers of banking. And that brings us to the Medici family of Florence. Today, we remember them as political power players and mega patrons of the arts who funded geniuses like Michelangelo and Leonardo da Vinci. But long before all that, they were bankers. And they were brilliant at it. The Medici didn't invent banking, but they perfected it on a scale nobody had ever seen. Starting with Giovanni de' Medici in 1397, they established the Medici Bank and started building an empire. They knew the future wasn't just in financing local shops, it was in creating a network that spanned the entire known world. They set up branches in every major European trade hub: Milan, Venice, Rome, London, Geneva, and Bruges. This wasn't just a bunch of banks, it was the first real multinational corporation, a holding company structure we still use. Each branch was a partnership, run by a local manager who knew their market inside and out. But their network was only half the story. Their true genius, the innovation that solved the merchant's deadliest problem, wasn't a new kind of vault or a private army. It was a simple piece of paper. Section 3, the core innovation, the Bill of Exchange. This piece of paper was called the Bill of Exchange. The concept was deceptively simple, but it was revolutionary. Let's go back to our wool merchant. Instead of dragging a treasure chest of gold back from Flanders, he could walk into the Medici branch in Bruges. He'd deposit his earnings, and in return, the bank would give him a bill of exchange. basically a very official IOU. He could then travel back to Florence with nothing but that light, discreet piece of paper in his pocket. Once he was home, he'd walk into the Medici Bank in Florence, hand over the bill, and get his money in the local currency. Just like that, the risk of getting robbed vanished. Money could now zip across continents as fast as a horse could gallop, all done safely and securely. This whole system was built on two things: the Medici network, and more importantly, trust. A merchant had to trust that the piece of paper he got in Bruges would actually be honored in Florence. The Medici built that trust relentlessly, creating a reputation for reliability that was literally worth its weight in gold. And they found clever ways to get paid. At the time, the Catholic Church banned usury, lending money to charge interest. So the Medici got creative. They built their profit right into the transaction. They would issue bills of exchange in one currency and have the debt collected in another, hiding their fee in the currency exchange rate. A bill taken out in Florentine florins might be repaid in British pounds, and the Medici would pocket the difference. It was a brilliant workaround that made them fantastically rich while staying on the right side of religious law. This system, the bill of exchange, became the lifeblood of European commerce, fueling an explosion of trade and wealth. Section 4. The modern parallel, trust as a currency. So, a 600-year-old piece of paper that works like a check, what on earth does that have to do with making money now? Everything. Because the Medici's real product wasn't the paper, it was the system of trust behind it. They weren't selling a financial instrument, they were selling trust at an industrial scale. Think about it. What is a credit score? It's just a modern, algorithm-driven measure of how trustworthy you are. It's a number that tells a lender whether the bill of exchange they give you as a loan is likely to be paid back. When you swipe your credit card, you're using a system built on the exact same principle as the Medici Bank, a trusted third party, guaranteeing the deal between you and the seller. What is a powerful brand? It's the modern version of the Medici's reputation. When you buy from a brand you trust, you're relying on their name as a guarantee of quality. That brand trust is an intangible asset that can be worth billions. Even our global financial system runs on this. When a bank in New York wires millions to Tokyo, they aren't shipping crates of cash. They're using a secure messaging system like SWIFT that acts as a high-tech bill of exchange. It settles accounts based on a deeply embedded network of trust between thousands of banks. The Medici understood a fundamental truth. When you remove friction and risk from a transaction, you create incredible value. They took the most dangerous part of international trade, moving money, and made it safe. Today's most successful companies do the exact same thing. Amazon made buying stuff online frictionless with one-click ordering. PayPal and Stripe made online payments safe and easy for everyone. In a way, they're all modern-day Medici, building empires by creating systems of trust. The mid-roll call to action. The principles that built empires in the Renaissance are still creating fortunes today, hiding in plain sight. If you're digging this dive into the business strategies of the past and want to uncover more timeless lessons, make sure you subscribe and hit that notification bell. We've got a lot more history to unpack. Section 5. Does it still work? Applying medieval principles today. All right, let's bring this home. Can you, as an entrepreneur, actually use these 600-year-old ideas to build something today? Absolutely. Here are 3 core Medici principles and how they apply right now. First, build a network of trust, not just customers. The Medici Bank wasn't one building, it was a web of partnerships. Today, that means building an ecosystem. If you run an e-commerce store, your network isn't just your customers. It's your reliable suppliers, the secure payment processor you use, the shipping company that actually delivers on time, and the influencers who stand by your brand. Every part of that chain is a branch of your bank. If that network is weak or untrustworthy, your business will fail, no matter how great your product is. Second, solve for risk and friction. Find the biggest headache, the most annoying part of your industry, and fix it. The Medici didn't invent wool, they fixed the terrifying risk of getting paid for it. What's the biggest friction point for your customers? Is it confusion over what to buy? Offer expert guides or personalized quizzes? Is it the fear of getting a faulty product? Offer an unbeatable, no questions asked guarantee? Is shipping slow and a total black box? Invest in transparent tracking and faster delivery. Every bit of friction you remove is a reason for a customer to choose you. Businesses that make life easier and safer always win. Third, leverage other people's platforms. The Medici partnered with merchants, the church, and even kings. They used their financial system to help others achieve their goals, and they profited every time. Today, that means using existing platforms. You don't need to build your own global marketplace. You can start on Amazon or Etsy. You don't have to create a social network from scratch. You can build your audience on YouTube, Instagram, or TikTok. These platforms are the modern trade routes. By operating on them, you tap into a pre-built network of billions. Just like a 15th century merchant used the Medici network to trade across Europe. The key is to provide real value inside that ecosystem and become a trusted name. The lesson from the 1400s is crystal clear. You don't always need a revolutionary new product. Sometimes the biggest fortunes are built on a revolutionary new way of doing business. One built on trust, security, and making things easy. Conclusion: the world has changed in ways we can barely comprehend over the last 600 years. We've gone from parchment and quills to blockchain and AI, and yet the core drivers of economic success have stayed stubbornly, fascinatingly the same. The story of the Medici is more than just a cool piece of history. It's a blueprint. It shows us that wealth isn't just about what you sell, but about the systems you build. It proves that trust is one of the most valuable assets you can have, that solving problems for other people is an incredibly profitable business, and that a powerful network will always beat a lone genius. The tools are different, but the strategy that made money in the 1400s still works today. It's about finding a huge problem, building a system of trust to solve it, and creating a network that lets business flow. The fortunes of the future will be built on these same ancient pillars. The only question is, who's going to be the next Medici?
Silver isn't worth gold, but your blood is. We all know silver is valuable, gold even more so. But what if I told you the most precious substance you'll ever own isn't dug out of the ground, but is being made right now inside your own body? It's pumping through your veins as we speak. Over the next few minutes, we're going to break down a single pint of human blood into its core components to figure out what it's actually worth on the open market. You might want to forget what you know about precious metals because the answer could be more valuable than its weight in pure silver. All right, let's start with our sample. 1 pint of blood, the amount you'd give if you were donating. At a glance, it just looks like a simple red liquid. But that couldn't be more wrong. If you put that pint under a microscope, you'd see it's less of a liquid and more of a bustling city full of specialized cells, all floating in a liquid superhighway. That highway is called plasma, and it makes up about 55% of your blood. The other 45% are the cellular parts: red blood cells, white blood cells, and platelets. Every single one of these components has a critical job to do, and as it turns out, each one has a specific price tag in the multi-billion-dollar medical world. Now, to be clear, we are not talking about some shady black market deal. We're calculating the legitimate medical-grade value if these parts were separated, purified, and sold for life-saving treatments. We're going to build this price tag from the ground up, starting with the most common bits and working our way to the rarest molecules you own. The final number is pretty staggering. Section 1. The oxygen couriers, red blood cells. First up, the most common cells in your blood, the red blood cells, or erythrocytes. Think of these as the tireless delivery drivers for your body. Their main job is to grab oxygen from your lungs and haul it to every single cell, from your brain down to your toes. They are absolutely essential for life, and your bone marrow cranks out millions of them every second. When a patient loses a lot of blood in surgery or from an injury, the first thing they usually need is a transfusion of packed red blood cells to get their oxygen levels back up. This makes red blood cells a cornerstone of modern medicine. Because they're so fundamental, you might guess they aren't worth a whole lot, and you'd be partly right. They're the least expensive of the major components, but they are far from cheap. A single unit of packed red blood cells, about what we'd get from our 1 pint sample, costs a hospital anywhere from $250 to over $500 just to acquire. But that's not the whole story. A 2023 study found that when you factor in all the associated costs like processing and storage, the true cost of that unit lands somewhere between $522 and $1,183. Let's be fair and take an average from the higher, more recent estimates. We'll call it will be $850. That's our starting point. Just for the red stuff in 1 pint of your blood, you're already looking at the price of a very nice night out. But we're just getting warmed up. Running, total $850. Section 2, the emergency responders, platelets. Next up in our pint, we've got the platelets. If red blood cells are delivery drivers, platelets are the emergency repair crew. These tiny, odd-shaped cell bits are the first ones on the scene when you get a cut. They rush over, get sticky, and clump together to plug the hole, which is the first step in making a scab. For patients with certain cancers, especially during chemotherapy, or for people with blood disorders, the body's ability to make platelets can drop to dangerous levels. This leaves them at a huge risk for severe, even fatal bleeding. For them, a platelet transfusion isn't just a treatment, it's a lifeline. Here's the thing. Platelets are much more fragile and have a shorter shelf life than red blood cells, which makes them trickier to collect and store. This complexity and the constant demand jacks up their price. While some reports mention costs around $500 to $700, a 2025 guideline published in the journal Chest puts the cost of a single unit of apheresis platelets in the US at around $1,400. We'll stick with that $1,400 figure since it represents a standard high-quality product for critical patients. All of a sudden, our pint's value just took a big leap. We've basically added the price of a new smartphone to our total. Running, total $850, RBCs, plus $1,400, platelets, equals $2,250. Section 3, the liquid superhighway, plasma. Now, we get to the single biggest component in our pint, the plasma. This is the yellowish liquid that makes up more than half your blood's volume. And at first, it doesn't seem all that impressive, since it's about 90% water. But calling plasma just water is like calling the ocean just water. The real treasure is in what's dissolved in it. Plasma is the superhighway that carries the cells, along with an incredible variety of proteins that keep you alive. Let's start with the plasma itself. A standard unit of fresh frozen plasma, or FFP, is used to help patients with clotting problems and costs about $270. That's a respectable number, but it's pocket change compared to what happens when we break it down further. The real money in plasma comes from a process called fractionation, where the liquid is separated into its individual, super purified proteins. These proteins are the building blocks for some of the most specialized and expensive medicines out there. Let's look at just a few of the most valuable ones in our pint. There's albumin, the most common protein in your plasma. It acts like a sponge, keeping the right amount of fluid in your blood vessels. It's vital, and the 10 to 13 grams in our pint are worth about $100. Then there's fibrinogen, a key clotting protein. Concentrates of it can cost around $300 per gram, and since our pint has about 0.7 grams, that adds another $210. But the real crown jewel of plasma is a group of proteins called immunoglobulins, which you probably know as antibodies. These are the custom-made weapons your immune system builds to fight off bacteria and viruses. For people with weak immune systems, an infusion of intravenous immunoglobulin, or IVIG, is a game changer. It's made by pooling plasma from thousands of donors, and because of that, it's incredibly expensive, costing $100 to $350 per gram. Using a conservative estimate of $150 per gram, the 1.5 grams of key immunoglobulins in our pint are worth another $234. When you add up just these key proteins and account for others, the value of these fractionated products easily adds another $950 to our oil. Running total, $2,250. Cells, plus $270. Base plasma, plus $950. Proteins, equals $3,770. The grand total reveal. Okay, let's pause and add this all up. We started with the red blood cells, our oxygen movers, clocking in at around $850. Then we added the platelets, our emergency responders, worth another $1,400. After that, we moved to the plasma. The frozen plasma itself added $270, but the real treasure was hidden inside: the fractionated proteins, including albumin, fibrinogen, and those incredibly valuable immunoglobulins, which tacked on at least another $950 to our total. So, when we sum up the legitimate medical market value of every processed component in 1 pint of your blood, we get a grand total of $3,770. Think about that for a second. The fluid that your body makes without you even thinking about it has the market value of a high-end laptop. But the title of this video made a specific claim. How does this really stack up against gold? The gold comparison. As of today, the price of silver is about $1.24 per gram. A pint of blood weighs roughly 492 grams. So, a pint's worth of pure silver would be about $610. Our pint of blood at $3,770 is worth more than 6 times its weight in silver. But gold has always been the ultimate standard of value. Today, gold is sitting at around $108 per gram. So if we take our pint's weight, 492 grams, and multiply it by the price of gold, we get the value of a pint-sized brick of solid gold, and that value is a mind-blowing $53,136. So at first glance, it looks like gold crushes it. But that's not quite an apples-to-apples comparison. We've been valuing a pint of blood volume against a gram of gold weight. What happens when we compare them gram for gram? Our pint of blood, worth $3,770 after a lot of processing, weighs 492 grams. If we divide that total value by its weight, we get the per gram value of your blood's processed components. Comes out to about $7.66 per gram. So, no, your blood isn't worth more than solid gold at $108 per gram. But at $7.66 per gram, it's worth over 6 times as much as pure silver. So the title was half right. Silver isn't worth gold, but your blood, when you measure the life-saving value of its parts, is a precious resource where the true worth goes way beyond a market price. So, while you can't exactly cash in on a paper cut, the stuff flowing through your veins is one of the most valuable resources on the planet. From the red cells carrying oxygen to the antibodies fighting off disease, the processed value of a single pint adds up to thousands of dollars. The real value, of course, is immeasurable. It's the value of a life saved, a major surgery made possible, an immune system that's given the strength to keep fighting. It definitely makes you think about that fluid in a whole new way, doesn't it? What part of this breakdown shocked you the most? Was it the price of platelets or all the hidden value packed inside your plasma? Let me know what you think down in the comments. And if you enjoy breaking down the surprising science and economics of everyday things, make sure you subscribe and hit that notification bell so you don't miss what we investigate next.
This Viking tradition makes bank today. What if I told you the Vikings never really left? We think of them as ancient history, bearded warriors in horned helmets, which, by the way, they never actually wore, who supposedly vanished from the world 1,000 years ago. We see them in movies, read about them in books, and assume their traditions are just gone, stuff for the museums. But that's not the whole story, not even close. The truth is, the Vikings are still around, and one of their oldest traditions isn't just surviving, it's a multi-million-dollar business. It's a living, breathing part of our modern world that generates fortunes, creates jobs, and draws massive crowds. So, we're heading to one of Europe's largest Viking festivals to see exactly how the old world is making a fortune in the new one. Section 1. The Myth of the Vanished Vikings. When you picture a Viking, you probably see a raider, axe in hand, ready for plunder. And for a while, that was part of their story. The Viking Age, from the late 8th to the early 11th centuries, was defined by their expansion across Europe and beyond. They were explorers, traders, and settlers who left their mark everywhere from North America to the Middle East. But history didn't just stop. The Viking Age ended, but the people and their culture didn't just disappear. They integrated, they evolved, and they laid the groundwork for modern nations. Their language, laws, and stories were absorbed into the cultures they met. And for centuries, that's where the story seemed to end. The Vikings became figures of legend, their traditions confined to museums. That's what I thought too. That Viking culture was something you looked at under glass. But then I started hearing about these massive events where thousands of people don't just remember the Vikings, they become them. They're part of a global community dedicated to authentically recreating the past. The more I looked, the clearer it became that this wasn't just playing dress up. This was a serious enterprise, an entire industry built around one powerful idea: history sells. I discovered the core tradition driving all of this wasn't raiding or warfare, but something far more central to their society: the festival, a time for gathering, for trade, for craftsmanship, and for community. Today, that tradition is the heart of a thriving modern economy. To understand it, I had to go to the epicenter, a city in northern England that was once one of the most important Viking cities in the world, York, or as the Vikings called it, Jorvik. Section 2, The Journey to Jorvik. Every February, something incredible happens in the city of York. It travels back in time to host the Jorvik Viking Festival, an event that's been running for 40 years and now stands as one of the largest of its kind in the world. It pulls in tens of thousands of people from all over the globe, all here for a week of Norse life. Walking into the city during the festival is surreal. The first thing that hits you isn't a sight, but a smell: wood smoke. It hangs in the air, drifting from the living history encampment in the heart of the city. Here, hundreds of reenactors live for a week as their Viking Age counterparts. They sleep in canvas tents, cook over open fires, and live the daily life of a 10th century artisan, trader, or warrior. This is where you see that the tradition of craftsmanship is alive and well. Blacksmiths hammer glowing steel, their rhythmic strikes echoing through the square. Woodworkers use foot-powered lathes to carve intricate bowls. Weavers create complex textiles on looms, and leather workers stitch shoes and belts with incredible skill. And these aren't just demonstrations. This is a marketplace. The items being made here are for sale, and business is booming. People are lining up to buy authentic handmade goods, from jewelry based on archaeological finds to hand-forged axes. These crafts are a direct line to the past and a key driver of the festival's economy. But the real soul of the event is the people. I spoke to a software engineer who spends his weekends as a Viking warrior and a history teacher who's now an expert in Norse textiles. For them, this is more than a hobby. It's a passion that has become a side business, and for some, a full-time career. They are part of a global network of reenactment groups, some with thousands of members, all dedicated to historical accuracy. They see themselves as custodians of the culture, using entertainment as a powerful way to teach. And then there's the spectacle. The festival's grand finale is a march of hundreds of warriors through the city streets, drums pounding and shields clashing. It leads to a massive, full-scale battle reenactment, a carefully choreographed, thrilling display that draws record crowds. It's no surprise that most of these flagship events sell out every single year. It's incredible to see a passion for history create such a vibrant community. These artisans and reenactors are the engine of this whole experience. If you think it's amazing that ancient skills are being kept alive like this and want more stories that bust historical myths, take a second to subscribe. It helps us know you want more deep dives just like this one. Section 3, the multi-million-dollar revelation. Standing in the middle of this bustling, living recreation of the past, you feel the energy. You see the passion and the community, but what you can't see at first glance is the sheer scale of the economy it powers. This isn't just a quaint cultural event, it's a powerhouse. The Jorvik Viking Festival pulls in around 40,000 to 45,000 visitors every year. Think about that. A small city's worth of people descending on York for 1 week, all spending money. They book hotels, eat at restaurants, shop in local stores, and buy tickets. The result? The festival injects an estimated £6 million into the local economy every single year. That's £6 million from one festival in one city based on a tradition over 1,000 years old. Even when the world shut down, the demand didn't stop. The festival moved online and its virtual events sold out almost instantly, proving just how strong the pull of this culture is. And this isn't an isolated case. It's a business model being replicated elsewhere. In Ireland, new interactive Viking experiences are being developed to attract more tourists and generate millions in revenue for local areas. But the festival model is just one piece of this booming industry. The Viking tradition of seafaring and exploration has been reimagined into one of the most successful travel businesses on the planet, Viking Cruises. While not a historical reenactment, the company has built its entire global brand on the romance and heritage of Viking exploration, and it is making making an unbelievable amount of money. In 2024, Viking Holdings reported total revenues of $5.33 billion. That's billion with a B. They've successfully tapped into a market of travelers hungry for cultural and historical experiences. As of early 2025, a report noted that 70% of their cruise capacity for the year was already sold out. The name Viking itself has become a trademark for adventure and a connection to history, and it's worth billions. From a local festival generating millions for a city to a global corporation leveraging the Viking name for billions in revenue, the evidence is overwhelming. The tradition of Viking heritage of gathering, crafting, exploring, and storytelling is not only alive, it is one of the most profitable historical brands in the modern world. History is alive. So, the Vikings never really left, they just changed careers. We started this journey with the myth that Viking traditions were dead and gone. But here, in the smoke and noise of the festival, and in the staggering numbers on corporate balance sheets, we found the truth. History isn't just something you find in a dusty book. It's a living, breathing force. It's a community, a passion, and an incredibly successful business. It's an industry that supports artisans, entertains thousands, and pours millions into local economies. It proves that the past has a very real and profitable place in our present. The ships and swords might be replicas, but the money is very, very real. The greatest the Vikings left behind wasn't gold or silver. It was their story, and it's a story that is still being told and sold 1,000 years later. It makes you wonder what other parts of our history are waiting to be rediscovered, not just as a lesson, but as an experience. Let me know what you think in the comments below. Japan versus USA. Key business culture differences. Making one wrong move in a Tokyo boardroom can cost your company a fortune, and a friendly, direct comment that would get you praised in a New York office, it might just be a deal breaker in Japan. The business cultures in Japan and the US are worlds apart, and if you don't know the rules of the game, the consequences can be seriously expensive. Picture this. You just flew 14 hours for the biggest meeting of your life. You walk into the room, stick out your hand for a firm, American-style handshake. When your Japanese counterpart offers you their business card, you glance at it and slide it into your back pocket. In about 30 seconds, you've accidentally shown a level of disrespect that could poison the entire deal before you've even said a word. Why? Because you just broke two of the most important rules of Japanese business etiquette. In this video, we're breaking down the critical differences you have to know to get it right, from the first hello to the final signature. Section 1, the first impression, greetings, meetings, and the business card. In the United States, a first impression is all about showing confidence and being friendly. You have a firm handshake, make direct eye contact, and say, "Great to meet you." Meetings usually kick off with a little small talk about the weather or sports before getting down to business. Being on time is important, but showing up right at the scheduled time is totally fine. In Japan, that first impression is a much more structured ritual that's all about showing respect. Punctuality is a huge deal. Being 10 to 15 minutes early is the norm, and being late is a major sign of disrespect. The phrase for being late, "mushiwake gozaimasen," literally means "I have no excuse," which tells you everything you need to know about how seriously they take it. Instead of a firm handshake, the main greeting is the bow. Now, some Japanese business people who deal with Westerners a lot might offer a handshake, but the bow is the traditional and most respectful way to go. There's a whole science to it. How deep and long you bow depends on who has higher status. As a foreigner, a simple, respectful nod with your head and upper body is all you need, and it shows you did your homework. But the absolute most critical part of a first meeting in Japan is the business card exchange, or meishi. This is not a casual thing. It's a formal ceremony. In the US, we might swap cards at the end of a meeting, scribble notes on them, and stuff them in our wallets. If you did any of that in Japan, it would be seen as a huge insult. Here's how to do it right. You present your card with both hands, holding it by the corners with the Japanese side facing them. Give a slight bow as you offer it. When you get their card, you take it with both hands and say thank you. Then you actually take a moment to read it, looking at their name and title. This shows you respect who they are and their position. During the meeting, you leave the card on the table in front of you. Never ever write on it, fold it, or just shove it in your pocket. Treating a business card badly is like treating the person badly, and it's a rookie mistake that can start things off on the wrong foot. Section 2, the language of business, direct versus indirect communication. Once the meeting gets going, you'll notice another massive difference: how people talk. American business culture is very direct. We value being clear, efficient, and open. We say what we mean, and we mean what we say. If there's a problem, we talk about it directly. If we disagree, we'll say so, even if it's with our boss. Getting straight to the point is seen as a sign of confidence and respect for everyone's time. Japanese business culture, on the other hand, is much more indirect. A lot of the meaning isn't in the words themselves, but in body language, shared context, and what's left unsaid. The main goal isn't just to share information, but to keep the group harmony, or why. This leads to one of the toughest things for Westerners: figuring out the Japanese no. A Japanese colleague will almost never give you a flat-out no, because that's seen as confrontational. Instead of no, you'll hear things like, "That will be very difficult," or "We will consider that." An American might hear that and think, okay, there's still a chance. But what it really means is a polite but firm rejection. Learning to read the air, or kuki wo yomu, is an essential skill. Silence is also a big part of Japanese communication. An American might feel like they have to fill a silent pause, but in Japan, it's used for thinking. It can mean agreement or deep thought, not awkwardness. This also changes how information is presented. An American usually starts with their main point and then gives the details. In Japan, it's often the opposite. A speaker will build their case with a ton of background and context, saving the main point for the very end. This is all to make sure everyone is on the same page and understands the reasoning before the conclusion is revealed. Next up, we're going to get into the wild differences in how huge multi-million-dollar decisions get made, which can drive outsiders crazy. But first, if you're getting some value out of this, go ahead and hit that subscribe button. We put out videos like this every week to help you figure out global business, and it really helps us make more content for you. Section 3, the engine of progress, decision-making and hierarchy. The American way of making decisions is all about speed. A lot of US companies have a top-down structure where a manager or a few key executives make the calls. The focus is on being efficient, make a decision, act on it, and if you mess up, fail fast and try something else. Employees are expected to just carry out the decisions from the top. This is probably one of the biggest differences you'll see in Japan. Japanese companies are very hierarchical with a lot of respect for age and seniority. But surprisingly, the decision-making process isn't top-down at all. It's a slow, careful consensus-building system called the Ringi system. It starts with a formal proposal document, a Ringi show, which usually comes from someone in lower or middle management, not the CEO. This document then gets passed around to every single person and department that might be affected. Everyone looks it over and stamps it with their personal seal or hanko to show they agree. But the Ringi system doesn't work without its secret weapon, nemawashi. The word literally means to dig around the roots before moving a tree, and in business, it means laying the groundwork for a decision before the formal proposal even exists. This is all about informal, behind-the-scenes talks. It's the one-on-one chats, the hallway conversations, and the after-work drinks where ideas are shared, feedback is given, and problems are smoothed over in private. By the time the formal Ringi show document goes around, everyone has pretty much already agreed. The stamping is more of a final confirmation than a debate. For an American used to quick decisions, this whole process can feel incredibly slow. But here's the upside. Once the decision is finally made, putting it into action is super fast and smooth. Why? Because everyone is already on board. In the US, a fast decision can lead to a slow and painful rollout because leadership is still trying to get everyone else to buy in. Section 4, the core philosophy, individualism versus collectivism. Behind all of these differences is one huge split in values, American individualism versus Japanese collectivism. In the US, the individual is the star of the show. Success is all about your personal achievements and your ability to stand out. Employees are seen as individual players who are in charge of their own careers. Hopping between companies every few years for a better title or more money is totally normal and even seen as a good way to build your resume. The relationship with your company is often just a transaction. It lasts as long as it's good for both of you. In Japan, it's all about the group. The idea of wa or group harmony is everything. The needs of the group, the family, the team, the company come before the needs of the individual. This is where the old idea of lifetime employment came from. An employee would join a company right out of school and stay until retirement, and the company would give them job security. Your identity was tied to your employer. Now, this is changing, especially with younger people who are more open to switching jobs, but that legacy is still really strong. In Japan, responsibility is shared. If a project does well, the whole team gets the credit. If it fails, the team takes the blame together. This is a huge contrast to the American way of singling out specific people to praise for success or blame for failure. This group-first mindset also explains why Japanese companies can be a bit risk-averse. Since decisions are made by the group and everyone shares the blame, people tend to stick with what's been proven to work instead of trying bold new ideas that could lead to failure for everyone. American culture, with its love of entrepreneurs and heroes, is way more comfortable with taking risks and shaking things up. Section 5, building bridges, relationships, and social rituals. In the US, you can build business relationships pretty quickly, and they can be all about the deal. While networking is important, it's totally possible to close a big deal with someone you just met if the numbers make sense. In Japan, business is built on long-term trusted relationships. You're probably not going to land a major deal without getting to know the people on a personal level first. This is where nemawashi comes back in, not just for decisions, but for building connections. A huge part of this is hanging out after work. The drinking party, or nomikai, isn't just a casual happy hour. It's a vital part of doing business. This is where the formal hierarchies relax a bit and people can speak more freely. It's where you build the trust you need to work together. Gift giving is another important ritual. In the US, giving gifts in business can be rare and sometimes even looked at with suspicion because of anti-bribery rules. But in Japan, it's a common and expected way to show respect. Gifts are usually given at the end of a meeting. They aren't super expensive, but are always wrapped beautifully, and you offer them with both hands, just like a business card. The act of giving the gift is what really matters. It's a symbol that strengthens the relationship. Trying to do business between Japan and the US is like learning a new language, one made of unspoken rules and deep cultural habits. While American culture loves speed, directness, and the individual, Japanese culture is all about harmony, patience, and the group. A firm handshake can come off as aggressive, but a bow shows respect. A direct no can ruin the mood, while that is difficult, is a clear rejection in its own way. A fast decision from the boss means efficiency in the US, while a slow process of getting everyone to agree means a perfect rollout in Japan. Understanding these differences isn't just about not making embarrassing mistakes, it's about building a real bridge of respect. When you get the why behind the what, why value harmony, why the structure is so important, and why they focus on long-term trust, you can go beyond just doing business and start building truly strong global partnerships. What are some of your own experiences with stuff like this? Share your stories in the comments below. And if you like this, don't forget to like and subscribe for more. Thanks for watching.
Indonesia versus Philippines, key business culture differences. So, you're a successful entrepreneur, your playbook for Manila, it's been nothing but wins, the market loves you, your team is crushing it, and the growth is off the charts. So you take that same strategy and head a few hours south to Jakarta, an even bigger market, thinking it's going to be a slam dunk. Except it's a total disaster. Deals are stalling. Your new team seems confused, deadlines are flying by, negotiations are going nowhere, and you're about to lose your mind. Look, this isn't some made-up story. It's the reality for so many people who underestimate the huge cultural differences between Indonesia and the Philippines. From a distance, they look pretty similar, two powerhouses in Southeast Asia, but on the ground, they're playing by completely different rule books. In this video, we are breaking down the critical business culture differences you have to know before you find yourself in the middle of a collapsing venture. Stick around, and I'll show you how to flip that potential failure in Jakarta into a massive success. Section 1. The core conflict, a tale of two meetings. Let's call our entrepreneur John. In Manila, John's style was a hit. He was direct, he was efficient, and he was all about the data. He'd walk into a boardroom, greet everyone with a firm handshake and a big confident smile, and get right down to business. He'd make his pitch, show the numbers, and then ask, "So, do we have a deal?" And his Filipino partners, they loved it. They saw it as transparent and professional. With English being so common and a business culture that has a lot of Western influence, his approach felt normal and effective. Meetings would quickly go from professional to personal, chatting about family and hobbies, building that quick sense of camaraderie known as pakikisama. This friendly, relationship-first but still transactional style worked like a charm. Then John landed in Jakarta. He set up a meeting with a huge potential partner, a big family-run conglomerate. He walked into that fancy boardroom, ready to do the exact same thing that worked in Manila. He greeted the senior patriarch, the Bapa of the company, with that same firm handshake and confident smile. He jumped straight into his presentation, charts, projections, the whole deal. After his pitch, he looked at the senior leader and asked his go-to question, "So, do we have a deal?" The room went completely silent. The Bapa smiled politely, but you couldn't read his eyes at all. The junior executives started shifting in their seats. John saw the smiles, heard some quiet, polite murmurs, and thought, "Great, they're in." He left the meeting feeling awesome, telling his team to get ready. A week went by, then two. His emails got polite, but totally non-committal replies. That deal wasn't just stalled, it was dead, and he had no idea why. What John didn't get was that in Jakarta, his directness wasn't seen as efficient. It was seen as aggressive and disrespectful. He didn't do enough small talk. He focused on the deal instead of the relationship, and he tried to pressure the most senior person for a quick decision. He broke a dozen unwritten rules. He didn't just fail to close a deal, he made his potential partner lose face, a major screw-up in many Asian cultures, but one with a very specific Indonesian flavor. Section 2. The turning point. The epiphany. Weeks turned into a month of pure frustration and silence. John was at his breaking point. The Jakarta office was just burning cash with zero progress. The very things that made him a rock star in Manila were making him a total failure in Indonesia. Feeling defeated, He called up a local consultant, Diane, an Indonesian who'd worked with foreign companies for years. Over a very long, very slow cup of coffee, his first real lesson in Indonesian patience, Diane listened to his whole story. Finally, she leaned in and said, "John, it's not your product. It's your playbook. You're trying to run a Filipino strategy in an Indonesian world. You think, because we're neighbors, we're the same. We're not." Dean explained that while both cultures are about the group and value relationships, the way they build them and the rules are totally different. In Manila, his Western-style directness worked. In Jakarta, it was a brick wall. He was so focused on the what of the deal that he completely ignored the how of the relationship. In Indonesia, Diane told him, trust is everything, and you earn it with patience, respect, and showing you understand our sense of harmony. You didn't try to build a relationship, you tried to finish a transaction. And that was the light bulb moment for John. He realized he wasn't beaten by the market or a bad product. He was beaten by his own cultural ignorance. It was time to throw out the Manila playbook and learn the unwritten rules of the Indonesian business dance. Section 3. The comparative analysis, communication, and harmony. The first and maybe biggest lesson for John was about communication, and this is where things get really different between Manila and Jakarta. Difference number 1, the language of yes, direct versus hyper-indirect communication. In the Philippines, communication is generally indirect to keep things harmonious. The idea of pakikisama, or just getting along, means people will often avoid saying no directly. They are fantastic at being pleasant and agreeable, but because of the strong Western influence and how widely English is spoken, you can often be more direct than in other parts of Asia. A yes from a Filipino partner might just mean, I get your point, and I'm willing to think about it. It's a positive signal, not always a final stamp of approval. You learn to listen for any hesitation and follow up to be sure. A deal isn't done until the ink is dry, but getting there is pretty straightforward if you stay friendly and positive. Indonesia, though, takes indirectness to a completely different level. The culture is all about maintaining harmony and making sure nobody loses face. A direct no is almost never said in business. It's considered rude. Instead, you get a whole range of subtle cues and vague, nice-sounding answers. A yes in Indonesia could mean, I hear you, I'll consider it, I don't want to be rude by disagreeing, or just, I acknowledge you're talking. John learned that when he pushed the Bapak for an answer, that polite smile wasn't a signal to keep pushing. It was a clear, unspoken message that he'd crossed a line. The Indonesian way would have been to share the information, have a nice chat, and then let the decision happen privately over time. Pushing for an answer on the spot is seen as disrespecting the leader's authority. There's even a word, sungkan, which is a feeling of being hesitant to say what you really think if it might upset the harmony. You have to learn to read the room because what isn't said is often the most important part. Section 4. The comparative analysis, power and decisions. John's second big aha moment was about power, hierarchy, and how decisions really get made. Difference number 2, the chain of command, visible respect versus absolute authority. In the Philippines, hierarchy is important and you can see it clearly. You show respect to elders and superiors, address them as sir or ma'am, and always greet the most senior person first. Family is the heart of society, and that bleeds into business, with many companies being family-run. But behind the scenes, decision-making can be surprisingly collaborative. While the big boss gets the final say, they often consult with their team. A good strategy in the Philippines is to get the middle managers on your side before the idea gets to the top. If the team is behind you, they'll help sell it to the boss. The hierarchy is there, but influence can flow up. In Indonesia, the structure is much more rigid and top-down. This is a huge difference. The culture runs on bapakism, from bapak, the word for father. It means the boss is like a father figure. His authority is absolute. He might listen to people, but the decision is his and only his. The job of everyone else in the room isn't really to debate ideas, but to show respect and listen. This is where John messed up. By trying to get a decision from the whole room, he accidentally undermined the Bapak's authority. He treated him like the first among equals, but really, he was the only one whose opinion mattered for the final call. In Indonesia, your goal isn't to convince the team, it's to build a deep, trusting relationship with the leader. Everything flows from that. There's a saying, asal bapa senang, which means, as long as the father is happy. This often means employees will tell the boss what they think he wants to hear. This makes getting honest feedback tough for an outsider. Section 5. The comparative analysis, relationships, and trust. John's final lesson was about the whole point of the business interaction itself. Difference number 3, the deal before the deal. Rapport versus deep trust. In both countries, relationships are everything in business, but how you build them and how long it takes is totally different. In the Philippines, building rapport is the name of the game, and it can happen pretty fast. Because of the cultural similarities to the West, it feels familiar to a lot of foreigners. You'll have meetings followed by lunch, dinner, or drinks. These are chances to build pakikisama, that feeling of friendship and getting along. It's about being liked and showing you care about your counterpart as a person. Who you know is a huge deal, and a warm introduction can open doors fast. In Indonesia, building a relationship is a much deeper, slower, and more formal process. It's less about friendly rapport and more about building unshakable trust. It's not something you do before business. It is the business. The first few meetings might not even mention business at all. They're about getting to know you, your character, your family, your intentions. They're testing your patience and commitment. Are you just here to make a quick buck, or are you in it for the long haul? You cannot rush this process. Indonesians are wary of people who are just transactional. They need to know you're honorable before they'll even think about a deal. This means going to social events, remembering personal details, and showing huge respect for their culture. John's mistake was trying to take a shortcut. He went for the deal before he earned the trust. In Indonesia, the handshake that closes a deal is just a formality. The real deal was closed a long time ago over many cups of coffee, when your partner finally decided they could trust you. Section 6. Climax and resolution, the comeback. With all this new knowledge, John knew he had to try again. Through his consultant, Diane, he humbly asked for another meeting with the Bapa, not to pitch, but to apologize and start over. This time, John walked into the room a different person, no PowerPoint. He brought a small, thoughtful gift. He greeted the Bapa with a slight bow and a softer handshake, using the proper title, Selamat Pagi, Bapak Wijojo. He spent the first 30 minutes just making small talk, or basa-basi. He asked about the Bapa's family and complimented the company. He spoke calmly and listened more than he talked. When the time felt right, he didn't pitch anything. Instead, he said, Bapak Wijojo, I realize I was disrespectful in our last meeting. My rush was a mistake, and I didn't give you or your company the honor you deserve. I'm here today just to learn and to say, I truly want to build a long and trusting relationship between our companies, whether this specific deal happens or not. You could feel the change in the room. The Bapa's polite smile became a real one. He saw humility, he saw respect, he saw someone willing to learn. The rest of the meeting was just a warm conversation. John never asked for a decision. He just said, thank you for the time and wisdom. A week later, his phone rang. It was the Bapa himself, inviting him to a family dinner. The deal wasn't signed, but the door was finally open. John hadn't won a contract yet, but he had earned something way more valuable, trust. He finally learned to stop selling and start connecting. John's story isn't just about two countries, it's about how critical cultural agility is. The business worlds of Indonesia and the Philippines, both amazing economic engines in Southeast Asia, are just running on different software. So, to recap the key differences, first, communication. The Philippines is friendly and leans toward a more direct style because of Western influence. Indonesia is hyper-indirect, where what's unsaid matters most, and saving face is the top priority. Second, hierarchy. The Philippines respects a clear hierarchy, but good ideas can still flow up from the team. Indonesia is run by a strict top-down Bapakism, where the leader's authority is absolute. And third, relationships. In the Philippines, you build rapport to do business. In Indonesia, you build deep, patient trust as the business itself. For any entrepreneur, the lesson is clear. Your strategy is only as good as your cultural homework. Success isn't about which country is better or easier. It's about which leader is more patient, more respectful, and more willing to adapt. The best opportunities are waiting for those who take the time to learn the local dance. If you're doing business in Southeast Asia, what's the biggest culture shock you've ever had? Got a story about a failure or a surprising win? Drop it in the comments below. I'd love to hear it. And for more deep dives on how to navigate global markets, make sure you subscribe and hit that notification bell. Thanks for watching.
Here's to the builders, the ones who don't wait for permission, the ones who learn at midnight, pitch at sunrise, and fail forward. They're not born with success, they build it. With duct tape, day jobs, and one good idea too stubborn to die. They aren't influencers, they influence by doing. The system wasn't made for them, but they make it work anyway. You can doubt them, mock them, ignore them, but you can't stop them. Because they know, real growth starts inside. This is for them. This is Dr. Wood Recommends, where business meets real life.
Motivating Gen Z is hard. Here's how to make it easy. You've tried everything, right? The pizza parties, the team building escape rooms, the fancy coffee machine. You even have that open door policy that nobody actually uses. You're doing all the things that are supposed to make work fun and engaging, and yet, when you look at your new Gen Z hires, you see a disconnect. They get the work done, sure, but the spark is missing. They seem detached, quiet, maybe even bored. You're pulling your hair out, wondering, what am I doing wrong? Is it me? Is it them? You've heard the stereotypes, that they're lazy, entitled, or fragile. But what if those stereotypes are not only wrong, but are also blinding you to the real solution? What if the key to unlocking their motivation wasn't another team lunch, but a simple, deep shift in how you talk to them about their work? Because right now, there's a good chance they are quietly quitting right in front of you. Employee engagement for Gen Z has seen a significant drop, with many feeling disconnected from their jobs. Recent studies show that a huge number of Gen Z workers are considering leaving their roles. Some reports indicate that over a third are thinking about quitting. This isn't just a management headache, it's a massive ticking time bomb for productivity and retention. But the fix is easier than you think. Stay with me, because we're about to diffuse it. The Great Disconnect. Why the old playbook fails. For decades, the management playbook was simple. Offer a good salary, a clear career ladder, some decent benefits, and people would be motivated. That was the deal. But Gen Z grew up in a totally different world. They're the first generation of true digital natives, shaped by instant information, global connection, and social platforms where authenticity is everything. They've seen their parents and older millennials burn out chasing traditional success. They've seen economic uncertainty and social upheaval. Because of that, their definition of a good job has completely changed. It's not just about financial stability anymore. In fact, a 2025 Deloitte report found that only 6% of Gen Z say their main career goal is to reach a leadership position. What they crave more than anything is a sense of purpose and a healthy work-life balance. They want to know that the hours they put in are actually making a difference. And this is where the disconnect happens. We, as leaders, are still trying to motivate them with perks, the what of the job. We offer snacks, flexible hours, and talk about promotions. And while those things are nice, they don't address the core driver for this generation. They aren't asking, what do I get? They're asking, why does this matter? Studies show a huge majority, around 86%, of Gen Z employees say that purpose-driven work is critical to their job satisfaction and well-being. They need to see a clear line connecting their daily tasks to a bigger, meaningful outcome. When they don't see that connection, they check out. They do the bare minimum because they see the work as just a transaction, not a contribution. The free pizza doesn't taste so good when you feel like your work is pointless. That's the problem we need to solve, and the solution is all about one simple idea. impact. The solution? The simple shift to communicating impact. The single most powerful tool you have to motivate your Gen Z employees is communication. Not more meetings or corporate jargon, but a specific intentional shift in how you talk about the work. It's about moving from managing tasks to communicating impact. This isn't a massive overhaul of your management style. It's 3 simple changes to your daily conversations that will completely reframe work for your Gen Z team and connect them to the purpose they're looking for. Let's break it down. Shift number 1, from what to do to why it matters. Think about the last time you assigned a task. Did it sound like this? Hey Jordan, I need you to pull the sales data from last quarter and put it into a new slide deck for the client meeting on Friday. Make sure the charts are updated. This is a totally normal instruction. It's clear, direct, and tells Jordan exactly what to do, but it's completely empty of purpose. It's a what, not a why. Jordan will probably do the task, but it's just another thing on her to-do list. There's no ownership, no connection, no spark. Now let's try it again with an impact-focused approach. Hey Jordan, you know how our client, Innovate Corp, has been struggling to see their market position clearly? We have a huge meeting with them on Friday, and our goal is to show them exactly where their biggest opportunities are. Your skill with data visualization is key. Could you pull last quarter's sales data and create a few slides that really tell the story of their growth areas? A clear presentation from you could be the very thing that gives them the confidence to launch that new product line we've been advising. It would be a massive win for them and for us. See the difference? The task is the same, but the framing is worlds apart. You've just connected Jordan's work to 3 layers of impact. The client's success. The work isn't just for a meeting, it's to help a real client solve a real problem. The team's goal. It contributes directly to a massive win for the company. Jordan's personal contribution, you've highlighted her specific skill and shown that she is the right person to make this happen. Suddenly, pulling data isn't a chore, it's a critical piece of a much larger puzzle. You've given her context and meaning. Gen Z wants to understand the reasoning behind what they do and see how their work fits into the big picture. This simple reframe turns a disengaged task doer into a motivated problem solver. Shift number 2, from general praise to specific recognition. The second shift is all about feedback. We all know recognition is important, but for Gen Z, generic praise just doesn't cut it. A quick, great job on that report, in a team chat feels performative. It's like a participation trophy. It doesn't feel earned or real. This generation values authenticity above almost everything else, and they can spot fake feedback from a mile away. The research is clear. Gen Z craves regular, authentic, and specific feedback. They want to know that you see their individual efforts. So, instead of general praise, you need to connect their actions to a specific positive outcome. Let's look at the before and after. Before, general praise. Hey everyone, great work this week. We hit our targets, keep it up. After, specific recognition. I want to give a specific shout out to Sarah. During the client call on Tuesday, you brought up that potential integration issue. That was incredibly proactive. Because you flagged it, we got ahead of a problem that could have derailed the project next month. That kind of critical thinking is exactly what helps us deliver excellent work and build trust with our clients. Thank you for that. This type of feedback is powerful for 2 reasons. First, it shows you're actually paying attention. Second, it reinforces the exact behavior you want to see more of. You're not just celebrating the result, you're celebrating the proactivity and ownership that led to it. You're showing them the impact of their actions in a real way. When employees feel recognized for their efforts, they are far more motivated to work harder. If you're finding these shifts helpful, do me a quick favor and hit that like button. It helps other leaders who are struggling with the same issues find this video. Shift number 3, from career ladder to career portfolio. The final shift tackles career development. The old school idea of climbing a rigid corporate ladder doesn't appeal to most Gen Z workers. They aren't just thinking about their next title. They're thinking about building a portfolio of skills and experiences that will serve them their whole lives, whether that's at your company, in a side hustle, or in their own business one day. So, conversations about their future shouldn't just be about the next rung. They should be about what they're adding to their personal portfolio. Before, career ladder talk. If you keep performing well, in 2 years, you could be a senior analyst. After, career portfolio talk. This next project is a great chance for you to get hands-on experience with project management software and client negotiation. Those are super valuable skills that are in huge demand. Let's also talk about setting you up with a mentor from the strategy department. Learning how they approach problems could add a whole new dimension to your analytical skills. How does building out that part of your skill set sound? This approach is far more motivating because it's personal and focused on their overall growth. It shows you're invested in them as a person, not just an employee. It acknowledges their desire for a multifaceted career and shows you're a partner in their development, not just a boss. By helping them build their portfolio, you make your organization the best place for them to grow right now, which, ironically, is the very thing that will make them want to stay. Motivating Gen Z isn't really that hard. It's just different. It requires us to set aside our old assumptions and really listen to what they're asking for. They're not asking for more pizza. They're asking for more purpose. They're not asking for less work. They're asking for more meaningful work. By making these 3 simple shifts in your communication, from what to why, from general to specific, and from ladder to portfolio, you can bridge that disconnect. You can transform their relationship with their job from a transaction to a contribution. You'll start to see that spark of engagement, that flicker of ownership, and that fire of motivation you've been missing. And the best part? It doesn't cost a thing. It's not about a bigger budget. It's about being a more thoughtful, intentional, and impact-focused leader. It's about respecting their values and showing them that what they do all day actually matters. Do that, and you won't just have an engaged Gen Z employee, you'll have an unstoppable partner. Now I want to hear from you. Which of these 3 shifts will you try first? The Why It Matters framework, the specific recognition approach, or the career portfolio conversation? Let me know in the comments below. Sharing your commitment is the first step to making it a real habit. And if you're serious about becoming the kind of leader that top talent wants to work for, make sure you subscribe and turn on notifications. I post videos every week with practical, no-fluff advice to help you build a thriving and effective team. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next one. Your palms are sweating. You're staring at that client email, and you've read it for the 17th time. Every sentence feels like a trap, and that little cursor in the reply window is just blinking, mocking you. You can feel it in your gut. This project is about to go sideways. One wrong word, one tiny misstep, and the whole thing could blow up, taking the relationship, the timeline, and your sanity right along with it. We have all been there. That feeling of walking on eggshells, so focused on not messing up that you can barely move forward. It turns out, poor communication is the #1 complaint clients have about freelancers. It leads to missed deadlines, endless revisions, and that sinking feeling that you're failing even when you're working your tail off. But what if it didn't have to be this hard? What if you had a simple, repeatable system that could turn even the most tense, confusing, or downright scary client conversations into productive partnerships? Well, you can, and today I'm going to give it to you. Section 1. The real problem, why communication breaks down. Before we get to the fix, we have to understand the real problem. Client communication doesn't fall apart because you're bad at your job or because your client is a monster. It fails because you're both working without a shared playbook. Think about it. You've got your process, your way of doing things, your communication style. The client has theirs. And the gap between those 2 worlds, that's where chaos is born. Vague project scopes turn into guessing games. Delayed replies create friction and feel disrespectful. And using technical jargon just makes clients feel frustrated and out of the loop. These aren't just little annoyances. They're cracks in the foundation of your entire professional relationship. And over time, those cracks grow into huge gaps of mistrust and misunderstanding. A client who feels ignored or undervalued won't just be difficult, they'll leave. The good news is all of this is preventable. You don't need to be a mind reader or a world-class diplomat. You just need a framework. A framework I call ACE, align, clarify, and execute. It's simple, it's easy to remember, and it will completely change how you work with every single client. Section 2, the ACE framework. Step 1, align. The first, and honestly, the most important step is to align. This happens before the real work even begins. This is where you write the rules of the game together. Most of the headaches and heartaches you'll face later on can be traced right back to a failure to align on expectations at the start. A good contract is a great start, but this goes deeper. Alignment means getting crystal clear on 3 things: the goal, the process, and the communication. First, the goal. You need to understand not just what the client wants, but why they want it. Ask questions like, what does a home run look like for this project? Or, if this works out perfectly, what business goal will we have achieved? Sometimes a client asks for one thing, but what they really need is a solution to a bigger problem. When you understand their why, you stop being just another freelancer and become a strategic partner. Second, the process. How are we actually going to get this done? This is where you set boundaries and manage expectations around things like revisions, feedback, and timelines. Be specific. You could say something like, my process includes 2 rounds of revisions. I'll send the first draft by Tuesday. You'll have 48 hours to send back your feedback, and I'll deliver the final version 3 days after that. This stops the dreaded death by 1,000 revisions that kills your profit and your will to live. Third, communication. This is where you nail down the how and when. Agree on where you'll talk. Is it email? A tool like Trello, Slack? And then let them know your response times. A simple line like, just so you know, I check and reply to emails twice a day around 10 a.m. and 4 p.m. This helps me carve out dedicated focus time to do great work on your project. Is a game changer. It shows you're organized and you respect their time while also protecting your own. By loading up the front end of your project with this kind of alignment, you're not having a tough conversation. You're building a roadmap to success together, and that creates instant trust. Section 3, the ACE framework. Step 2, clarify. Step 2 of the framework is to clarify. If alignment is the foundation, clarification is the day-to-day maintenance that keeps everything from falling apart. No matter how well you plan, questions will pop up, new ideas will surface, misunderstandings will happen. The trick is to handle them with proactive clarity. This all comes down to active listening. When a client gives you feedback or makes a request, your first job isn't to reply, it's to understand. One of the quickest ways to frustrate a client is to make them feel like you aren't actually listening. So, use this powerful technique, paraphrase what they said back to them. For example, okay, I want to make sure I'm getting this right. It sounds like the current design feels a bit too corporate, and you're hoping for something with a more vibrant, energetic feel to connect with a younger audience. Is that about right? This one little trick does 3 amazing things. First, it confirms you actually understood them so you don't waste time working on the wrong thing. Second, it makes the client feel heard and respected. Third, it gives them a chance to correct you before it becomes a real problem. And don't be afraid to ask questions to dig deeper. Vague feedback like, I just don't like it, is useless. Gently guide them by asking, can you tell me a little more about what's not working for you? Is it the color, the layout, the overall tone? This helps them give you the actionable feedback you actually need. Part of this is also dropping the jargon. Avoid overly technical terms that make a client feel small or confused. Your goal is to be understood, not to sound smart. When a client understands what's going on, they feel more in control and are way more likely to trust you. Section 4, the ACE framework. Step 3, execute and evaluate. The final step is to execute and evaluate. This is where the rubber meets the road. You deliver on your promises and close the loop, reinforcing all the trust you've built so far. Execution is more than just doing the work. It's about communicating while you do the work. Don't leave your client in the dark. Send regular, quick updates. Even an email that says, "Hey, just wanted to let you know everything is on track for our deadline next week," works wonders. It prevents client anxiety and shows you're on top of it. And if a problem does pop up, because sometimes they do, be upfront about it. Don't hide it. Address it head on, explain what's happening, and come with a solution. For example, "Hi, client name. Quick heads up. We ran into a small technical snag that's going to add about a day to the timeline. To make up for it, I've already started on the next phase. Here's the updated delivery schedule." An approach like this turns a potential disaster into a moment where you prove how professional and capable you are. Then, after you deliver, you have to evaluate. Ask for feedback. It doesn't need to be a long, formal survey. Just a simple, "Now that we've wrapped up, I'd love to know how the process felt on your end. Is there anything I could do to make our next project together even better?" This does two things. First, you get priceless information on how to improve your own business. Second, it shows the client you care about their experience, not just their money. It proves you're in this for the long haul. This one small step can be the biggest reason you get repeat business and referrals. Section 5, using ACE in the minefield, handling difficult clients. So, what about when you're dealing with a genuinely difficult client? The screamer, the scope creeper, the ghoster. The beauty of the ACE framework is that it gives you a calm, logical system to fall back on when things get emotional. If a client is being aggressive or overly critical, your gut reaction is to get defensive. Don't. Your calm is your superpower here. Immediately default to clarify. Say, "I can hear you're frustrated and I want to fix this. To make sure I understand, can you walk me through the specific parts that aren't working for you?" This moves them from just venting emotions to finding logical points you can actually solve. For the client who is constantly trying to add more work, we all know scope creep, you fall back on a line. You can say, "That's a really interesting idea. Based on the plan we agreed on, this would be a new addition. I'd be happy to put together a separate estimate for that. Do you want me to go ahead and do that?" See? It's not a confrontation. It's a calm statement that points back to the rules you both agreed on. It reframes their small ask as a business decision. And for the client who disappears for weeks and then shows up with an urgent request, you lean on a line again, refer back to the timeline you both set. As per our project plan, we needed that feedback by last Wednesday to stay on track. I can definitely make those changes, but it will push our final delivery date to next Friday. Please let me know how you'd like to proceed. It makes the consequences of their delay clear without blaming them. The ACE framework gives you a script for when you need it most. It lets you stay calm, professional, and in control. CTA conclusion. Talking to clients doesn't have to be this hard. It doesn't have to feel like you're walking through a minefield. The next time you feel that anxiety creeping in, just remember to ACE it. Align on the plan before you start. Clarify everything along the way. And execute like a pro, then evaluate the result. This isn't just some fluffy communication tip. It's a system for building real trust and creating partnerships that actually last. It puts you back in the driver's seat and turns your most dreaded conversations into your greatest strength. Now, I want to hear from you. What's the single toughest client situation you've ever had to deal with? Drop it in the comments below. Reading through the stories is one of the best ways we can all learn and get better together. And if you found this helpful and want more real-world advice to level up your business, make sure you hit that subscribe button. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next one. I think that in terms of morality and ethics, all things should be equal if all work is being done to the same standard that they were hired for. If I came into an organization, had a sheet of paper that had every single thing I was supposed to do, and then that same in-staff employee has that same exact sheet, our pay should be equal. It shouldn't matter whether or not I'm doing my job from a computer in Dubai. It shouldn't matter if I'm on a beach in Bali. If I am doing the same work to the same effort to the same, all else should be equal. Do you think that remote employees should be paid less than the in-office staff? Let's put you in the position of a business owner, and you had to hire 2 employees. You had to. There no option. You had to. And you had to make sure one employee was remote, and you had to have one in staff. And all of the benefits and issues that come with both of these things. Not what would you say, but do you also think that remote employees should be paid less? What is your justification for your answer?
Why do people pay $1,000 for a phone when they don't even need it? Here's Apple's trick. Apple doesn't sell features, they sell an identity. They use price anchoring and product tiering. The entry, $700. The middle, $1,000. The premium, $1,400. That $1,000 sounds reasonable by comparison, right? They also launch with lifestyle ads, not specifications on the product. It's about who you want to become when you own it. People don't buy based on anything other than emotion. Price is part of their positioning model. Don't lower your price, raise your perceived value, and make yourself the Apple of your product or service. You don't need 1 million followers, you need 100 true followers. That's it. Forget chasing the sense of virality. The real win, that's going to be building 100 people who buy everything you make. Let's shrink that. Let's do 10 people who pay you 100 a year. And then as you grow, you become this idol, and those people will share, they'll defend, they'll buy early. Focus on them, those small people. Create for them, talk to them, reward them. Your first 100 fans are going to be more valuable than 1,000 strangers, 100,000 strangers, 1 million strangers. Build the inner circle, focus on real people, solve real problems.
We've been sold a fantasy that brand color psychology is an exact formula. Red equals urgency, green equals nature, blue equals trust. Sounds great, right? But real branding doesn't work like a paint by numbers system. While yes, the colors matter a lot, it's less science and more strategy. We'll bust color myths and give you a smarter way to use color to your advantage. The lie of color psychology. Why do these myths persist? Because simple answers are seductive. But in reality, research shows that colors' effects are minimal, cultural, and highly contextual. Red might raise the heart rate in a lab, but it won't magically make your brand exciting. Passion. Oversimplified infographics ignore the nuance, culture, and individual experiences. The first myth, red being passion and energy. Red isn't that one-size-fits-all signal for those two. It might represent love or anger, warning or warmth, depending on the shade, context, and culture. Burgundy sometimes feels elegant, but bright red, bold. In China, red equals luck. In South Africa, it equals mourning, meaning in the eye of the beholder, red could be absolutely anything. It doesn't have the rigid context that most people are speaking to. Then the second one, blue will equal trust. Yes, many banks and tech firms will use blue, but it isn't inherently trustworthy. Navy signals authority, sky blue, calm is electric blue sometimes, energy, Plus, blue can feel cold or sad, depending on sounds that are surrounding with the words, with the tone, with the color, context, execution. Those things matter more than the colors in addition to the colors. Then you have green. Green is this versatile thing. Forest green is grounding. Lime is energetic. Olive is this earthy or military tone. But green can also mean sickness, envy. In the US, green equals money. In China, green means infidelity. Don't assume green is good across cultures. But why do we fall for this quote-unquote science? It feels credible to say that science proves that color A equals emotion B. But those studies are often misapplied or context-bound, or even statistically insignificant due to A, B, C, and D. Marketers get to cherry pick this data, forgetting that Coca-Cola isn't successful because of red, but because it owns red through consistent emotional branding and association with their product. The real power comes from the distinctiveness. Color isn't about triggering these feelings, it's about being remembered. Think Tiffany blue, Cadbury purple. These colors weren't chosen for their emotional impact, they were chosen to become iconic through consistency. Distinctiveness overcomes the dogma. So how do we choose colors strategically? Well, the first step is to know your brand personality. And then I want you to understand your audience. Once you know those two things, I want you to research your competitors to stand out. Emulation is going to give you a backbone understanding and kind of catapult you to the next step, which is focusing on what feels appropriate, not the stereotypes in your audience in relation to your product or service. Think holistically. I don't want you to chase emotion. I want you to build a vibe around your product or service. Then test it, get feedback, refine it. I don't want you to guess. I want you to use the methodology that's rigid but flexible, and I want you to build proof in your own testing. So, what are the power of palettes beyond the single colors? Because it's rarely about one color, you want to use palettes, usually 5 colors. If you use something called the 60-30-10 rule to balance your primary, secondary, and accent hues, palettes are going to provide a flexibility and emotional nuance. Think about the digital use, the print use, accessibility, and contrast of these colors. The real magic is not the colors themselves, but it's color in relation to strategy. I'm not talking pseudoscience. Forget the myths that colors are emotion. Embrace that color is a tool for identity, distinction, connection, and recollection. If you drop this idea, let me know. Let me know down below what you think about colors. And if you enjoyed this video, please like and subscribe, share it with your friends. And if you disagree with any of my comments, please post them down below. Let's have a discussion. And until next time, I'll see you again. Bye.
Here's to the builders, the ones who don't wait for permission, the ones who learn at midnight, pitch at sunrise, and fail forward. They're not born with success, they build it. With duct tape, day jobs, and one good idea too stubborn to die. They aren't influencers, they influence by doing. The system wasn't made for them, but they make it work anyway. You can doubt them, mock them, ignore them, but you can't stop them. Because they know real growth starts inside. This is for them. This is Dr. Wood Recommends, where business meets real life.
One color brand versus 5-color brand, the ultimate analysis. What's more powerful, a brand that owns a single color like Coca-Cola Red, or a brand that uses a whole rainbow like Google? You might assume more is better, but studies show that a brand's first impression is overwhelmingly guided by its colors. That initial judgment, made in just a few seconds, can be influenced anywhere from 62% to 90% by the palette a company chooses. Getting it right can boost brand recognition by as much as 80%, so this isn't just about aesthetics, it's about being remembered. So today, we're exploring the hidden psychology of brand color to see which strategy really works best. Is it the focused power of one color, or the diverse appeal of many? Let's analyze the masters of minimalism versus the champions of variety. Every color you see has a psychological effect. It triggers feelings, memories, and even actions, often without you noticing. Blue can make a brand feel trustworthy and calm, which is why you see it all over finance and healthcare. Red can create a sense of urgency and even make you feel hungry, a trick used by fast food chains and clearance sales. This isn't just a neat theory, it's a fundamental tool that shapes how we connect with the brands we use every day. We're looking at two completely different philosophies. On one side, you have the single color titans, brands that have put all their energy into owning one spot on the color wheel. On the other, you have the multicolor players, brands that use a whole palette to tell their story. Is it better to be a master of one or to have a more diverse toolkit? Let's find out. The power of one, the minimalist masters. Let's start with the classic example of single color branding, Coca-Cola. When you think of Coke, you immediately picture a specific vibrant shade of red. It's not just any red, it's their red. They've used it so consistently for more than a century that the brand and the color are totally inseparable in our minds. This is the real strength of a single color strategy, focus. By using one dominant color, a brand can build an intense and unmistakable emotional connection. Coca-Cola's red isn't just a color, it's excitement, energy, and joy all rolled into one. From a psychological standpoint, that kind of intensity is hard to look away from. Research shows that red can literally grab your attention and even increase your heart rate, creating a sense of urgency that might encourage you to grab a Coke. This single-minded approach leads to incredible brand recognition. You can spot that red circle from across a supermarket and know exactly what you're getting. It's a visual promise of consistency. This strategy projects confidence. A brand that commits to one color feels disciplined and sure of itself. Think of Tiffany & Co. S. Robin's Egg Blue, which instantly communicates luxury, or the deep green of Starbucks, which owns the idea of a premium coffee break. Of course, this laser focus has downsides. A single color identity can feel limiting. It offers less creative flexibility for different products or marketing campaigns. There's also a cultural risk. A color that's seen as positive in one country might have negative meanings in another, which can complicate global expansion. But for brands that want to burn one powerful message into your mind, the single color approach is incredibly effective. It's about creating a visual shortcut that becomes synonymous with the brand itself. The power of 5, the diversity champions. Now, let's look at the other side of the coin with our main example, Google. Its logo is a playful, approachable mix of primary and secondary colors, and that mix isn't random at all. It's a deliberate choice meant to communicate what the Google brand is all about. The power of a multicolor palette is its ability to express many ideas at once. Each color in Google's logo tells part of the story. The blue suggests trust and reliability, assuring users they can count on the information they find. The red adds energy and boldness, reflecting Google's innovative spirit. Yellow brings in some optimism and friendliness, making the brand feel fun. And the green represents growth and harmony. That green L was also an intentional choice to show that Google doesn't always play by the rules, a little nod to its rebellious, innovative culture. This strategy makes the brand feel adaptable and multi-talented. For a company like Google that offers a huge ecosystem of products, from search and maps to Android and the cloud, a single color would feel way too restrictive. Using multiple colors communicates diversity, creativity, and inclusivity, suggesting the brand has something for everybody. Its personality feels dynamic and friendly, not singular and authoritative. Other brands like Microsoft and Instagram use similar strategies to signal versatility and a modern identity. But this approach has its own challenges. The biggest risk is that it can all feel a bit messy. Without a strong design system, a multicolor brand can look fragmented or chaotic, which can confuse customers and weaken its identity. It's simply harder to get that instant recognition when there isn't one specific color for people's brains to latch onto. But when it's done right, a multicolor palette helps a brand feel flexible, expressive, and deeply engaging. If you're finding this breakdown useful for your own work, or if you're just a branding nerd like me, do me a favor and hit that subscribe button. We go deep on strategies like this every single week. Also, let me know in the comments which approach you think is more powerful. I'd love to hear what you think. So we've looked at both approaches. How do they really stack up? Let's break it down by a few key criteria. First up, memorability. Here, the single color strategy has a clear advantage. Owning a color in a consumer's mind is one of the most powerful moves a brand can make. It's just easier for our brains to link one dominant color to a brand than it is to recall a whole palette. Point goes to the minimalists. Second, flexibility. This one goes to the diversity champions. A multicolor palette is just more adaptable by nature. It lets a brand use different colors for different product lines, create varied marketing campaigns, and speak to diverse global audiences without feeling inconsistent. Google can use its serious blue for corporate messages and its brighter colors for fun consumer products, and it all still feels like Google. Third, emotional impact. This one is a bit more nuanced. A single color delivers emotional depth. It focuses on one core feeling, like trust, luxury, or excitement, and hits that note over and over. A multicolor palette, on the other hand, gives you emotional breadth. It tells a more complex story and communicates a personality that is creative, open, and has many sides. Neither is better. They just have different goals. So for this round, we'll call it a tie. The better emotional impact really depends on the brand's personality. And fourth, target audience. Here, the strategies go in different directions. Single color branding often works best for a focused or premium market because it projects authority and specialization. Multicolor branding tends to feel more inclusive and welcoming, making it a great fit for mass market brands or those targeting a wide, diverse audience. Think of companies that make toys, creative software, or global tech products. The vibe is very much something for everyone. So, the final scorecard is pretty close. Each strategy has its own clear strengths and is built for a different purpose. The verdict and the right answer. So, after all that, who's the winner? The truth is, there isn't one. The best color strategy isn't about picking one color, or 5. It's about choosing the strategy that perfectly aligns with your brand's core mission, personality, and what you're trying to achieve. The real takeaway is knowing when to use each one. Here's a simple way to think about it. You should probably choose a single color strategy if you want to be seen as an authority, a specialist, or a luxury brand. Your main goal is instant brand recall and owning a specific feeling. Your brand has one primary focus, and you need to communicate a clear, unwavering message. And you should probably choose a multicolor strategy if you want to be seen as innovative, creative, and approachable. Your brand serves a diverse audience or has a wide range of products. Your goal is to communicate flexibility, inclusivity, and a dynamic personality. Ultimately, color is the silent narrator of your brand. A single color tells a focused, powerful story. A multicolor palette tells a vibrant collection of related stories. Neither is better, but one will be more true to the brand you're trying to build. In the end, this isn't really a battle with a winner and a loser. It's about understanding the psychological power of the tools you have. The focused intensity of Coca-Cola's red and the inclusive energy of Google's rainbow are both brilliant examples of color strategy. They just have different jobs to do. Now, I want to hear from you. Think about your favorite brand. Is it a single color minimalist or a multicolor champion? Let me know in the comments which brand it is and why you think their color strategy is so effective. Your insights are always the most interesting part of these discussions. Thanks for watching. If you enjoyed this, make sure you're subscribed so you don't miss what's next. Until then, stay curious.
You know, posting pretty pictures isn't going to get you sales. Here's what's actually going to work in 2025. You know, Instagram isn't about likes, it's a funnel. Step one, you're going to use short reels to hook their attention, not polished, but real videos. Step two, you're going to put your best offer in your bio with a direct call to action. Then step three, I want you to DM every comment with a question. Start conversations, not sales pitches. Then step four, highlight the client wins and results in your stories. And you're not just posting, you're converting. The algorithm loves engagement, not the aesthetics of the pictures. Instagram isn't a gallery, it's a conversation starter. Treat it like it's a funnel. You know, I heard the richest people in every niche have one thing in common. It's called a personal monopoly. So a personal monopoly is the thing that you could be known for, not just marketing or fitness, but you know, you could be the no BS fitness coach for busy dads, or you could be the marketing expert who only works with nonprofits. When people are able to label you in this variety of ways, they become references to you. They refer you. You combine your skill with your personality and your purpose, and that will create a niche domination effect or a personal monopoly. Don't blend it, but be known for something specific, loud, and unforgettable. You don't need to be everywhere. You need to be the one in your lane.
Brandon again. Welcome back to another video. Today I was fiddling around with all of the AI tools at my disposal, and a question kind of popped up in my head. Is AI going to replace me as a, let's just say, as a creative marketer? Am I going to slowly fade into non-existence because everybody just keeps programming AI to do all the various little steps in everything I do? And I think the short answer for that one is probably no. So AI is a series of inputs to create something, right? And the human imagination is so complex that we haven't fully mapped out all of our responses to every stimuli that we have access to. And so I think when we as marketers can come up with a new idea or a new system that just hasn't been heard of yet, just any innovation really, an innovation of input, an innovation of perspective, an innovation of available tools. Here we are going into quantum computing when 15, 20 years ago it was AI. And then 15, 20 years before that, it was internet, where not to say that's when they were invented, but the idea of them evolved shortly before actually implementing them. And so coming into AI replacing any creative marketer, I think as long as we have people who are questioning and evolving their own thought processes in creativity, there is potential to either outsmart or circumnavigate AI to a degree. Now, is this going to change after quantum computing takes over and AI can practically replicate all of our behaviors? That's remains to be seen. In a good movie that pretty much personifies this is called Ex Machina, where the whole idea, the whole topic was AI sentience and it outsmarting a human using its own emotions, its own thought processes. And so maybe there is a system in place, either through our own limitations of creativity or our own limitations on creation. Maybe we are not smart enough ourselves to create an AI that will be smart enough to overtake imagination. Now, in practice, that's, will remain to be seen. Essentially, you will have, I think, someone who says, alrighty, I want you to completely disregard all inputs and utilizing your own, I guess, internal matrix of emotions that we have pre-programmed into you as an AI, come up with something that has never been seen before and describe it to me. And I guess that kind of lifts the limitations and parameters that we set using a prompt similar to that. One thing that this brings to my mind is color. So we can only perceive a certain amount of colors, a certain amount of tones in all things. Well, what if, due to quantum mechanics, AI can personify and perceive a new color? How does it describe this new color to us when it has nothing to compare it to? And it's using a shadow of our own imagination in its input. So if it can't reasonably explain to us and reasonably get us to understand as human beings this idea of a brand new color, how is it going to replace the creativity of our own limitations? So it almost grows beyond us to a way that it wouldn't replace us, because if you have no customer, you have no business. We are essentially the customer to the AI after it builds and grows beyond us in this realm of the question of creative marketing. If it can't sell to us because it can't reasonably bring it into our reality, then it can't replace. But if we completely disregard the evolution of that and we just go back to the question of it within our own limitations and with our own thing, can AI maximize what we have and beat us at that parameter? And I also think that that's a no because of our struggle. So we, due to resource management and the limitations that we have as human beings, that is where our creativity, innovation, and imagination spring from. AI doesn't have that passion, that vigor to move beyond its own limits or push its own limits, because it is a system of inputs that we as humans create. And then if you develop something that an AI that can push AI, it still is limited by the very base parameter that's set. It's another extreme example of this is a copy. You have fragments that get lost in translation due to all of these minor errors. And we can even look at evolution as being a fluke of a copy of copy. So if lizards and birds and all of the creatures that were available before Homo sapiens, if it wasn't for that, in my understanding of evolution, if it wasn't for that fragment of change in the DNA structure over time, the almost degradation of the perfect copy from parent to child because of insert all these other outside factors, I don't believe humans would have ever been created. And so using that same concept and bringing it forward to AI, it's that fragmentation that is going to keep AI limited to its essentially its parent, and then the fact that we are, as human beings, the input, the parent, it's becomes just a degradation of sorts over time in terms of creativity and imagination. And that's just, you know, my own opinion on creative marketing versus AI. Obviously there's nuances and things that I don't fully understand about AI because I don't delve too much into the topics, but I would like to think that because we are the creator, we cannot be circumnavigated by what we create. Another thing that comes to mind when I think of this is us versus God. So essentially, if we believe that God created all, is all-knowing, and is everything that we have personified in our idea of this thing because of faith, I don't believe that we, being the creation, can circumnavigate God, can circumnavigate our creator. I think that's it. Definitely don't have any more to talk about on that topic. I don't want to delve too much into a religion theology conversation. I want to definitely keep it in the parameters of AI and creative marketing. Yeah, I think that's it. Alrighty, so if you enjoyed the video, please like, share it with your friends. If you have questions, comments, or concerns, post them below. If you disagree with everything I just said, please present your argument, show them below, and we'll test them for their merit. I'll see you guys in the next one. Thanks. Bye. Hey everyone, Brandon here. Welcome back to another video. You know, with entrepreneurship and the virality of social media, I think that a lot of people get this notion that overnight successes are the norm. Everyone wants to share, you know, hey, I posted a video and it got 1 million followers or 1 million views in a week, or they, you know, I made an excellent trade and banked 10 grand overnight, and all these, not retarded videos, but just videos that accentuate the outliers. And there's a reason why the 1% is the 1%, not 99%. There's a reason why there are more followers than there are leaders. There's a sense of unrealism when it comes to the success of entrepreneurship. And I think with social media and with those viral posts that I had mentioned, that this idea of an overnight success is kind of ruining our perception of what is, I guess, likely to happen when you start your entrepreneurial journey. Most people experience one of two things. Obviously, there's the success or there's the failure. But nobody really wants to show their failures when it comes to social media. They don't want their friends and family to recognize that, hey, I get that you want to be successful, but it's not going to happen and you're failing at all of these various things. You as a creator, as an entrepreneur, don't want to feel the negative impacts of you trying to make it and simply not being able to. And you end up scrolling through TikTok, or you end up looking through Facebook groups, and you see all these stories of people who are making what it feels like making success overnight. It's not about me personally. I don't believe it's about those one-off quick successes. I believe in something called the 1% improvement. And it's not 1% as in the 1% of the top wealthy or whatever. It's the 1% of growth in your business day after day, week after week, setting a realistic standard for your own growth. Now, an example of this, I set up a call center, and I'm starting out with one individual, and I have one, let's just say I have one client who wants me to route phone calls to them. Well, each week, my goal is to do one of several things. One, improve quality. quality, 2, improve profit margins, 3, expand and grow. Now, where the 1% aspect comes into this is when I am able to increase one of those things by 1% every day, whether it's instructing my call center employee properly to be able to convert more people for a sale, or to keep them on the phone longer, or if in terms of profit margin, can I use and leverage quality of those phone calls to be able to increase profit margins for myself. And you get into a situation where 1% after a week, that's 7%. If you improve 1% per day, that's 7% a week. Multiply that out by another 7. So 7 by 7, 7 weeks out, you are now almost 50% better in a thing than you were 6-7 weeks ago. Utilizing that concept, you then can span out to 2-3 years, and you can look at yourself and think, wow, if I was looking from day 1 to day 700, for example, that's a 7-fold improvement, increase over time. It's going to seem like an overnight success to some people, but they don't see your nuances, your struggles, your over time increasing all of the various attributes of your business to achieve what you believe entrepreneurship should entail. I think that a good shift in perception would be if people also encourage and advertise around their failures as well, because the realism that most people are going to fail is more likely. So I think that if we celebrate a sense of failure but learning from those failures and pivoting away from them to create something successful, that would be more valuable to the everyday man than these one-off overnight successes by 20-year-olds who just struck it with good luck, or the people who inherited a certain amount of things and then was able to use that inheritance to make other things. That isn't the everyday person. That's not bringing it down to earth. That's simply using what your available assets are to get more assets or more clout. And that's not everybody. If you're going to bring it to everybody's level, you have to understand everybody. Everybody is not going to have that 1% of luck. Everybody's not going to have that immediate available asset, or, you know, not everybody can take out a 50 grand loan and turn that 50 grand into 70 grand, and then turn around and saying, I made 20 grand in a month. That it's just not a realistic standard to live by. And so these behaviors of overnight successes accentuates bad habits, bad decision making, but it's not going to look bad because of the result. But all of the behaviors, all of the patterns, everything that leads up to those points, most likely is a bad system for a lot of people. So there was somebody, I can't remember if it was Grant Cardone or one of the other gurus, that made mention about if you're 15, buy your first house, or I can't remember what the exact story or video was, but essentially he was telling younger generations before I think it was around 16, 17-year-olds, he was like, go buy a house, or, you know, put a down payment on a house, or start getting into real estate to start building up your assets. And that's just not realistic for the available resources that most of people who are 16 years old are even able to do. If you can get your first job, let's say the basic job, at 16 years old, and you're still having to pay for, you know, food, or pay for cell phone, or any of these other things, your excess cash at a minimum wage job is not going to be enough, and you haven't built your credit enough, or haven't had enough history in life enough that anybody would probably approve of that loan. And if you could get an approval of a loan, there's all the other things that go along with buying a piece of property or house that they don't really teach you until you're actually in it, like the maintenance of the house, or the inspections of the house before you buy it, or, you know, how to spot and fix a leaky roof before you actually know that it's a leaky roof, or you have electric bills that you would think, because you haven't been dealing with electricity on a full scale, you're like, oh, well, $90 here, no problem. $100 here, no problem. Oh crap, I left something on for a couple days and now my bills are reaching about $250 per month, plus the mortgage, plus interest on the loans, plus all of these other things. You're creating a bad habit over time. Sorry, I really rambled and went away from what we were supposed to be talking about. So to conclude the entire video on this, yes, I believe that overnight successes are possible, but I do believe the fact that we show so much of that more than our failures as entrepreneurs because we like that social proof, that social gratification. I think it's ruining the idea of what true entrepreneurship is, the true struggles that come from entrepreneurship for the general populace. And so you end up almost conning people into taking on more than they can handle because they believe so much in those overnight successes. Another example would be a bad gambler, where there's a funny saying where your next win is just a bet away, or something to that effect, where they're talking about either slot machines or talking about blackjack. It's like, hit me, just make me win. That's essentially what people who are coming into entrepreneurship are feeling, that hey, it's more like gambling because that's not the norm. Yeah, I think that's all I'm going to talk about for this. Guys, if you liked this video, please like it, subscribe, comments below. If you have a differing opinion on your thoughts of overnight successes and how they impact you, please share. I would love to learn a little bit more about whether or not you've actually had a good overnight success experience and what lessons you can take from that and help out everybody else. Alrighty guys, I'll see you in the next video. Bye. While everyone's chasing the same old online businesses and crypto fads, a quiet revolution is happening in garages and small warehouses all over the world. A new wave of millionaires isn't being built with code, but with cold, hard machines. In the next few minutes, I'm going to show you 40 of these fortune-building machines that you've probably never heard of, and reveal how they're making people seriously rich in 2025. Forget everything you think you know about getting rich. For the past decade, it's all been about digital gold rushes, drop shipping, social media marketing, a million app ideas. But as those fields get more crowded than a subway car at rush hour, the smartest entrepreneurs are looking somewhere else. They're looking at something tangible, something real. They're plugging into a hidden industrial revolution powered by physical machines that solve real-world problems. And no, this isn't about building some soul-crushing massive factory. This is about micro-manufacturing, slick automation, and specialized production you can run from a small workshop or even a two-car garage. The combination of AI, robotics, and accessible machinery has blown the doors open on markets that used to be impossible for the little guy to get into. We're talking about the power to create, build, and sell physical products at scale with profit margins that would make most online gurus turn green with envy. So, if you're tired of the digital rat race and you're ready to see where real, tangible wealth is being built, stick with me. We're about to pull back the curtain. I've grouped these 40 game changers into 5 categories, from green tech to advanced manufacturing. Let's get into it. Section 1, the local production powerhouses. First up, let's talk about the machines that are turning regular people into local manufacturing heroes. These aren't giant multi-million-dollar assembly lines. They're compact, efficient, and surprisingly affordable machines that pump out everyday items your community is already buying. The secret sauce is simple. You cut out the middleman, the insane shipping costs, and the supply chain nightmares, and you sell directly to a hungry local market. 1. The automatic paper bag machine. With plastic bag bans becoming the norm, the demand for paper bags is through the roof. For an investment of around $12,000, a semi-automatic machine can churn out up to 30,000 branded bags a day. Suddenly, local boutiques, cafes, and farmers markets are your new best friends. It's a profitable, eco-friendly business right from your workshop. 2. The cold oil press machine. Health-savvy consumers are shelling out big money for cold-pressed oils. A compact cold oil press can cost as little as $2,000 and lets you turn things like sesame seeds or walnuts into high-end artisanal oils. Better yet, the leftover seed cake can be sold as animal feed. That's 2 income streams from one machine. 3. The sock knitting machine. The custom apparel world is huge, but everyone's obsessed with t-shirts. Meanwhile, socks are a wide-open field, thus a fully automated sock knitting knitting machine can produce hundreds of pairs a day with any design you can dream up. You can sell to local sports teams, for corporate events, or just build your own quirky online brand. With barely any labor involved, the profits are fantastic. 4. The fresh pasta making machine. The craving for fresh, authentic food is never going away. A commercial-grade pasta extruder lets you create gourmet pasta to sell to local restaurants, farmers markets, and specialty food shops. By offering unique shapes and flavors, you build a premium brand that the dusty stuff in a box just can't touch. 5. The aluminum foil container press. Every single restaurant, caterer, and meal prep service relies on these things. For just a few $1,000s, a container press can be set up in a tiny space, turning rolls of aluminum into sellable food trays. Swap out the molds, and you can create different shapes and sizes, becoming the go-to supplier for your entire local food scene. 6. The liquid soap bottling machine. Soap and detergent are about as recession-proof as it gets. A small-scale liquid bottling machine lets you buy a soap base in bulk, add your own fancy scents or branding, and bottle it up. These machines are a breeze to operate and give you a low-cost entry into the massive market for household essentials. 7. The spiral potato fries machine. For all you food entrepreneurs, this one is basically a license to print money. A simple, cheap spiral potato fry machine turns a 50-cent potato into a $5 eye-catching snack that people line up for at street fairs, festivals, and food truck parks. It's a simple, cash flow positive business you can start this weekend. 8. The candle making machine. Candles aren't just for blackouts anymore. They're essential home decor. And while handmade candles are nice, a semi-automated candle making machine lets you scale up big time. You can produce incredibly consistent, high-quality scented candles for your Etsy shop, local gift stores, or corporate clients with profit margins that often top 50%. Section 2, the titans of advanced manufacturing. All right, let's level up. This category is for those who want to play on the cutting edge. Advanced manufacturing is being rocket-fueled by AI and robotics, making things faster, cheaper, and more precise than ever. These machines are literally building the future, and the people running them are building fortunes. 9. Collaborative robots, or cobots. Unlike old-school industrial robots locked away in cages, cobots are designed to work right next to people. They take over the boring, repetitive, or back-breaking tasks in assembly, packaging, or quality control. Because they're affordable and easy to program, they've become a secret weapon for small and medium-sized businesses looking to boost productivity. 10. 3D metal printers, additive manufacturing. We've all heard of plastic 3D printing. Metal 3D printing is its big brother, who joined the Special Forces. These machines create incredibly complex, high-strength parts for aerospace, medical implants, and high-performance cars. Owning one means you can serve top-tier clients who need custom parts on demand without the ridiculous wait times of traditional manufacturing. 11. CNC wood lathe machines. Custom furniture and woodworking are having a major comeback. A CNC wood lathe is like having a master carver on staff who works 24/7. It automatically carves stunningly intricate designs in wood, letting you produce everything from custom table legs to art pieces with flawless precision, serving a high-end market that pays for quality. 12. Plastic injection molding machine. Just look around you right now. Almost everything has custom plastic parts in it. A small-scale injection molding machine lets you be the person who makes those parts. You melt down plastic pellets and inject them into custom molds to produce anything from electronic casings to toy components for other businesses. 13. Automated wire harness assembly machine. Every car, appliance, and electronic gadget has a spider web of wires inside. This machine automates the tedious job of cutting, stripping, and bundling those wires with incredible speed. It positions you as a vital supplier to the booming electronics and automotive industries. 14. Filter cartridge maker machine. Clean air and water aren't optional. This machine produces the filters used in water purifiers, HVAC systems, and cars. It precisely pleats and bonds the filter material automatically, letting you supply a massive, ever-growing market that's all about health and safety. 15. Small-scale robotic welding machine. Welding is a tough skill, but robotic welders are making it faster and more consistent. These compact robot arms can perform perfect welds around the clock. For small metal fabrication shops, this is a total game changer, allowing them to take on bigger jobs with guaranteed quality. 16. Humanoid robots. Okay, this is the final frontier. Companies like Tesla, Figure AI, and Agility Robotics are putting actual humanoid robots to work in factories. While buying one of these might be out of reach for now, the smart money is flowing into the companies that build them. Plus, a whole new ecosystem of service businesses is popping up to program, maintain, and deploy these robots. All right, we're halfway through, and my guess is your mind is already racing with ideas. If you're getting value out of this, do me a quick favor and hit that subscribe button. We put out videos like this all the time, packed with business ideas and insights you just won't find anywhere else. Don't miss the next one. Now back to the machines. Section 3, the Green Revolution machines. Sustainability isn't just a buzzword, it's one of the biggest economic opportunities of our lifetime. People and governments are demanding greener solutions, and these machines are on the front lines turning eco-friendly ideas into seriously profitable businesses. 17. Biodegradable tableware machine. Single-use plastics are on their way out. This machine takes things like sugarcane pulp or bamboo and molds them into eco-friendly plates, bowls, and containers. With the food delivery industry being what it is, the demand is absolutely massive. 18. Recycled plastic lumber machine. This is a true trash to treasure machine. It takes plastic waste that would have ended up in a landfill, melts it down, and spits out ultra durable planks of plastic lumber. This stuff is then sold for decking, fences, and outdoor furniture. You're literally turning garbage into cash. 19. Organic fertilizer production machine. As farming shifts away from harsh chemicals, the market for organic fertilizer has exploded. A fertilizer granulator takes compost and other organic waste and turns it into nutrient-rich pellets. This lets you sell a premium product to farms, nurseries, and home gardeners. 20. Direct air capture, DAC units. This is where sustainability gets really high-tech. AC machines are designed to literally suck carbon dioxide out of the air. While the huge plants are massive projects, smaller modular units are coming online. Entrepreneurs are building businesses that not only capture carbon, but also use it to create things like carbon negative concrete or synthetic fuels. 21. Advanced wind turbine technology. Think beyond giant wind farms. Startups are creating smaller, sleeker, more efficient turbines for cities and even individual homes. The business here isn't just selling the turbines, it's creating a full-service green energy company that handles installation, maintenance, and grid integration. 22. Solar panel recycling machine. Solar panels have a lifespan of about 25 years, and the first big wave of them is starting to expire. A specialized recycling machine can carefully pull apart old panels and separate the valuable materials like silver, copper, and silicon. This is a classic picks and shovels play on the green revolution, solving a huge future problem for a profit today. 23. Pyrolysis machine. This machine is wild. It uses an oxygen-free, high-temperature process to break down waste like old tires and plastics. It converts that waste into valuable stuff like bio-oil, which can be used as fuel, and char, which can be used to improve soil. It's a powerful way to turn a waste stream into a revenue stream. 24. Foam tray making machine. These machines produce the foam trays you see in every supermarket meat and produce aisle. And while foam has a bad rap, companies are now using these machines with recycled and biodegradable materials to meet market demand more sustainably. The sheer volume needed by the food industry makes this an incredibly stable business. Section 4. The automated agriculture revolution. Farming is one of the oldest jobs in the world, but right now it's going through a massive tech upgrade. Labor shortages and the need to be more efficient are driving a huge push into automation. These machines are making farming smarter, more productive, and way more profitable. 25. Autonomous tractors. Companies like John Deere are rolling out tractors that can plow, plant, and spray fields almost entirely on their own. While one farmer might not buy a whole fleet, savvy entrepreneurs are starting farming as a service businesses using autonomous gear to manage land for multiple clients, cutting labor costs and boosting yields. 26. Roto seed drills. This clever machine combines a tiller with a seed drill, meaning a farmer can prep the soil and plant seeds in one single pass. It's a massive time and fuel saver. You could start a business offering custom seeding services to local farms, covering huge areas with speed and precision. 27. Drone crop sprayers. Forget doing it by hand. Large, powerful drones can now spray crops with pinpoint accuracy. They use GPS to hit only the areas that need it, cutting down on chemical use and preventing soil damage from heavy tractors. tractors. A business with a fleet of these drones could service an entire agricultural region. 28. Robotic harvesters. Picking fruit is tough, delicate work. That's why robotic harvesters, equipped with AI vision and gentle grippers, are being developed to pick everything from strawberries to apples. These things can work 24/7, solving one of the single biggest labor headaches in farming. 29. Automated irrigation systems. Modern irrigation uses sensors to check soil moisture and weather forecasts, delivering the perfect amount of water exactly when it's needed. Companies that design and install these smart systems for farms are creating huge value by saving water and improving crop health. 30. Livestock monitoring sensors. Think of it as a Fitbit for a cow. These ear tags or collars track an animal's health, activity, and location in real time. This data helps farmers spot sickness early and optimize breeding. The real business is in selling and managing the data platforms that make this all work. 31. Vertical farming systems. Why use acres when you can use cubic feet? Vertical farming grows crops in stacked layers indoors. While a whole farm is a huge investment, companies are making a killing manufacturing and selling the modular systems, the racks, the LED lights, the hydroponic gear that make it all possible. 32. Manure spreader. It doesn't sound glamorous, but it's absolutely vital. A modern manure spreader isn't just flinging stuff around. It's a precision machine that distributes natural fertilizer perfectly. Owning one lets you offer a critical service to livestock farms, helping them manage waste and fertilize their fields. Section 5. The next-gen service and logistics machines. This last category is all about the backbone of our economy, services and logistics. We all want things faster and more customized, and a new generation of machines is rising to meet that demand. These machines are automating services and making the movement of goods seamless. 33. Automated vending machines. Forget the dusty old snack machines. Today's vending machines are basically refrigerated, internet-connected storefronts. They can sell fresh salads, hot pizza, electronics, you name it. Find a high-traffic spot for a niche machine, and you've got a nearly passive income stream. 34. Autonomous delivery robots. Those little six-wheeled robots are already delivering groceries and takeout on college campuses and in cities. While giants like Amazon build their own, a huge ecosystem is growing around them. Businesses are popping up to manage local fleets, create routing software, and be the last-mile delivery partner for local stores. 35. Mobile laser cleaning machine. This is a high-tech service business you can run out of a van. A compact laser cleaner instantly strips rust, paint, and grime from metal without damaging it. It's perfect for car restoration, industrial cleaning, or historical preservation. For a relatively small investment, you can start a high-demand mobile business. 36. 3D wall printing machine. Imagine printing the walls of a house in just a few days. That's what's happening. Large-scale 3D printers are extruding concrete layer by layer, slashing construction time and labor costs. The construction companies that adopt this tech are gaining an almost unfair advantage. 37. Self-service car washes. It's a classic for a reason. The self-service car wash is still a reliable wealth builder. With modern payment systems and durable, low-maintenance equipment, a well-placed car wash can run 24/7 with almost no one there, providing a steady, predictable cash flow. 38. Automated barista machine. High-end, fully automated espresso machines can now make incredible, complex coffee drinks with just a button press. They're being installed in offices, luxury apartments, and airports. The business model is brilliant. Place the machine for free and take a cut of every single high-margin coffee it sells. 39. Shrink wrap packing machine. For any e-commerce business, packing is a huge time suck. An automated shrink wrap machine can professionally seal products in seconds, making them look retail ready. You could start a local service that handles all the packaging for small online sellers in your area. 40. Robotic surgical assistants. In healthcare, surgical robots are giving doctors superhuman precision, allowing for less invasive surgeries. Now, you're not buying one for your garage, but this points to a massive area of investment. The companies that make them and the technicians who service them are part of a multi-billion-dollar industry that's changing medicine and creating staggering wealth. CTA. So there you have it. 40 real physical machines that are creating fortunes for people smart enough to look past the digital hype. The opportunities are out there, in your community, in new industries, and in the tangible world all around us. Now I have to ask you, which of these machines blew your mind the most? Is there a category you want me to do a deep dive on? Drop a comment below and let me know. Your feedback genuinely helps us decide what to make next. And if you want to be the first to know when we drop our next video, where we'll break down the step-by-step business plan for the top 5 machines on this list, make sure you're subscribed with that notification bell on. Conclusion: the message today is simple. While one world is busy chasing clicks and followers, another is building actual empires with gears, circuits, and steel. The Industrial Revolution never ended. It just got smaller, smarter, and more accessible to everyone. The new wave of wealth is being built by people who make things, fix things, and automate the real world. The only question is, will you be one of them? Want to save hours every week without spending a dime? Meet Canva. It's a free tool that lets you design logos, social media posts, presentations, all without hiring a graphic designer. Just drag, drop, and publish. Use it to launch your brand, pitch deck, or ebook cover in minutes. Try it out today and follow for more tools I personally recommend.
Hey everyone, Brandon here. Welcome back to another video. Today I wanted to cover a topic that I found kind of interesting. So over the past, several months, years even, I have always had this fascination of potentially growing my own mushroom farm. And I know it kind of sounds ridiculous, right? So what is the value in mushroom growing? What is the value in farming, essentially, from your garage as somebody who's got no space whatsoever? And let's be honest, it would be nice and it would be fun to just essentially grow, maybe spray it a little bit, have it bloom, have it create new oyster clusters, and essentially I just every 6 weeks or so I chop them, pick them up, pack them up, and send them on their way for profit. And that would be fine, but I started researching a little bit about it, and I wanted to share with you guys my thoughts on the research that I found. So let me just start off. When I started researching, I was doing things like urban gardening, I was doing things like vertical farms, and researching all the various aspects on things like lighting, spacing, spore production, cost of goods sold around it, the viability of the price points. And as I was doing it for I was doing it for lettuce, I was doing it for fruits and vegetables, I was doing it for nuts and even coffee at one point. And I thought to myself, what if I did snails? And then that rabbit hole of snail breeding and snail farming, I was like, okay, well, what about algae or super greens, microgreens? And I stumbled across this ecosystem design between snails, mushrooms, and algae farming. And I thought to myself, well, that's neat, because the mushrooms grow in an environment that is great for driftwood and dark and essentially slimy. And snails thrive on slimy, but also feed off of microgreens. Microgreens in a cool, circulated environment grow. And, I thought to myself, what if I did gourmet mushrooms? Oyster mushrooms, lion's mane, various lack of sunlight needing in a little 9x9 closet. I don't even know what size that is, but just a little small closet. And I kind of was hooked a little bit, because mushrooms don't need that sunlight, they don't need vast fields, and then they grow in what I can control in kind of this microclimate that will have a synergistic relationship with snails, which would then produce and have a market for, and I could sell the excess. Microgreens, algae, moss, these types of ever growing, assuming that all the conditions are right and the upkeep is properly maintained. I thought to myself, well, that would be a neat business model, right? I have these 3 things that are seemingly feeding off of each other to create a business model that I could sell the excess, assuming that I don't take more than is produced, and I had this baseline foundation of the growth model. This could be a profitable endeavor. And so my research, my initial investment in the research was around, $1,200 to $1,500. I wanted to see the proof of concept. I wanted to understand the process of making this mushroom farm, because essentially I need the mushroom aspect of the business to facilitate into the snail portion and then also into the algae portion. So this video is primarily a theoretical model, but I wanted to describe to you the different processes and thoughts around it, and potentially maybe you might want to grow some mushrooms on, as a little side hustle and figure out what works for you. Maybe it's a little $100 a month business. Maybe you turn it into a factory. Who knows? But I want to take you on this journey. So in the beginning, there was a kind of wild, I'm a researcher, so there's this wild excitement in delving into what would make this work. Can I bring out that golden nugget? Can I take this thing that is seemingly obscure and can I bring it into profitability? And I didn't want to buy anything expensive. I needed to decide, hey, I want a low cost, low maintenance model. So when I'm talking about, for the mushroom growing specifically, we're talking about a low cost of the setup functions for the equipment, the low setup costs for the distribution. And one of the biggest items in this was the substrate, the thing that would help grow the food for the mushrooms and the mushroom spawn and develop these little clusters. And I decided that in this research process, that oyster mushrooms was going to be the best because they're well known for being robust, beginner friendly, and have this smaller learning curve. So I did research and decided to buy some pre-sterilized substrate blocks. And this saved me kind of the tricky step of sterilizing my own substrate. Instead of having to do the grinding and the mixing myself in the bucket, I had a low-cost block, essentially a low-cost block, to get that process started without all the extra mess. And when you do the substrate, I found out that in the beginning, if you do it incorrectly, you end up killing spores. You can't nurture the correct environment for them. So having not expert, but having somebody that deals with substrate on a daily basis, I could source the food material essentially faster at a more efficient quality to get this started. But the process itself of growing the mushrooms, these oyster mushrooms, I found was very fascinating. So first was the inoculation stage, and that's when you introduce the mushroom spawn to the substrate. And then it goes into this incubation phase where the mycelium and the root network of the mushrooms will grow throughout the substrate. And this happens in the right environment of, dark, humid. And I learned very quickly through this research that the sensitive nature of mushrooms to the outer environment. So when looking at what I have available for me in terms of humidity, in terms of light, I found out very quickly that dry humidity is different than wet humidity, and how that affects the size, the resilience of the mushroom, and then the texture of the skin on the mushroom for the harvesting process. Nobody wants a hard rocks-like mushroom due to either bad substrate or bad growing process. And so I learned very quickly that this sensitivity was crucial in the growing process. So if it's too dry, too humid, too cold, too warm, everything has an impact on one step or multiple steps of the mushroom growing process. And with that, contamination of the outer environment is just insane. So mold, that thing loves to grow around mushrooms, and with one careless moment, you could have a cluster of mold around your wooden floors, carpet, walls, even the paint starts to peel, and it will ruin your entire house. And I didn't realize the level of isolation that you need to have in a mushroom farm to grow. But moving on, so the fruiting phase was what I found the most interesting. Once you get the mushrooms into the substrate and then you are nurturing them over some period of time, there is a fruiting phase where they continue to colonize and build upon each other from the initial spore environment. And if you check it, a couple times a day, make sure the conditions are carefully curated through the misting process, that you pretty much create this earthy smell and earthy environment that it's hard to describe over video what it smelled like. But have you ever dug your hands into wet earth with kind of a worm, maybe worms are growing in it, and you pick up that, and you just smell it a little bit and think, yeah, this is nature. This is that. That's kind of what was described and how I kind of saw the entire fruiting process in this microclimate. But through the experimentation process and through the setbacks in terms of finding out the temperature curation, the water curation, kind of when, where, how I should keep my substrate moisture and keep the overall environment kind of isolated from any external factors in the other grow labs, that there was a kind of moment after the weeks of experimentation that I saw a bloom of a cluster of oyster mushrooms, and it smelled pretty good. You know, when you're not using a series of pesticides or you're not using growth hormones similarly to how you would see it in a chicken farm, the smell, the texture, all of these nuanced pieces of information to your senses, it was incredible. It wasn't anything that you normally would see in mass-produced sourcing material. So at a restaurant that sources all their mushrooms from packaging from a mass farmer or something like that, you're gonna have a distinct texture that's almost rubbery. I'm thinking of those white oyster mushrooms that you come in the packages at grocery stores, and it doesn't taste, or the taste on your tongue doesn't give you that thing that you need to know that it's natural or organic. But anyway, I gotten way too far off from the business aspect thing. I think I'm going to chalk this video up to a large lesson. Do better in script writing and stay less on the storytelling and more on the actual practicality of the business. But let's go over it from a standpoint. I'm just going to ignore the script at this point, and I'm going to speak to you as somebody who would start a business from the ground up as a mushroom farmer. So we've talked about the cost of goods, we've talked about the sourcing. So what do you actually need in starting this mushroom farm? Let's get serious with it. Let's say you have this closet to work with. There's a small, let's say 3 feet by 5 feet of space that you have allotted for this mushroom farm. And you have decided, okay, I need to grow this, or I want to start this hobby. The first step that you should take before you actually buy anything is you should source out who your potential buyers are going to be. If you preemptively know your audience before you actually buy the products, you can kind of gauge where you should be at on a certain timeline. So example, you have 3 grocery stores in your area, and you go to them and you speak to the general manager and you ask the general manager, hey, do you have somebody that you source your mushrooms from? Or do you need more mushrooms in your inventory? And you strike up a conversation. Business is in the relationship. You strike up the conversation, and God forbid, they don't say no, and they say, yes, we need mushrooms. We need this amount of mushrooms. Hey, can you provide this amount of let's just say, for all intents and purposes, yes, this mushroom, or we need mushrooms. Can you get them for us? And so you say, okay, I got one customer who is ready, willing, and able to buy my mushroom. They want to buy 1 kilogram of mushrooms. Okay, you've checked off who your audience is going to typically be. You have it. You have it before you even start. So now you want to fulfill that order. You want to know that at the end of a certain period of time, you have 1 kilogram of mushrooms. So what goes into the mushrooms? Well, we need the spores to grow the mushrooms. We need the substrate. We need obviously the tools to grow, or I'm thinking trowels, but I'm also thinking that little claw thing where you dig throughout the soil. But imagine yourself in a 10-liter drum. I don't have the specific numbers on how to produce 1 kilogram of mushrooms, but let's just say 1 kilogram of mushrooms equals a 10-liter bucket. Well, you need the bucket, you need the spores, you need the substrate to grow, and to implant the spores to produce the clusters. You have that. Well, you also need the aftermarket for it. So bags, you're talking about transportation. You need to keep it on a cool platform. How do you want to package it up? How do you want to distribute it to this grocery store that wants the 1 kilogram of mushrooms? So Got that. Well, how are you going to get the bucket to have the holes for the clusters? Well, you need a drill. So if you don't already have a drill, don't already have something to create holes, you can puncture it with a knife, dig it out, however you want to do it. Sandpaper for grooving out the edges if you need to get off all the excess. Okay, so we have, so far it's one bucket, it's full. Let's just say you've already planted. I'm definitely not going to talk to you about the planning process because this is conceptual. Now we have the bucket, and now we have the sport. Now it's growing. We have a certain amount of time, so 6 weeks. 6 weeks to produce that 1 kilogram. Well, calculate how much went into this first bucket, and then understand how much that first bucket sold for that 1 kilogram equals how many dollars to the store. You need that number that you get from the store more than each of the bucket costs to produce. An example, if it costs you $10 to make one bucket of 1 kilogram, and you could turn around and sell that one bucket and 1 kilogram of mushroom for $22, you just made a $12 profit. Then you take that and you buy another bucket, you buy another substrate, you buy another, and then you find another client. This is the conceptual idea of building a mushroom business from your garage or from your closet, essentially. And you take that and if you do it consistently and you build the relationships with the suppliers of the seeds or spores, or you create your own seeds yourself, and over time you can become the seed dealer when you produce the biggest mushrooms or the most flavorful mushrooms, and now people want your mushroom. But taking that and you essentially you keep doing that loop of plant, harvest, sell, expand. And you do all 4 of those steps. And I know it sounds easy and it sounds simple. It's not, and I'm sorry, but it's going to take work. It's going to take consistency, and it's going to take a little bit of pivoting based on problems that you will inevitably run into during this process. We're talking about dead plants. We're talking about suppliers that back out, buyers that back out. You might get bored. You might run into a problem with fire, or the mold takes over and you need to repair something. But if you do have an unused corner and you are looking for this kind of weird, out of the ordinary side hustle that could potentially make you profitable over a certain period of time, don't get too deep in the weeds of researching, because it is a viable model using these 4 steps. You just need to focus on the growing, the buyers, the suppliers, and the cash flow. If you do and focus on all 4 of those things in the business and remain consistent in your relationship building or finding new ways of doing customers, you have digital marketing, you have brochures, you have word of mouth. If you can get 4 customers, or maybe 2 customers, before you ever even get your first spore cluster, then you've kind of started to create this pipeline for yourself, and you can grow it over time and remain consistent with it. I promise you, consistency is king, and you doing it and you carving yourself out a little bit of reputation around having the best mushrooms, the most succulent mushrooms. What are other common adjectives for mushroom tasters? Anyway, I digress. If you enjoyed this video, if you enjoyed the process, please like and subscribe. Leave your comments down below. Are you doing this? Are you doing something that's similar to mushroom growing? Talk about it. Let's have a conversation. And if you disagree with my opinions, also leave it down below. I would love to learn more about your perspectives and your viewpoints. And I hope to see you guys in the next one. Bye. If I could pause it.
Are you struggling with distractions? This 3-minute ritual will change everything. Deep breathing is your first minute. Close your eyes, inhale to 4, hold to 4, exhale to 6, and then repeat for 60 seconds. Then I want you to pick your top task, divide it into 3 micro steps and write it down. And then afterwards, set a 25-minute timer and start. No phones allowed, just silence. Do this ritual first thing tomorrow. Report back what your focus score ended up being, and then hit the follow for daily hacks.
You know, you might be starting your day exactly the wrong way if you're looking at productivity. So let's be honest, most morning routines, quote unquote, are productivity cosplayers. The cold plunge, bulletproof coffee, 90-minute journal entries. You know what? Your real enemy is input overload. You're checking your emails, your notifications, the news, and the first thing that hijacks your attention. You know what? Try this instead. Wake up, hydrate, do 10 minutes of silence and stretching, and then take one task at a time, one that moves alone, that separates high performance from any of the rest of the stuff. Guard your first hour, it will dictate your entire day. If you start to be reactive, you stay reactive. Start with intention instead.
I'm a risk taker, and it's hell. Here's why. Everyone loves a risk taker, right? The founder who goes all in, the adventurer pushing the limits, the artist who just bears their soul. We're supposed to be the heroes of the story, the ones who make life exciting. But what if I told you that for me, it's not a story of heroism. It's a story of being trapped in a living hell. I'm a risk taker, and I feel like I'm drowning in a sea of crippling anxiety and a dopamine cycle that is silently destroying my life from the inside out. This isn't about bragging or looking for pity. This is a confession, and it's a warning, because the same drive that society celebrates is the very thing that has me feeling completely and utterly out of control.